So Vinny, obviously you've already had one best of 3 here yesterday versus Metasport. Can you tell me what you feel like you guys were able to do in that best of 3 as opposed to what happened in the best of 1s?
I would say we came a little bit more prepared and confident because I think the pressure kind of vanished being 0-2, you know? Like, if you have pressure getting eliminated, you won't be playing the game. So I think we were more happy, people were like screaming more active in the map, and we're trying to take more duels. So I think it was a good boost of confidence for today.
In terms of your opponent today, obviously it's a bit of a regional matchup versus Legacy. Can you tell me, first of all, how well you feel like you know them as a team?
I think pretty well. I would say we're really comfortable against them. Normally, I think the past series we won, but I mean, it doesn't matter the past right now. I think we just need to show our strat book in the server and just be better than them.
In terms of wanting to keep the representation for South America here as well, obviously we saw Fluxo getting eliminated yesterday. How important is it for you to, keep at least some of the Brazilian teams in the competition?
I mean, I think we need to bring a little some hope, right? I think our scene is really better right now. Everyone is struggling in some way, so I would say if we beat them today, we have a really good chance tomorrow.
And in terms of that kind of Brazilian style that maybe some people presume classically happens, right? Where would you say that you're the most different when we compare Imperial to Legacy in today's game?
I would say our difference is probably on the individual firepower. I think we have more in every which way, but I don't think we have that Brazilian style nowadays. I think it's more everyone just watching the better teams and trying to copy, and we kind of got lost in that sense. But I think we're trying to catch up with the meta.
Just beginning off with your game yesterday versus BetBoom, can you give us a little bit of a summary as to what went wrong for you guys in that series?
I think the other team played really well, and we underperformed a lot, so that's why we got beat so badly.
Is there any particular things that you can pick out from yesterday in terms of that underperformance? Any areas that maybe typically you're better at that you didn't expect to struggle so much with?
Yeah, I think the most important one was communication. We were kind of not hearing each other very well and not responding as we would like, so if today we do it better, I think we're probably going to win.
Obviously today you're going to be in a little bit of a regional matchup versus Imperial. Tell me how well versed you are, how well you know your opponent today.
I think we know each other pretty well. We also practice against each other some maps, but when we play tournaments, everyone tries to adapt and do new stuff. So even though we know them and they know us, I think that's not what's going to make the game harder or easier to win off the teams. Yeah.
I posed the same question to Vinny just earlier, but given that you're from the same region, where would you say your styles differ? What is different about Legacy versus Imperial?
I would say like I don't want to say too much because it's like, but I feel they react a little bit more, and I feel like we have more protocols and not so many reactions. I think that's the main difference, yeah.
And confidence level, considering, if you lose this one, you are eliminated. Where's the confidence at for Legacy right now?
Since we had a pretty bad game yesterday, confidence is not that high, but we know that we have a good and strong team, and if we can play the best that we usually do in prax, we should be fine, yeah.
Thank you so much for your time, and good luck.
Wow, well done, Freya. She actually kind of caught him out a little bit there. I kind of like that. It's hard to answer a question about how your team plays without revealing too much. Serious problem, I get it. But what a match we've got coming up here. Almost entirely Brazilian on the server. Got one Argentinian in there as well. But how are you feeling, Dan? It's another day of the major.
Yeah, it is, and it's another domestic matchup that we have the pleasure of covering. Interesting there, that I don't think either team's really concerned about that domestic nature. It feels like everybody is really under the gun right now because it's the 1-2, and that's a harrowing position to be in.
Yeah, nobody really wants to get knocked out. It's, you know, it's day 3. It's not going to feel that good if it's like, oh, that's it. That was our, you know, but somebody has to. Like, one of these 2 teams is going home after this one. So let's take a look at the bracket just to catch you guys up on everything that's going on. Obviously, it is a wild graphic, but I guess most of you are probably used to watching at this stage. Heroic and Bait have already made their way through in the 3-0. Down in the 0-3, we've got, you know, Fluxo and Metasport. Unfortunately, the Swedes couldn't make it work. I'm sad about that. I really think they had I really like this team, so I thought they had more of a chance. And now we've got to find more people to either qualify or send home.
I know. And on this stream, we'll be sending people home. So that's very sad. So
our job, Dan.
Job is like, you know, with the Undertakers. I
like that.
Here. But yeah, I think this is an interesting matchup just because I think these teams are very closely matched, even though Legacy on paper, just on the rankings and so on, is a bit better of a performer. I think in terms of how the map pools actually match up, I feel like you can make an argument for both teams.
Sure. Yeah, I think you're right. Like, the world ranking is one thing, but then also if you look at how they played recently against each other, I don't know. I have more faith in Imperial. I don't know if I can back it up a lot, but I just have a feeling that they are going to be a little bit more ready. You know, Vinny as well, kind of a legend, famous for being, I think, according to Maui Snake, the one person in the Counter-Strike team you cannot hate, is what he said once. So, don't know if you've tried, Dan. You don't seem like the hating type all that much, but for the rest of them, you haven't tried yet.
No, I haven't tried.
Speaking of try, he is here, Argentinian representation, which is cool. Che and Decenti and No Way. So this is the lineup. You guys know what they're like. And definitely not a team I would say to be underestimated either. But along with the rest of the Brazilian scene, these guys are actually, you know, they're trying to find their way back to really good Counter-Strike, because there's a lot of talent in Brazil and just not enough of it on the same team. We've seen these guys play already. Lux, Sadsin, Lato, Dumao, and Nissim, I don't know what you prefer, but here they are.
Yeah, and I think one cool thing with Brazilian Counter-Strike in general is that it just seems to be in the genes to sort of be aggressive. You know, we had the talk there of, for Legacy, of a more protocol-based team, but I don't know, Anders. We'll see if it actually ends up coming to pass, or if we get, you know, the typical aggressive shenanigans. I do feel like the Counter-Strike fundamentals in Brazil have gotten better alongside keeping that identity that's more aggressive. Yeah. I think if we go back to the older days, it was all, as you know, days that Vinny will be very, you know, well familiar with. That was very flashy back then. You know, we were looking at the very flashy AWPers, the flashy plays, but it lacked the protocols. So it's really cool also to see the maturing of the scene in general in that region as it's come up over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's also different playing Counter-Strike when you've got, you know, Fallen at, you know, peak Fallen, Cold Sierra, for like, you got all these people on one team, then you're going to be winning a lot, even if the fundamentals are a bit rough. And I think, you know, I think even Fallen has said in the past himself, like, once they ran into Astralis and you know, that lineup, they sort of realized, oh wow, there's sort of more to Counter-Strike than whatever it is we're doing. I don't know. I hope Brazilian Counter-Strike has a bit of a resurgence going forward, because there really is a lot of talent out there right now. It's just stretched out across like 10 different teams. It's kind of weird, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's gonna be interesting too, because this match seems also, obviously it's gonna save one of these two teams from being knocked out, and they'll get another chance to qualify. But in terms of confidence, you know, you're 1-2. Then we had some you know, chat about not having the confidence there, the communication not being there on the side of Legacy, and that's something that they want to show here. And that's normal. You know, if communication will drop when the team's under pressure, when things aren't going well, that's like a normal thing to have happen. So now that they've actually been experiencing it, we're going to see if they can correct. And I would imagine that it's not going to be too dissimilar for their opponents as well, because they're both in the same position. They both got hit. I think both teams can deliver performances where they could have gotten some wins earlier. So we'll see if you know, which team is going to be able to find that fire going into the 1-2 game.
I think it's the best of 3, so there's a little bit of time to correct for mistakes. We do need to view those first before we go any further, just so we know exactly where we're fighting. Inferno and Dust 2, actually already a bit surprised. I guess I shouldn't be. They have played Inferno in the past, I think. But Dust 2, an interesting pick. You know, and then Mirage. That was probably the map that I thought we were going to be playing. I did expect maybe we'd end up playing Nuke as well, but not the case here. I do like it anyway. I think this is it's not a bad pick.
Yeah, I think again, I'm with you on the prediction for once. You know, we've usually been going different ways with it, but I also do think that Imperial are probably slightly favored, but I don't know.
Might be.
Yeah, I don't know what that's worth. You know, I wouldn't advise taking that advice to the bank.
Yeah, it's so hard to say, isn't it? Especially with the domestic matchups. We will find out. We do have a break before we go anywhere else, and then we'll be back with the game after this. Stay tuned. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the B stream. We've got Legacy up against Imperial. This is the 1-2 bracket. If you lose now, you are gone from the major. You get to pack your bags. I guess it's not too far going home for these guys from Texas to Brazil, but still, nobody wants to leave the major early, really, ever. So, I don't know. It's just hard to predict. We already said it. I have no idea what's going to happen here. For me, I'm going to sit back and just enjoy this and just watch it and kind of almost learn a bit on the fly because I'm really not sure who's going to win this.
Yeah, it's totally unpredictable. Both teams fighting for their lives, and that can either inspire really great performances, or it can kind of go the other way as well.
Right.
You know, so we really don't know where the teams are. It definitely seems like for both sides. I mean, usually if you're going to get to this point of the tournament too, yeah, it's kind of captain obvious, but the mental game is obviously a huge component, and so we'll see who can recover that more.
Well, in terms of the odds, Imperial are going to be favored here. So, again, that was sort of my gut feeling as well, that it was probably going to lean something like that, but I really think it's hard to decide here. I think the last game that we saw with with Legacy was rough. It was up against Bed Boom, I believe, and they just kind of got crushed. And I understand how that happened. So so I think this will be a more even fight, and I hope that we get to see some of the Legacy players activated a bit more. Dumao certainly has some crazy mechanics. We've seen that before. We know that he could do it. And I think, you know, Satsin on the AWP actually looked really capable last time we saw him. So there might be something to play with. There might be something to build on here. We're going to head into Inferno as the opening map. Imperial starting on the CT side. Legacy will be on the T side.
Okay. We'll see what Legacy have off the rip here with this pistol. Waiting out any pre-nades that may have come their way. And you can see the Imperial, the top mid stack is interesting because even if they don't go top mid, you can have a really fast flank, but it really does come down to the delay, and we have Vinny with the smoke. So he needs to plant this smoke with good timing or it's all ruined.
They do get the elevated smoke, but that's a good counter. I mean, like you said, timing is everything for that kind of a play, and he just puts it down. It looks like they might have actually done that to bait out any utility because they have another couple of smokes. So the first smoke that the T's throw is probably designed to get rid of that one smoke that's on the CT side. They look so calculated. You can see they reapply the same smoke now towards CT spawn, and this time, unfortunately, Vinny doesn't have anything to stop them with. Now, the backup's going to be there. Most of them will be coming in from Banana instead, so it could be a huge crunch here. You could see the whole CT force rushing up to try and stop them, but not getting the kill early enough, and instead is Listen picking up the first kill there. He jumps around. Great headshots coming through from Dumao as well. One of them while he was still airborne. And Legacy pick up the round. I love the idea of the 3-man hit squad retaking Banana, but they need to get that kill instantly.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I feel like both teams played that really well. I think the CT setup is really cool. You get, Vinny getting the smoke off in time means that in most cases what they're hoping is that, oh, the T side will just double back into top mid where we have a 4-man stack. If they don't do that, we can just have a huge retake effort all together in an unexpected location, like you said. So I really liked how both teams opened that pistol round. Legacy, the re-hit of B was perfect, the perfect move, and they do manage to clinch it. So off to a good start on the T-side economy for them.
I think maybe worth pointing out again, I try to do that, especially early on in the major. There might be new people who are kind of new to Counter-Strike, haven't been watching for, a decade or more. That's an unusual amount of grenades for a T-side to have in a pistol round. A lot of the time you'll see, maybe one guy who's going to buy some, a smoke or a Molotov or some flashbangs, but having that much so that they can actually do what we sometimes call a double pump on a bomb site, where you throw some utility, you wait, and then you do it again. And then next time, like we saw in this last round, the CTs have no more grenades. Funny failure on the HE there. Dumao taking a bit of damage here, and there actually is a force-up in this round for Imperial, which... Don't hate it. I think on Inferno, these 5.7s and the MP9 there, they can be insanely good. So I think on another map, I'd probably prefer they didn't buy in this round, but on Inferno, it's kind of a classic.
And the delay with the smoke there just to make things awkward, and
he's got another one. We'll see if
Legacy outplays themselves here, because that's kind of what these smokes invite you to do on the T side, is for you to want to be overly cautious, and then you're in a situation where if the CTs have done it perfectly,
right?
You as the Ts don't have time to do things properly anymore, and you have to take risks.
They smoked that from the A bomb site. I've always wondered, because this used to be a thing in the past, then it was patched out at some point in Go where you couldn't throw that smoke anymore, and now obviously in CS2 we have no skyboxes, so you can do it again, and not many teams have been doing this, and I was always confused about why, but that's really cool to see. So that means Vinny hasn't had to use his smoke yet, because the other smoke got thrown in from the A-bomb side. Now, they also saw that, and that's also a big tell for Legacy to say, all right, they are trying to play the exact game that you just outlined, where you end up being so hesitant and so careful that you run out of time and you have to make some really awkward choices. I think Legacy, though, have played this one almost perfectly. Under 30 seconds, yes, but at the same time, Dumao has cleared everything. He gets the headshot, that's it. What a great round from Legacy, not buying into the temptation that I think you outlined for us.
Yeah, and it's cool to see because, like you say, if you essentially say, we want to do X by, a certain time, having a MAC-10s is great for that because, well, we need to find out where the stack is and do it with enough time to go away from it if we feel like the entries don't come our way. And so they hit that timing really well, I think, around the 30 to 40 second mark where, you've left enough time, but it's, it's just it's a fine balance. And I feel like they did definitely strike that well. So Legacy, I think, off the rip, I feel like, yeah, we're seeing some really great openings from them and they're kind of definitely getting into their playbook. and feeling good about it.
Bit on the hunt here. Is it necessary? I would say probably not, but I mean, they do know that there was a bit of a buy-up in the round, so they can guess that there are some 5-7s or whatever else around here. Trapping away, 5-7 to get the last kill on the Senti. Okay, that actually worked better than I had expected there. I don't know. I say there was a potential risk there for the T side that they could have given over, you know, 2 Galils or something, and that's not what you want to see. But fair enough, they got to get the job done, you know.
Yeah, and I think if memory serves, this is a map where Legacy have the worst record against Imperial. Like Imperial have their Inferno record, if memory serves. So, you know, it'd be really nice for Legacy to be in a position where they pick up this Inferno.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that would change a lot. Imperial picked Dust 2, and you know, Legacy's win rate on Dust 2 is not that great, so it could even be. You could even take a step further, maybe, to say if they're going to win the series, they might actually need to just crush them on Inferno and kind of get things going. Sadsin throwing with the MAC-10, probably a nice little touch there. You don't want the other side to be picking up your lost guns, so that's why they're doing the same thing with Galil here. It's a bit of an awkward round. It's 3 versus 4, but the fact is still it should be easy, and Lux hiding in the corner. All right. Yeah, easy was the right word in this time. You know, it worked out.
Yeah, that was a really nice spray too. I mean, obviously they're not looking at you, but it's not always the easiest thing to just get it perfect like that.
In fact, sometimes that feels like those are the hardest sprays to get. Sometimes you're like, oh, this is going to be, I'm having a multi-kill, and then none of the bullets connect. We've all been there. Yeah,
yeah, and I think it shows too just that everyone's locked in on the at the moment.
Yes,
and I think just to see that the strats that they're calling are just working out really well. I think that's one of the things that does dial everybody in. It's when things aren't working, when the playbook's not delivering, that then you'll start, you know, if there are like, you know, this is like a weaker mental game for whatever reason, then you're going to start to see it.
Try spots them. Oh, I moved that in slow motion. I feel like that was right on. Sadsin doesn't even go away from it. He says, that's fine. If you want to challenge me, I will take that fight. Now, the Senti's going to be able to slow it down by getting a kill for the smoke. If not, I think they would have run down No Way, just kept going. Why would they stop? In fact, they will anyway. Lux shoots him through the barrel. No Way gets blown up, and now Vinny, he's got a little bit of backup here. They're pretty quick on the rotation, but still, his bomb site's 1 kill away from falling, and they're going to get both of them, in fact. The Senti goes down. That seems like justice. It's through the smoke as well. And Jay, I don't think there's much he can do here. So that is a round that is based on aggression from the get-go. Once they make contact in the middle, they just don't stop.
Yeah, really nice reactive plays. Because I'm not sure that was necessarily the plan, but I think, yeah, the opportunity presented itself in the duel, and then with, you know, if there's a missed shot from an AWP, you can gain space in between the you know, well, whilst the reload is going on, of course, and that can lead from one thing to the next.
And I mean, it also makes sense to try and do this early on at top mid, because very, very often it's so meta right now for the CTs to have, you know, 3 or maybe even 4 people towards B at the beginning. Not that they want to keep 4 people there, but they run them over to throw grenades on the ground. So if you're fast enough in middle, sometimes you can be here with 1 or, you know, a second player who's rotating in from Arch, and you can sort of catch them off guard. It wasn't exactly like this round, but just the speed for Legacy, it does make it a little bit of sense. Well, this is a fantastic start. 4-0. Money is weak on the CT side.
It's awesome. And if it's also true that they sort of just took the opportunity there, that they're able to play outside their own structure to react in you know, the optimal ways, also a great sign. But into this next round with the pistols, sometimes it's the most unlikely of rounds that will turn it all for you. And just straight through the smoke with the 5-7. It's going to be Che who's able to follow up. But the trade's looking good here for Legacy early on Banana. And that's a 4 versus 3 for them as they continue to spray away. And now they hold Banana, and they have so much time to play with. 1:20 to figure out how they want to finish the round. They're actually deciding to back away, maybe anticipating that a rotate would already have commenced over towards B, but they would be wrong.
Yeah, but I still like the fact that they're grouped up at least, right? They're not giving themselves away here to an opportunity for a bunch of 1v1 fights. Instead, they're sort of trying to make sure they can trade anything that really happens here. Setup is there. No way. Very nice. Jumping around. Now the pistol's going to be activated, but Lato was holding it. Great fundamentals again. If your task is to hold that ninja corner, then stay that way. Don't start to suddenly swing into another fight, and then because you're going to end up surrendering the round. So really, really well done. Decenti alone versus 3, and obviously with the health left and everything else, there is actually just nothing that they could have done there. So nice idea, but ultimately not enough here for Imperial. It will be a 5-0 lead in favor of Legacy. They are catching them right now early on in the game, not really allowing Imperial back in, catching them in 4K, if you will, Dan, which if you want to catch some Counter-Strike in 4K, you can actually go and do that over at blast.tv. I don't know if you guys know this, but you can do like the instant rewind stuff. It has its own chat environment, which is kind of cool. Don't miss out. That's what I'm saying.
Nice.
Watch Counter-Strike in 4K. It's more fun.
There you go. Ooh, okay.
Whew, all right.
I love the over-the-shoulder shots.
I think those are a bit of a game changer, aren't they?
It is.
Like, especially for you, right? Because you're into all the nerd mechanic aim stuff, so you actually get to see how they hold the mouse and everything.
So many people out there want it, and so many people want that. They want to see what mousepad is that guy using? Like, what's his grip? How does his grip interact?
Yeah.
With the mouse and the pad and the sends and all of that. That's what people want. And I'm glad that we're getting it because you can make I've already seen some compilations where people like just cut it all together, so you know, so people can just really nerd out about it. So I love that. I love that detail. Because I mean, ultimately, like we don't get to see that very often.
No, you're right.
It is you know, that's the tool of destruction for these players. Is you know, that's where it all happens on the mousepad.
Yeah, I think it's definitely interesting because they are, you know, obviously whatever grip or whatever like method you're using is just the one that you think is the universal one, but sometimes you see some pretty freaky stuff. I mean,
oh yeah, some scary.
For Christ's sake, Dan, you yourself are playing with an inverted mouse, like some kind of crazy person. So don't know how you got so good at aiming, but definitely better than I am. 5-0. You're going to. I don't know if that says more about me. I feel like it does. You know. Round number 6. They actually have real weapons, Dan, for once.
Yes, they do. We'll see what they're able to do with it. Walking up mid here is Legacy, looking for that opening pick, just using that cover of smoke. Really nice, isolating these top mid players from one another. That's certainly how you do it. We'll see if they can find the picks, though. Ooh, okay, there's a head that shows. The trade is followed up with, though, from Legacy, but very nice top mid defense. Finally for Imperial, something going their way. Now they just need to make the round clean. That's all they really need. Can they do it? Because in comes Nissim and Dumao to ruin those, what would otherwise be a win if they were to just get a clean 4-player survival.
Not clean at all. I don't know how. They had the crossfire and everything. Instead, Nissim, he walks in. He's actually allowed to get both of them. That's criminal. Imperial, this is actually, we talked about, you know, the emotions, having your back to the wall, how you're going to perform. This is the kind of round that will crush any momentum. Nissim finds a third headshot, takes down Dry, and now Chase walking in, but this has already been covered. They're already watching for this. Even if he wins this fight, he's going to get swung up on from the bomb site itself. I think he's already dead, and he will be. Dumao takes him down. A 2 versus 4. The Legacy managed to turn around into a win for themselves. That is criminal for Imperial.
Oh no, that's so terrible. I'm there thinking, okay, yeah, crossfire setup. They're going to be able to take down both players, but absolutely not.
So this smoke that's thrown in the start is one that Legacy throw to try and boost over to see if they can catch a player at the arch position. So it's really great play from the CT side that they read what the smoke is and they know that the boost is going to be happening. So that's why he goes to check the corner. But the fact that they don't win the round from there on out, I'm going to be real mad if I'm the coach behind Imperial. I'm not going to be happy at all.
Yeah, no, I feel like, you know, we heard in the interview that, oh, it's communication issues. We're not sort of talking to each other properly or hearing each other properly on the Legacy side.
Yeah.
I mean, so far, 6-0 start. That's going to, you know, in terms of the confidence, going to feel great.
Yeah.
And especially winning 2v4s like that, a 2v4 clutch, that's only going to add to the barrel of confidence that is currently being filled with these dubs on the T side. And they've decided actually to give up Banana this time around. Working more towards top mid again.
Yeah, they might be worried about, because they can guess the economy on that CT side, so they might be worried that there's some sort of strange trick. Like there are so many weird timing nades you can throw. Especially if there's like a new gen grenade that lands behind the half wall, thrown inside of the B bomb site that people probably want to avoid. Vinny getting caught in a weird position. M4 revealed. And okay, Could turn this into just a split through CT spawn as well. There are pretty much just an infinite amount of options at the moment.
So there's definitely good counter-strike from Legacy. Sort of leaving the banana position open. That's where they opened up their previous anti-eco. CTs kind of take the position, they re-clear it, they get presence, and also the push through connector. They've really nailed this one. Splitting onto the B site now. Doesn't matter that there's a stack of 2 players.
Yeah.
This is so confusing to be up against as far as Imperial is concerned.
Yeah, trying to rotate in, but Lux is already catching it. 10 seconds on the clock. That double setup is now a little bit scary. Shots are coming through. That 5-7 gets hunted down. 4 seconds on the clock here, and fighting in the open. They don't even get the bomb plant. They get the headshot in the end. I must say, they did lose control of that round at the end. There was definitely a way to lose that, and it's great shots coming out from Imperial as well. I don't think they were expecting for this much output from the M4 there. The Senti very nearly winning the round here, but you can see they actually can't plant here, right? So it's either getting the shot or you lose the round.
It's crazy too, because it comes down to the deagle. The second shot too, I mean, it's not super reliable as it has been in previous iterations of the game. So that is impressive, and that I still feel like it was a great round, a great anti-eco from Legacy too. So, you know, that's to Imperial's credit.
Yeah, I actually fully agree with you, and I also think it's also nice for Legacy to actually sort of show Imperial we actually don't mind playing down to 20 seconds. Like, we're comfortable at the end of the round, even though that almost went wrong. Like, they weren't panicked, I would say, in the last 20 seconds. They had a plan, they knew what they were doing, they had the flank coming in from CT spawn and everything. So, like, it was the whole setup for it was really nice, and I think that's a real strength if you can play. Like, they played fast Counter-Strike early on when they were rushing the open middle, and now they're playing ultra slow, and you could see the advantage.
Totally, and that's a 7-0 scoreline now for Legacy. So it already is starting to mount against Imperial. We'll see though on this next round with the bye if they can make anything happen. Change their fortunes.
They have so few kills. I just realized Nova's got 7, Descenti's got 5, but then they've got 3 people that are contributing the bare minimum. If even that.
Yeah, definitely the defense not sort of really working out on either side of the map. When Legacy decide to play contact, it tends to work. When they play the UTIL game, also seems to work. Everything's working. Pop flash there, pop mid take. Are they just going to shove it in? It looks like they are.
Yeah. Changing the pace very fast. Descent, I think he's actually kind of lucky to be alive there. Smoke was a little bit late. It does land right after the fact. No way is going to be able to get a couple of kills here. And I want to launch an investigation. We actually saw the smoke being thrown at the start. I think it was Doomau. Great catch from the observer as well. It just seemed like it took 10 years for it to actually pop, because it pops on top of Descenti. And if that smoke had popped 1 second earlier, he can't take that fight. And he's going to be either on the wrong side of the smoke or he's running out of the smoke into the T's that are coming in. So I genuinely wonder if that's a grenade that bounces like 3 more times. This is the smoke pop right here, but he's already got the kill at that point in time. It might have just bounced like a really, like, you know, sometimes that happens where like it hits another wall and you just don't know it and it takes up a little bit longer. That looks really weird.
And I think what's interesting too is that Legacy... Oh, hold on. Hold that thought. And he's going straight in. Deep banana. Spotted one in the corner. The spy... Okay, finally finding a kill. Feel like they really had earned one. And that's going to force the issue here for Legacy. They're speeding things up towards A. With losing that banana control, they are just shifting it all in. And that's a good entry. And they've managed to find both entries onto the site. So it should be a post-plant now, 4 versus 2. And
can't do anything.
Just one around Anders.
Yeah, I mean, speeding up again towards the A-bomb side, I really respect this from Legacy. I think this shows a real commitment to the idea. I'm going to be honest, they should have won the last round. Like, I know that Imperial didn't lose a single player, but the whole fundamental idea of what they were doing made so much sense, and I think they felt it too. And now they just do it again. So fine, great. We're just going to try it one more time. Sadzen gets this one, but they feel like they can put the pressure on.
That's crazy.
Crazy shot from Lado.
And they already have the site too, so that's just not even necessary.
Stop. Yeah. 8-1.
Yeah, that's a huge round to win with the reset on the Imperial economy. So yeah, again, Legacy really good at finding these entries. I think just like you said, you know, just retesting that A short position is actually really awesome because again, now you've reestablished that everything works still, and that's going to be you know, more fit for the Imperial side because I feel would have come away from that round thinking like, oh, this is awesome. We managed to like hold this push. That means we can kind of play passive in the site. If we can kind of work the game into that position, then we're confident we can hold the A positions, and maybe we would put some fear into our opponents that they would be less likely to try to just run that again, which gives us more breathing room. But no, you have to still understand that that is possible. They might just do that. They could just do that kind of around again. So that's there's just so much fear in Imperial's minds right now in that sense.
I also think there must be a temptation now of your Imperial to over-rotate if there's even a little bit of early action at top mid, which you can also exploit with your Legacy, right? So you could pretend to do a similar thing and then go really hard at B. And if there's only one person playing B early on, you know, it's going to be rough. Try has got the AWP finally. I'd love to see something out of him. Definitely should be able to do more than he's been doing so far. Not going to be in the most advanced position, and they will be playing this 2-3 split here. A lot more speed towards top banana. Again, you could see Imperial are ready for fast mid play, but this time it's going to be fast towards top mid. Vinny doesn't even get a chance. Dumao taking him down. And now the question is, if they keep pushing, what could Che do? The backup is going to not be even close to it here. What a path to get through. Lux to get the opening. And the round is probably over now. I mean, Legacy are slowing it down. They're not quite sure if there's another player, but this is what I mean. This is the fact that they're exploiting top mid so much in the last 2 rounds and being so quick has left Imperial in a really bad position to defend B.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting too because Imperial did a good job in initially not biting on that conditioning, where they would still start 3 towards B and have 2 towards A, but the rounds was generally slow enough. There was still a window that they could float a player back, unless it was the case that Legacy just like really just smashed through towards the A site with no delay. They would always have time. And so, yeah, finally, just like you, I mean, I think you mentioned it right before we went into this round, right? The fast B timings are now open because you condition your opponent to have a 3A start. So the calling is really great from Legacy right now. It's really great.
It's a dream, right? It's such a dream when you're an IGL to have this kind of position where you are reading the enemy team this hard and everything just kind of works. The ultimate play now would be... There's a decent chance, I think, that Imperial will try to use this AWP aggressively in the middle this next round. Just because they're going to be feeling really frustrated, and it's also kind of like all or nothing here. Like, we need 3 rounds on the CT side, let's do something. If Legacy played into that and just said, okay, we're going to take a really slow round where we're actually waiting double AWP on the CT side of Inferno. Okay, then maybe not aggressive after all. Then I feel like if you've got the double AWP, then just wait for somebody to walk into your crosshair. Yeah, Sanson is ready if someone was going to show up, but we'll see what Vinny and Try could do.
There's the footsteps, a misflick, holding the ground. There is support, rifle support right behind this, and that allows you to maintain the position forward with the AWP. And now they'll fall back with the incendiary. So they've bought some time, but will Legacy be slowed down? That's the question. So we'll still have smokes going across.
Yeah. For Arch and Library. See if they could do anything. Try. There's the opening. Taking down Lux. That is a nice start. It hasn't really forced Legacy away. They're not immediately running back into Banana. And trying to get here. Vinny's also there with the AWP, and he's very low from earlier. That was grenades on Banana that he kind of walked into. I think he walked into a Molotov for a while. But look at Dumao. What a position to have.
That's crazy, Anders. He's somehow managed to get on the other end, and I feel like they realize that he's boxed in these players coming in from Library. You just never expect a player to be there at this timing, and now he can help with the split onto the B side.
Yeah, taken down before he could even get a taste of that wine. Che walking out, he knows that he's feeling very lonesome at the moment. They're crossing on the other side. He's found a bit of a timing window. Sprays down one, but the return is immediate. This is looking great. The retake coming in from Banana, but it's with all 3 players. And obviously what that means is they're going to be funneled in here. They've almost got to do it. I know it's rough here, but you need more than 1 round. I don't know why I'm saying that. Flash going over. Swing coming out here. Sadson in the corner. Still great vision for him. A little bit of an HE to try and obscure that. And he will be going down to the Senti. Bomb ticking though. And shot in the back by Dumao all of a sudden. 2 versus 2. You could hear that bomb's not that far off. Smoke up. It's a bit of desperate play coming out from nowhere. He just wanted to see if he could get the defuse before anyone could shut him down. But that's not going to be the case. It'll be 10 rounds for Legacy as they just crush their way through this first half.
Yeah, that's a gut-wrenching round. I mean, they invested so much. And at the beginning, you could see that the AWPs were working out. And, you know, their read to get double AWPs, oh, we feel like they're just going to run into these angles. It actually kind of paid off, but just like that push from Doomau, finding the space through connector like that, it's just so painful to just lock away the players, prevent that rotation from coming in. 10-1 Legacy are calling a great game. They're hitting hard, and Imperial are getting kind of blown up right now. And this is just map 1 of this best of 3. And to remind you guys, this is the 1-2 series here. This is loser goes home.
And if you are going to go home, obviously nobody wants that, but if you are, then at least you want to be able to say, listen, we fought as hard as we could. Like, we were a tough team to get rid of. You really don't want to get blown up like this. I will say it is Dust 2 as the second map, so like I said, I think Legacy are going to have a hard time winning on that map. But right now, Imperial's spirits have got to be at an all-time low. Just nothing is working for them. Shade goes down. Vinny, even as the smoke goes up, shot in the face. The round is over. I mean, they got to fight for it because it's round number 12, but they can't win this. The bomb is going to be planted. There is a lurker waiting for them in second mid, which they even know. The smoke has been going up, so they're forced to try and retake from CT spawn. Unwinnable position.
Yeah, this is beyond horrendous, especially with how many players are just... They have to clear. There's just too many players to clear here. Singular flash has been deployed, and... Oh, it's just so painful. And there's that flank you were talking about. Picking his moment. I don't think it's going to be necessary, though. In comes the desperation push, which is obviously no time remaining in this half. And it's about to be over here. There's just no time to defuse this. Tries to try to get just a frag, something for the stats. But it's an 11-1 finish to the first half. Legacy looking absolutely incredible. We'll see if they can keep it up going into the second half.
Chai, yeah.
Do we add the Jesus?
Yeah, Chai Jesus.
Chai Jesus,
yeah.
okay.
The first time I played with my father, I was like 6 years old. He was teaching me how to play. And then the next years I was playing by myself. All my life I loved the game, so that was one opportunity to play. I think that was the point, the pandemic. I feel like in Imperial, we are really free to do plays and do calls. Vinny likes to play like that. ST, I was lurker in Fluxo, and now I'm playing like playmaker every time I'm playing like in the block.
Is that hard to like switch from those things? Because they're quite different.
Yeah, it's quite different. When you're a lurker, your POV is like more chilling, you are just holding, and when you are playing like in playmaker, something like that, it's a lot of actions in your POV. I think, of course, we have a pressure because, for example, Imperial went to the 2 majors before, and that one's my first one. So I have a pressure because of that. The same way, I know I was not here to replace all the roles of Phelps. So I think I'm good playing pressure. I'm really happy because it's my first time in USA too, and also in my first major, so it's a special moment. I'm just leaving, you know. I know major starts tomorrow, it's my first major, and I don't want to be like overthinking in my mind, you know. I'm just trying to live in doing stuff's good. Probably I will be a little nervous, but I think when we are playing, I think they can help me too with the nerves being not stressful.
Do you think Imperial have a chance here of making it to playoffs, even winning the major?
We know it's really hard, but who knows?
We are back once again. Second half is coming up here. We're on Inferno for the first game of the day between Imperial and Legacy. It was picked by Legacy, and they've got a good reason for picking it. They are massively winning this map. Could be one of the fastest maps of the major yet, I think. Just a very one-sided game, no question about it.
Yeah, and really not that much going Imperial's way, to say the least. Maybe one round where like half the round went their way and then it all came crashing down. We'll see if they can recover here on the T side. We have this opening pistol for Imperial to play. And so they are going to be forcing the reactions from their opponents and taking the initiative for a change now on this T side. But that's only if they can manage to win this round. And
it's going to be apps, like all of them coming out, presumably. Just Glocks, flying Glocks into the site. Are there any dualies on the other side? I think is the big question. That's probably what you need to stop something like that. And there is. Nice for the observer. Thank you. Sadzin's here. So that is the weapon that you want. It still won't be easy, but he's got enough bullets to try and get the job done. We're going to see this right now. This is not going to slow down. Another set on the other side. So actually 60 bullets to try and get this done. Oh, but he's killed immediately. No way and try with some very nice Glock headshots. And that's pretty much the round one already. In fact, they might save just because, you know, if you've got body armor especially, you can sort of play into that direction. You don't have to buy it again. So even though it seems a bit sad, you might as well.
It does seem sad.
Yeah, we want to see the retakes, right?
We do, we do. I think Inferno is, I mean, both bomb sites I think are a little bit tricky with to retake, obviously, in general.
Yes.
With pistols, everything changes a little bit because you can move more quickly, you can scale more quickly because of that, and you just need to, you know, find a headshot, and there can be a lot more variance, less consistency. There's no spraying that's possible for the defenders. So there are like ways to make what can seem like a really bad spot. You can make it winnable, but I feel like Inferno is so hard because you have to hard clear so many people.
Yes.
And I think that's what really makes it so untenable in this position. And we can see that the Ts are so close, but not quite far enough to finish off those CTs. So there we go. So, you know, we'll get that pistol picked up by Imperial. So see what they can do with it.
Yeah, and it's a small detail, but obviously the fact that the first Glock in jumps through is such a nice mechanic to rely on, because it massively offsets the crosshair of anyone who's on the other side. Whereas if you're just if he swings in and just tries to take a fight himself, he's not even trying to fight. He's just trying to make sure that the ZTs have no idea what they're really shooting at. So yeah, a lot of good stuff happening in that round. Imperial, I mean, we're not going to have a conversation about comebacks at this stage. I think right now we're just talking about them getting warmed up at all, and sort of, you know, especially three of them. Again, Descenti and No Way had a really decent first half, no complaints, but everybody else needs to take this a little bit more seriously here and try to really have more of an impact, because again, second map, I think they will be a lot more competitive. Imperial, I think they're going to be feeling a lot better about it, but you don't want to go in with this cloud hanging over your head knowing that, oh man, well, I didn't do anything. I couldn't even shoot anyone, you know? Like, regardless of the map, that's not a good feeling.
No, certainly not. Imperial trying to do, you know, exactly what we saw Legacy doing, where on that anti-eco, when you're worrying about these pistols, these like scary setups, where the CTs are trying to, they want you to commit into a site where it's too late to fall back. Okay, well, there's a donation. We get Vinny on a fact-finding mission as well. The clipboard is out. He's trying to learn what he can about this B site, and there's one spot. Surely there's not just only one player here. Dumal's found himself a potential position in the smoke to maybe find a sneaky kill. Hello, there it is. Looking to really just get the most value out of this. Just, that's cold-blooded, Anders.
Yeah, and it's Vinny as well, the nicest person you could imagine. Why would he do that? Descenti ends up going down.
Uh-oh.
Che and No Way in 2 versus 3, never mind. Just Che alone. 1 versus 3 now. The bomb planted, sure, but there's plenty of time. They've even got a kit on the team. This could actually be dreadful. Legacy looking to see if they can crush the dreams here of Imperial very early on. Sadsin does go down just as the smoke pops here, and he's got an HE to try and blow him open. This is still kind of scary. They're going to find him, and the grenade won't do anything. Retake is in, and Legacy pick up a round just that they should have never even had a chance. I think the walk through the smoke there from Vinny, there's actually like 10 different things that happens because of the fact that Legacy end up blocking the boost smoke. They pretty much know that there's a guy boost, and I think Vinny heard him running away, and then he decided to walk through the smoke. Like, all of that is round winning. and then they lose anyway.
I know, it is heartbreaking. It's almost that like get me off the map territory, you know, with kind of how all these have just been going, just nothing can go right. But you know, final chance here for Imperial to try to figure this out. They got the Hero AK, Tech 9's nades. We'll see what they can do with it. They are challenging top mid.
Yeah, they just really want to see if they can find a kill early on here. Bit of a crossfire, working exactly as designed. Lux taking the first one, but you could tell that Imperial weren't sure if they had to look left or right there. They were kind of trying to do both, which is usually not a good idea. You guys remember a whole crossing the road kind of thing. No one ever said try and look left and right at the same time, kids.
It's not effective. Well, looking for the pick still, Imperial. Keeping themselves alive with the chance, but look at the reinforcements from Legacy. They've got 4 players essentially that can respond. Player in connect already. And there's the first one getting taken out, and this is a slow bleed, but it's terminal.
Yeah, you're right. There's no tourniquet around. They definitely will end up leaving through the back door here. Vinny and the Senti, just a desperate hope to get onto the side is not going to happen. Legacy with an impressive victory on the opening map, a 13-2. This is just so one-sided. What a way to get started in this all-defining game where if you lose the series, you're out.
Yes, that is an extraordinarily difficult game to be on the receiving end of.
Yeah.
Kind of like you were saying, you kind of forget what it's like to win fights. And that does, when that's going on for long enough, it does creep in your mind. And it's one of those things where if you're experienced, you can deal with it. But with that said, it is a time to head to a break. We'll see if they can recover mentally as we move into the second map of this best of 3.
We return once again. This time we're going to be on the second map. It will be Dust 2, Imperial and Legacy in the 1-2 stage, meaning if you lose here, you are gone from the major, and nobody wants that. The opening map picked by Legacy and heavily won by Legacy. Just Imperial did nothing on that map whatsoever. But now, it could be potentially a reversal. What do you think, Dan? Like, are we going to see almost the inverse of what just happened?
Yeah, we certainly could. I think I would be surprised if we do. Even though we have like the inverse where we now go into Imperial's strength in terms of the map.
Right.
It was a little concerning how much they struggled individually in the previous map. And I'm not sure how much that will carry over. Obviously, if you are not as confident, if you're not as well prepared on a map, your individuals aren't going to have as good of a game. But you would still imagine that we wouldn't have seen some of the stuff we saw, some of the difficulties that we saw in the first map. So I'm concerned about that. So I would expect this to be a little bit closer than that previous map. But Imperial should, in theory, still walk away with this one and force us to a third.
I really want that because the third map's Mirage, and they're all really good on that, so that would be a lot more fun for us. It starts well, though. Lux to pick up the opening kill. Oh, he keeps running! They were not expecting it. They wanted to pick up the P250, and instead they get jumped up. Now they're peeking into another USP. It's another good headshot, this time from Sadzin. It's a 2 versus 3, with Vinny being very low on health. Oh, that shining P250 in front of them, they just really wanted their hands on them, and it might have cost them the round.
Ooh, just going for the raw gun battles. I respect it, but now Vinny's not really left to do anything. Vinny had a Molotov and a smoke, and so clearly there was a plan for Imperial in terms of how they wanted to scale onto the site, but they just got denied completely. Shut down, disrupted at the long doors, couldn't even get out thanks to Lux with those 2 opening kills. And now Vinny not really able to initiate a fight, needs to just hope they look the wrong way so he can get that initial bit of advantage for a headshot. That's really all he's playing with at this point.
He's hoping they think he's gone back to B to plant the bomb, and so that they will sort of come look for him, and then he can, you know, if he gets one shot, it's at least a 1 versus 2. That's dramatically better than what is happening now. I'm actually impressed that Legacy haven't moved further. They are finally getting a bit closer to the B bomb site, but I would have thought they would have been more worried about that, because again, we all know bomb plant is sort of half a victory, right? It means they can instantly buy in the next round, and
had enough. Oh, okay. He's had enough, but he's trying to make a go of it. That looked like it could have been right on the head there of one of these 2 remaining players. Vinny's going forward like he's got 200 HP, the confidence, another headshot. Sadzin, his head has popped like a grape, and now the plant is coming through. Up the ramp, Nissim goes. He's going to have a great angle on this one. Vinny, though, making that look winnable is outrageous.
Such a powerful reminder of how quickly a round can change, because I would have comfortably said that 1 versus 3, when they don't even peek him at long the way that he was hoping, probably a lost round, like 98% of the time. You just don't even have a chance here, but Vinny, what a powerful round from him. So sick, like the timing. There's nothing they can do about it.
It's like dressing for the job that you want, not the job that you have.
Yes.
That's what Vinny was doing there. He's like running up like he was the Colossus.
Exactly.
You know, and actually had 9 HP.
I love it. I really do. Nice round from Vinny. And you know what? They get the bomb plant anyway, which, like I said, is tremendous. Means they're going to go into this one with a bit of a buy. Legacy know that. And they definitely know now that the scout's been heard. Elevated smoke in the middle. But Legacy winning their pistol is, if they can keep on winning and win the first couple of rounds here, it's massive. They're on the CT side, which I think could be very hard to play. So yeah, if you get off to a 3-0 start, I think that's already kind of a nice sign. Try dropping a bit low in the middle. Not able to hit any shots himself on that T side.
Decent T in a good position though. And he's got some good damage. No HE for a follow-up, but good damage nonetheless onto Lux. Down to 20 HP, and pit position using Sadzin here with the scout as a bait is also potentially dangerous. If he is able to get a kill here as well, that'd be fantastic. But there's a quick flash. There goes the peek onto pit. It's going well. Long has now been won by Imperial. 4v4 with a minute to play with.
Yeah, he's expecting a Molotov. They actually have one, so when that smoke fades, they could recommit the Molotov on from Vinny and then probably just burn out the scout in the corner. It will also cost them a lot of time, so Maybe they just want to walk up close. They are all on that corner. There's the Molotov coming in, and you can see it's a bit uncomfortable. Sadson, no way out on that one. Nice use of the grenade. 30 seconds here as they try and flash and slow things down, but Imperial are getting close to the bomb site. They want to recapture the game very early on and not allow Legacy to get away with anything more. Nissim goes down, and the same for Lox, and they just overpower the bomb site with a MAC-10. It's a nice double kill, and a very, very critical round, I would say, for Imperial, stealing it back.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, one interesting aspect to the defense there for the CTs of Legacy is that they didn't have any info around Cat because just of how their setups were and how the positioning was. And so that meant that they could never really know if there were teams also splitting them from Cat. And so their attention was split, and it just put them in a really bad spot. So, we can talk more about that later, potentially. We do have a movement up Cat, pretty fast there for Legacy. In the meantime, we get the long take once again from Imperial.
It doesn't look like this will matter at all, but I don't know if I love the idea of No Way jumping out like that. Now his whole team is there, so there's no threat. They also kind of fell back, but he's doing that with an AK. Just in case there was a 5-7 that was running through the smoke or something, and you die, your teammates aren't there, you've given her an AK. I'm obviously worried for nothing, you know, but we've got to talk about something.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is that we're seeing Imperial really start to condition these long openings, saying, hey, we're going to be doing this every time. We can just scale up long into the site. We're very comfortable and happy to do that. So that's information that's really important for Legacy as they try to challenge with the pistols. They'll get shut down. And again, it's an easy round, but I think good information for Legacy's CT side about what do we want to do to be disruptive on our openings? Do we commit to shutting down the longhouse early? I feel like that would be the natural response. You've just seen a team that's just hit that 3 times in a row. So we'll see what they do, though.
They're going to go into this round. We'll see what kind of a buy they are, if they have any kind of utility at all. I mean, Sadson is going to want to save for the AWP. That's why he has the 3,300. And looks like it's going to be very fast, rushing straight in there. It's a classic B rush. We all love them, and everyone else is basically running up middle. So they've completely dodged each other. If the round is over, now we just see what the USB can do.
Yeah, totally. I'd love to see it. Just like looks like a knife round almost. So
yeah,
running as a pack.
Uh-oh. Okay, never mind. He's got back up there. He will end up going down. Probably not necessary. Ooh. Don't know if it matters a lot, but just don't give them too much. I mean, yeah, this is an M4, but if you start to give over AKs and everything else, you can turn what is a, you know, an easy round victory that you could just enjoy into kind of a weird feeling. We're like, come on, guys, like, why are we doing that?
Yeah, you definitely need to have a strong start just to get everyone feeling good after that first map. Does look like nice shots, and that is a gun.
Don't think he can get it. I wonder if he actually picked that up. I guess we'll see in the next round. Well, it was an AK, so
yeah, little cliffhanger.
I like it
for us there.
Classic movie as well.
Yeah.
I've been to the mountain where they filmed that in Italy, nice. Northern Italy at some point. We've spent some time together in Italy, you and I, Dan, in Milan.
Yes.
More than we wanted, perhaps.
We do not speak of those times.
They did steal the AK. Here we go. Round number 5. Try gets the spawn, tries to take that shot. You'll notice as well, this is something I like pointing out now because it's kind of a new generation dust thing. They throw this early smoke on the T side to try and stop anyone from throwing an incendiary. They're trying to block out the CT incendiaries. So really nice technology for anyone that wants to AWP there early on or just sit there with an AK. You don't have to get Molotov from the CT side.
Yeah, Imperial now is kind of settled in their default positioning, that cat control. And we did have Legacy get that early long challenge, and they sort of won it, but at the same time, there is potential progress for Imperial through along. Yeah. No way that's over there. Right on the CT setup's kind of good to deal with everything. Gotta be careful of this though. Che almost finding the frag onto the AWPer. Sad's in with 10 HP left, but with 50 seconds left on the clock. Now Imperial need to start gravitating towards something, but they're still looking for some of these lurk picks. Decent trying to work this smoke on B. Oh, it's not worked out though.
Yeah, but it still has created a bit of an awkward position. Smoke up towards CT spawn. Still could work right through as they do get the dink in. Some of the players here on Legacy or Imperial, very, very low on health. Dumao goes down. Still a double play inside of the bomb site. They're running out of time and running out of players too. This is very awkward. I think the CT side has found a pretty decent spot to play in here with 17 seconds left. They're running back up catwalk. It seems desperate. I don't think this should be working at all. 10 seconds now. The bomb still not being planted. He's trying to get there and find a bit of space for it. And with just 4 seconds on the clock, they're going to get the bomb planted. That's already better than I was expecting. See if they can hold the after party. It's going to be no ways lining them up. A double kill that he should have never had a chance to get. And suddenly, they're back into it. If they win this round, Imperial, I think it'll start to erode some of the confidence here on Legacy because this one was in the bag already. Mini's got a Mach 10 and he's waiting for the jump here, but Lux is the only one to help. He's got no head armor. You could see devastating damage. No Way finds another shot and make it a quad and could have had the ace if not for the fact that Sadson is running away. That is a bizarre round for Imperial to pick up.
Yeah, No Way with just such an important performance. Top fragging on the server now as well, 9 kills for No Way. And I mean, that looks awkward from Decenty there, but there's No Way now. This transfer was everything. Those 2 kills, absolutely everything.
Okay.
The inverse.
I love it.
It's so far happening now.
Yeah.
That inverse performance.
We also saw the early boost there where he's, you know, that's how he gets the first kill on the Longhouse. I will say, I think Legacy were a bit guilty when they approached the catwalk corner there and he gets the double spray down. That's one of those moments where there's not enough intent in that, which, you know, for me is a great way to think about, you know, the difference between running up to a fight is like you can do it just kind of like haphazardly, like, oh yes, I'm just here looking for, you know, whatever is around, or you can have the thought in your brain, like the intent to say, I'm going to swing this corner and take a fight. Term for me in Counter-Strike context that was coined by Jordan Nothing Gilbert, American hero. I think it's a really, really precise way to think about how to you know, clear a position, it's like with or without intent. Shout out to Jordan.
Yes, he is a legend. And we've got a much slower round now from Imperial. Really slowing things down. And what's been interesting is, you know, Legacy don't have any util to even really waste in the first place. So yeah, it doesn't really make too much of a difference for them. Orpon Sadson really is, that's the power player in a sense.
He blows open the smoke there on long, and I wonder if he's looking for the boost. Because you and I saw this earlier, where the CTs will try and boost up into that long position. So I wonder if he was looking for that, and I wonder if that means we're going to see Legacy do it, because again, obviously they've played each other before, so they definitely know. Might be a chance. We're going to see another kind of boost. This time it's Lux with one of the M4s trying to look over down into lower dark. That smoke is just obscuring his vision, but it's going to fade pretty soon. I think he caught just the top of someone's helmet there. We'll have to fall back, and it still feels like this will end up some kind of a B-split, but with 40 seconds, they haven't made up their minds just yet.
Yes, it's interesting too. That was kind of a bait into the AWP, but the timing is unreal from Dumao. He just had a sense for it. Catches Jay with the nade in hand. 30 seconds to go, and that was supposed to clear the top of Cat. And so now we've got a position where Dumao, he wants a little more. He wants some information. He's going to find it. He's going to see Imperial going for this B site. Good position, but the damage is not there in the way that it's needed. The 5-7 can't get around the corner in time, and now it's a 2v3 here for Legacy. With a very weak and No Way, it's possible, but it's very hard.
Yeah, and it's probably also the issue is the money that they have left. It's so much to give away, especially with the AWP. So they will back out of it almost immediately. Oh, that scaffolding position. If he gets the kill onto No Way, who survives with just 4 health, it's a very different round because they got the 5-7 kill inside as well. There was actually a really strong chance there for Legacy to win the round. It just didn't work out that way, but for Imperial, it's another one in the bag. It's 5-1. Their map pick is looking good right now. I would say a bit more shaky in some of these rounds maybe than the kind of run that Legacy were on, but still, they're winning it.
Yeah, they are doing a great job, and I think you know, for Legacy, you're on a CT side. I think there's generally, especially if you you know, struggle in the opening rounds, getting your economy going, there's always going to be a lot of difficulty on the CT side. So we'll see what they can do. They still keep that orb, that M4 in hand. And they haven't been finding some of these early pickoffs, which I think is often obviously going to be enormously helpful. Imperial largely are kind of getting to set up in their default. That last round is the first time we saw a bit of disruption where there were pistols though for Dumal.
Yeah. Well, they've got money on that T side, 10,000 on No Way. It's kind of the other problem that Legacy are building for themselves at the moment, is the fact that they don't just have to win a couple of rounds here, they have to string a whole bunch of rounds together before they can get rid of the Imperial economy really early on that smoke to mid. I think that's just an attempt to try and force out some counter utility. Descenti goes down, all right. That's a nice start.
Yeah, Descenti, we saw a previous awkward maneuver. Also, you trying to work the lurk smoke on B, also getting taken down. So that's one of those early pickoffs that we were talking about that could be very helpful for Legacy. They are starting to gravitate a player towards the mid position. As we see that shot in replay, that's actually phenomenal. And this might get tested even more. They are going back to the well, to that B site, and there's going to be a torrent of utility to follow.
This is one of those moments where if you miss one shot with the AWP, it can get very awkward. Look, smoke setup. It's such a classic one now. He's trying his best to look over it. It's a good idea. He just doesn't get it. Leg shot onto No Way. Might be enough, but again, the grenades are barreling in on all sides of him. Nissim does pick up one more kill, and finally they find a way to take him down. Lato holding strong, and that leg shot from earlier, he just needed one bullet there to touch No Way, and that would have been the end of the round. But somehow, 2v2 here. Nice little shot. He tries to get the swing of the spray up into the window, but Dumal will take him down, and now it's 15 seconds. Gets the first shot, and already up on the plan. No, he's fallen back down again. Sanson into the open try! Will drop him.
Oh no, that is so heartbreaking. No time. You just got to play the clock. And the big swing there is just so punished.
This is an otherworldly shot from Nissim.
Actually awesome to see. But you could tell also from Try's perspective, is so dialed in, so ready for that one. And that's the thing, Try kind of is in this awkward position with that low time where you kind of almost have to just run forward as the AWPer. If the CT plays it correctly and just doesn't do anything, that forces you to run forward. And then that's how the CT gains advantage, because then he can hear you running, because you have to run. And then the CT is able to kind of orient the peak at the right timing to really punish that. But if you're going to swing first, immediately you're not allowing yourself to have that dynamic to play with, that advantage to play with. So unfortunate there, but that's what happens under the pressure. Anders, in a match like this, again, if you are just joining us, this is the 1-2, it's a 1-2 series.
Yes.
And the loser is eliminated, and this is map 2.
I mean, we could be building a really, I think, a good ramp to a third map, which should be much more even here. So it could be very dramatic at the end of it. Try taking down Sanson after his incredible clutch in the last round there. He's just continuing on. Lux sneaking up, trying to get close to the top mid position, but Try is absolutely ready. He finally falls, but who cares? He's done his job. So, probably some amount of interest and weight on Try alone, just representing Argentina. Of course, we all know that there was the whole, Bestia fiasco, which is why Legacy is here. There's a lot of drama around that, but it just means that the entire Argentinian nation is going to be watching him play, which, if you've never interacted with the fans from Argentina, there's a lot of them. Obviously, we've sadly not had any events there yet. I hope we will someday, but they really are super passionate about the game, and I think that's interesting. So, yeah, it's on him right now to try and see if he can propel Imperial a little bit further forward here. Nissim and Dumal trying to get something done. A little bit of damage would be nice. Steal a rifle maybe would be even better. Scout, I don't think is going to be that much fun to play with in the future. But the bomb's planted, and obviously no matter what, it's going to be a 7-1 scoreline. Imperial showing us why they picked the map.
Certainly. Again, it kind of is reminiscent to the first map where we saw Legacy sail through their playbook, and because that was working well, they had all this conditioning to then exploit. So it's a caller's paradise, and it is worrisome that, for Legacy at least, that their opponents are now in that exact same position. We've had some good looks though. There has certainly been more, I think, competitive rounds from Legacy, even though it's 1-7, than if we look at how much of a struggle it was for Imperial in the first
kind of agree, yeah.
But that's really the only difference. I mean, the end outcome is still a 7-1 advantage. So you know, it's not really worth anything unless you actually win the rounds.
Yeah, and at some point even it could be a source of frustration, right? When you get super close all the time, or at least some of the time, and you're like, come on, like we just need, you know, a couple, like that one round against Tri, where that's a winnable round. You've got it pretty much locked up, and you end up giving it away. Bit of a tech thing to sort out before we get back into it, but we are getting, in terms of the scoreline, if nothing else, a bit of a mirrored experience right here. So, again, like I said, I don't necessarily think it's too bad here, because I'm fairly sure Mirage is going to be a much more even playground. They're almost dead even on that map. So hopefully it's just going to, you know, we're building the story to the big drama where on that final map, somebody is going to get knocked out.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is that Dust 2, you know, we could absolutely see it turn around. It's not as... Like, Inferno is a map where if you're not a team that's very well prepared on it, you don't, like, favor playing it a lot, then, yeah, you're going to struggle because there's so much in the way of layers of tactics and the mind games. This minutiae is kind of insane. But on Dust 2, you don't have that level of complexity, I would say. So I feel like it does offer more of a comeback potential for a team that is not as versed. So that's what I'll say for Legacy.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair, right? Sometimes you can get away with a lot of rounds on Dust 2 by just running around and shooting some people, which is nice.
Yeah.
Double up once again. The utility is very limited on that CT side. And that's a problem because, like, Imperial are doing this slow kind of default. And that means in, you know, 20 seconds, some of these grenades on the CT side are almost bound to have been used already. Trying to see if they can do anything. That's a very nice one. But, yeah, a couple of smokes here. Some flashbang. One flashbang really on the CT side. Minute and 5 seconds just about to be on the clock, so Imperial happy to wait.
Yeah, they are happy to wait. Make Legacy sweat a little. Maybe dump a bit of extra util as well. 50 seconds left. And again, at this timing, you as a CTs are kind of expecting, okay, the Ts will have catwalk control, and this is when they're going to be starting to build into the final move.
And they're selling this as an A hit, right? These smokes are pretending it's definitely going to be beat. The bomb is in upper dark, right? So we know that for sure. Just really, really trying to see if they can keep 3 people over at the A bomb site, which for the minute they are doing. They're also not throwing the smoke here towards mid. They're trying to see if they can take the shot at range instead, and it very nearly worked out. They feel like the op could be in the window, and they're not wrong either. And Nissim, though, missing a shot. 20 seconds as they're pushing through. Bit of a crossfire, they take down the op, and Descenti will drop Lato. And very, very well done. The time was the only thing that was dangerous, I think, in this round. They were always going to find a way to convert the kills inside of the bomb site. But yeah, nice fake, nice setup, nice everything for Imperial.
Yeah, certainly, and forcing the save here is brutal, and they're going to hunt for these guns. Nice defense, though, from Dumao to keep his alive. One thing that's interesting, I think, that you can note in terms of Legacy not being as comfortable on Dust 2 as maybe another map, is when we do see teams that are very comfortable on Dust 2 and they're having struggles on the CT side, they have so many different creative looks for aggression and disruptive plays so that you can kind of take the initiative as the CTs and sort of see, okay, well, what are they doing? Okay, well, what do we have in the playbook for aggression that kind of helps us to deal with that? Whereas we're seeing Legacy go the other way. It's like, we're just going to play more vanilla, kind of play more safe and standard. But then on Dust 2, you have so much open space that the Ts can abuse if you do that. So it's, especially if you don't have, you know, if you lose the AWPs as well, you lose even more map presence. So at that point, it becomes even weaker to play that way.
Yeah, no, I think that's, I mean, we're seeing it in some of these rounds in the middle, right, where there already are no CT players. Like, they're not even holding CT spawn. They don't really feel confident in that, and maybe don't have like a really good protocol for it. So nice replay though at the end there. The actual take of the bomb site with the flash going over, that was really, you could see like everything was just working well. Imperial destined, it seems, to win this one, which again put us on a 3rd map. We're building the drama for it, slowly but surely.
And, you know, still for Legacy, you know, if they can cobble together, you know, 2 or 3 more rounds before this one is over, I'm not sure if even more than 3 is possible at this point. But if they can get another couple, just a little buffer to work with, going to, 3 rounds is, so 4-8 is the best possible result. So if they can manage to, you know, make their way there, then on the T side, you don't need to, again, be super in-depth with your strats. If you can just hit some of the shots and have some good openings, you can work with that. So
Frost going here. That's a very good counter smoke. Do they really want to try and blast through that? Yeah, they might. Yeah, they're just going to flash their way in. All right, running straight through the CT smoke. Aggressive towards the pit. They look for the opening, and the HE will get the job done. Lux going down for the smoke. No way finds 2 kills to secure this long position. They still actually haven't not committed, meaning the bomb is still a little bit further back. They can do whatever they want. Vinny trying to catch him, and Sanson is very lucky to be alive.
Yeah, really good attempt at the punish there. But that does still keep a chance here alive for Legacy. They also have Nissim, who's moving through mid at the same time. So we'll see if the Legacy team can hold on long enough on the site. I don't know now that happened. Nice defensive kill there from Lato. He's more stuck at Gandalf here. That's not a good spot. Gets mollied out. And that's going to prevent Nissim from being able to connect up and create some relief there in the gunfight. So another round going the way of Imperial for the 9-1. And again, I feel like Legacy had the right idea. They kind of felt that, okay, we've got to win long, but they didn't have maybe the tech behind it.
Yeah, I just don't think they were ready for the kind of push through. It happens so aggressively, like sooner than anyone was expecting. The kill though, the wall bang here. All right, oh, that's how he sees it. It's all right, fair enough. Weird position then, I guess, for Sanson. Seems like he should have been aware that that wasn't a possibility. Not quite so. 9-1 instead in favor of Imperial. The struggles continue. Obviously, Legacy not really known for being the best on Dust 2, and definitely you could see they feel a bit uncomfortable at the moment.
Yeah, just unable to find the solutions. Like we said, I think there's just some aggressions we'd like to see. I think, the map control plays for Catwalk at the right timings are really key. One thing that we see often from teams is, even if they don't fight for it specifically, they'll know, oh, we've kind of read the round. Oh, okay, let's throw the incendiaries around the setup positions on Catwalk at the 50-second mark, or whatever it is that is the pace that they've read of the opponents.
Double jump past. Nice coordination. Try not even gonna see if he can get a shot there. Imperial. They don't need to change anything. I will say this. Noe is 16-2, so a lot of it is just on him to do some of this work, and maybe if he goes down early in a couple of rounds here, there could be some more space for Legacy to actually play with, because he has been hard to defeat. Vinny also playing well. Molotov being set up here to clear that exact position. Sanson tries to stick around for the kill. I respect that, but it doesn't work out. And Vinny's back. Couple of headshots. He was ready as well in case he wanted to peek into it with York, but he almost has to fall away. Yeah, he's getting bullied from this position. They are almost out middle at the same time, so I think Legacy have probably already lost the round. The only question is, can they actually escape with the rifles here?
Yeah, that is the question. And I mean, there's so much money on the T side that they should really fight tooth and nail to prevent those guns being saved. So we're going to see that take form here through this lower dark push. It's a good position from Nissim. We'll see though if he gets traded. He's got multiple players coming through. Did he see it? I think he saw just a bit of a shoot, a bit of a heal, and the challenge still comes through. Che able to take him down. 2 guns remaining on the Legacy side with that very precious AWP in the hands of Sanson. And there's still so much time for them to get these kills. The smoke is going to make things a bit tricky, I think, for them.
Yeah, I mean, he's putting on a lot of pressure right now. One missed shot. He's not going to miss it at all. They are sacrificing a lot of money here, but I don't think they care. They just want some more damage. Trying to hunt down the AWP. Fading seconds of the round. He's getting close. No way. He doesn't have the bullets for it, and they won't be able to actually get it, but I like that idea for the hunt. I think it's a cool idea. They are winning. They're bullying them a little bit. This round from Vinny, though, is just sick. How did he even see it? How does he see anything?
That's a huge kill onto the site. Those 2 entries definitely make Legacy look worse than I feel like they are. I feel like all should have looked in that round. Just really sick performance there from Vinny.
Yeah, that's pretty encouraging. Well, it's the last round of the half. Round number 12. Just have another slow default here, as they once again know that Legacy won't have all the grenades. They're going to be lacking in some areas, so why not make them spend some stuff early on here. Good stuff.
Getting up to Cats. This is the same timing as the previous round, I believe. because I think we had those mollies throwing top cat at like around 117. But actually not throwing any util up there. They are going back into the B tunnels, and there's 3 players on B for Legacy, Anders. So there's a good shot.
This is the kind of Counter-Strike that I somewhat hate, because it might end up working, but to me, it's just a coin flip, you know?
Yes.
It just means, yeah, you happen to guess right that it was the B bomb site, and great, but, you know, again, you can't keep doing that. If you keep rolling the dice, you're going to lose more than you're going to win. Nissim does get the first one. Pretty good stuff. Now, crossfire being established. Vinny doesn't care, and the Molotov here, even with 3 people, it is not enough, and in part, or in huge part, because none of them are even ready to fight. As soon as Nissim is engaged in the battle, somebody else has to peek. They can't just all be waiting. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Dumao on his own in a 1 versus 3, and Imperial going to be making this an 11-1 half in their favor.
Yes, so we really are getting the same story, but in reverse as to the first map. And
yeah,
I was trying to, you know, help everyone understand that there's a chance, Anders, but I've run out of the copium.
Yeah, well, we can't. You know, there's a limit to how much we can lie. Nice smoke that he throws here inside of the bomb site that lands so heavy on the CT side, means it's really hard to run through. It's nice for the CTs if the smoke is more inside of the bomb site. So nice little detail. Good mechanics. Vinny to take down the last one. And a spectacular opening here to the second map in favor of Imperial.
First started playing Counter-Strike in 2015, and it was just some friends that I played Minecraft with. They showed me the game, and then I started playing competitively in 2019, like ESEA Open, and then 2021 when I joined Triumph. The first time I saw like I could make money doing this. The early teams, no one had like a ton of experience on those teams, so it's kind of like you're just learning together. So you grind your way in the lower ranked teams, and then you make your way higher. It's a great environment, energy. You know, we have all the NA players, so like 4 of us, 3 of us being American, 3 of us live in a house together in Texas, and then Nick is also like in the same neighborhood, so we're all like around each other, go hang out and stuff. And then Alex being from Denmark adds nice like variety.
Has it been something that's been appealing to you, is to stay local, to stay to your roots? Have you ever thought about going international?
I've definitely thought about it. It's not like it's an easy decision to make, and I definitely prefer to live in the US, but for the game, you know, it's almost like inevitable at this point that you have to be in Europe most of the time. Like if you're not qualifying to LANs, then you're really not like improving. You have to be in Europe, or at least, you know, now that teams are here, you can play them here, but playing the top level teams, or it's just way too hard to improve. So it's definitely like a move in the future potentially, but right now it's not exactly necessary. Well, obviously qualifying for the major here is a big accomplishment. To be like, it's the first NA major since I like started playing competitively, so to make it really special.
Be honest, do you feel any pressure?
I mean, the pressure was qualifying. Maybe after making stage 2 and 3, there'd be pressure because you want to get to the arena in front of the home crowd, but right now there's no pressure the rest of the season for us. We made our goals. The first goal is just to get a couple of wins here, like hopefully make stage 2 or 3. It would set us up really nicely for the next season in terms of VRS points. If we could get any sort of like decent wins here, so just making, you know, taking a stage at a time. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice, like you're in your home country and everyone's coming here to experience it. Austin's like a great city as well, probably one of the best cities in the US, so it's nice there's a big event here for everyone to experience.
Imperial marching to victory on Dust 2, their own map pick, the second in the series, decided on Mirage. When and if we get there, anyone losing on Mirage is going to be knocked out of the major. Legacy, just no comfort, kind of overwhelmed on this opening half, and I don't see a path to recovery either in the second half, to be honest.
It's definitely looking grim. I don't think there's really any other way to look at it. They definitely had a lot of difficulty having answers on the CT side to all of the problems that were being thrown at them. So it should be an easy finish for Imperial. We'll see, though, how it develops. The T side, obviously, if you're hitting hard, it doesn't really matter as much sometimes. But Legacy haven't shown a lot in that capacity so far on Dust 2. But we'll see if they can get off to a good start here with this play up catwalk.
Imperial hunting for try. He's back around the corner, throws in a flashbang, trying to stay alive. It's a nice idea, but somehow didn't really work out. I think the flash, how did it go the other way? Can I see a replay of what happened? I feel like he threw it the other way and it still followed him back towards the A-bomb site. Regardless, bombs being planted now, smoke is up and a retake is underway. Dumao and Sanson finding some good headshots here. The USP is trying to get back into it. Descenti alone versus 3. He's already got the first one. Could he find another kill and make it a 1v1? Doesn't even need the reload. Picks up another gun, but they are on top of it. Dumao will find the kill, and it's a very fast pace coming out. They saw the weakness in Try being that fast forward, and they just went for him.
Now, I wonder, what are the odds that you pick up a pistol on a pistol round on the site and it has bullets in it? I feel like that's I feel like the odds are pretty low. I think it did actually have quite a few bullets in it, but it's definitely a risk. But it didn't really matter in the end for Descenti.
I mean, you're right, though. That could have been empty, which would have been really funny.
Yes, yeah, totally. We were robbed.
If the first map was 13-2.
Yes.
Chance for a complete mirror here, only if Imperial can somehow steal this round back, which they have bought into it for that very reason. They want to see if they can get something on. It's the FAMAS on Descenti. A slow start, but it will be a fiery finish towards the B-bomb side.
Yeah, 2 players on the defense. No way up on the box by 7. That's beautiful. The incendiary meaning that the trade can't come in quite as quickly as they wanted. There we go. Banana 5-7 doing its job just for the moment. 3v3. But once the bomb goes down, it does get incredibly difficult for the CTs. But they're already knocking at the door.
Yeah. Is there enough cover here for Lato? If they jump for the window, he's going to fake it out for that very reason. Nicely done. Yeah, if he went fully for it, there's a chance they could have just overwhelmed him, but really good play. Double kill for him. Bit scary with the early 5-7. I think also just it's a small thing, but the first Molotov that they throw, it doesn't actually burn into the corner. Like, there could have been a CT on the other side here, I think, without getting burned, and that's just, you don't really want to do that.
Well, the proposed scoreline has not come to pass. We're at 11-3.
Sad. You're right.
Yes.
We don't get the perfect mirror situation.
No, we don't.
I'm sure Legacy must be thinking to themselves, well, you know, why not try and see if we can win it? Oh, there we go, in the middle, Sadsin. I mean, there's just USPs on the other side mostly. One deal, I think, on Try. But yeah, I mean, they're obviously not, they're not going to be surrendering in this one. There's no such thing in Counter-Strike. They are going to be playing to see if they can make a full comeback, and it is doable.
Okay, nice headshot from Vinny. Takes down Nissan. And all the CTs are actually here on the site, but they shouldn't feel as threatening as almost the positioning just suggested by Legacy run back a little bit, because there's just pistols. That HE is going to be perfect there, up on catwalk. That enables a kill with the Mag-10, and these superior weapons are starting to pay off, and Legacy pick up the 4th round, and so they manage to now bring themselves into a bonus scenario. But the question is, Anders, do they upgrade? Because they're essentially playing with their life here anyway. So
yeah,
you might as well, I feel like, upgrade.
Yeah, you're not trying to, you know, play some deep economic game here. You just need to win all around. Yeah. So there is definitely a case to be made that you just throw away whatever you have and, you know, keep it going. Maybe the Galil is fine. I personally wouldn't really care about playing with a Galil or an AK. Can have its own advantages in some sense. Try. Bit of a corner there, but he just takes a shot and tries to escape. He's still out in the open. It's Che, in fact, who's stuck around. Nice little flick. Dangerous to be there. There is a chance that there are more Ts ready on the other side, and they will just instantly be ready. But yeah, 4v4 now.
And Try's having to be the guardian of the A side, and both Long and Catwalk all by himself at this point. teammates are moving across here. The lower dark push has found a great timing, and Lux just looked away. And Imperial now in a very good position. They know what's coming. They know what the T's are. They have sights. They've got the AWP up here with Try. And so really at this point, it's Legacy that will have to shoot their way out of this situation. They're certainly in disadvantage. Good flash, though, to scale up and get the initial kill on No Way.
Yeah, he was in such a weird angle up there, but I think they had a good idea to begin with. That flick doesn't connect either. Nicely done from Descenti. Lato was out of the round. 50 seconds here. Legacy trying to make the jump across. Bomb is picked up by Dumao, but he's very low on health, or at least low enough that it's awkward for him to try and get the bomb plant without anything else happening in this one. Sadson trying to take a look over. Tries going to be able to find him here, and with just 35 seconds, they won't even have a chance to get close to a plant. So Imperial very early on to pick it up, and I think that is important for them. Just don't let Legacy build any momentum here. Just close the book on them.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's almost one of those things where I was thinking with the force fire that, oh, do you want to just force fire? Do you want to get the rifles? But at the same time, you can't really afford the AWP if you do just the one save. So
yeah,
you know, I think that's like part of the reason. So you know, and Try, I think his looks really good with the AWP. So it's good to see that he's able to deliver here for his side. But speaking of AWP, Sadson on the other end is getting through the long position. Very irritating having to play around the smoke. Nice shot though, Che trying to close the distance. Another opportunity for Sadson as he looks for more. Looking confident there in the long spot. And that's a 5v4 here for Legacy to work with.
I thought he had the follow-up shot there against Try as well. That started to look a little bit too quick. But yeah, well handled. He had to put out the incendiary and had to go back and take the fight. They knew that he was in there. So pretty well done, to be honest. Very nearly getting the flick mid-air, but he knows they're out middle. 3 people defending this site, though. Imperial, very good position right now to close Dust 2 out. The spray is in. No Way and Descenti able to pick it up, and I think they're running out of steam a little bit to try and get in. The Glock will get 1 kill, but there's still a player in the back. It's Vinny, and nobody even knows about that. Oh, what a spin around. Nissim, how did he get the shot? I feel like he should have been dead. I think Vinny probably thought he was, and then continued on to kill his teammate instead.
Yes, yeah, I think he definitely read that he hit the headshot and switched targets a bit preemptively. I mean, that happens. You know, that happens to the best of us. I wonder if we'll get to see that, see kind of how close that was from Vinny. But either way, it's still a long road to recovery for Legacy. 5 rounds, they should get onto 6 here. Quick push through long again, challenge the pistols. And they can keep it simple here. They could just try to scale up long with the better guns. We'll see what they decide to do, because Imperial, they've got all the info now with this upper dark push.
He's so happy, Vinny, even when he loses the battle. There's so many other players that would be so upset, but he's just still smiling. That's why it's so hard to hate him, isn't it?
Why are you trying to hate him?
Listen, hate maxing and hate watching are they're a legitimate way to interact with Counter-Strike in 2025, you know?
You matter.
But I don't think no one's managed to hate, you know, Vinny yet. It's not possible. It's just that's just his thing, you know? He's got hate armor in that sense.
Well, there's still some extra danger here. 5-7 delivering again. Oh, this is a very good spot there for another 5-7. Che picks up another one, and suddenly there's just Sadson left with the AWP. Takes down Che in trade, but there's 40 seconds, and they are unrelenting. It's Vinny to pick up the kill. Lock in the map for Imperial. We are going to Mirage.
What an absolutely bizarre way to lose. I mean, they were going to lose anyway, but I don't know why it had to be like that. Great shots coming out of the 5-7 for Che. You've got to appreciate that. But yeah, the battleground is set. Mirage, one of these 2 teams is going home, and we'll find out which after the break. Stay tuned.
I'm standing in front of the Imperial booth as they just headed out here as they're heading into the third deciding map versus Legacy. We're on the B stream, obviously, and they're playing for elimination. So far, this game has caught me by surprise. I'm over on the A stream covering it, but I'm keeping half an eye on this one as well, and it's been very one-sided. Legacy obviously winning 13-2 on the first map, then Imperial bouncing back on the second map in a very convincing fashion as well. We often speak about domestic lineups being close, hard-fought matchups. You know, they know each other in and out. So to see this game being so one-sided to either side right now has caught me by surprise. Now we're heading into Mirage, a third deciding map, and I've seen Imperial play that quite a lot. They know how to approach it. They know how to play with pace, especially Vinny. I like his calling on the map. Whereas for Legacy as well, we haven't seen them play that much against tier 1, tier 2 opposition. So in regards to my know-how of how they're going to approach Mirage, I'm not going to lie, I don't know that much about it, which makes it very, very exciting for me to follow this game as well. We are, as said, playing for elimination. It's a domestic lineup, 2 Brazilian teams in between. Very one-sided so far. I expect this one to be much, much closer, but I also do expect Imperial to win. That's why I decided to stand in front of their booth and not Legacy. I think they have more quality, they have more experience, and with Vinny playing well so far in this game, but also calling well, I'm going to slide an edge towards Imperial. Very curious to see how it's going to pan out, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready with the final map in this series. Someone is going home after this Mirage game. It's either Legacy or it's Imperial. And I try to remind myself, because we end up casting so many games and you end up getting a bit jaded. You're like, oh, it's another game. I'm trying to work and all the rest of it. For these guys, this is it. All the months of preparation, all the hard work. You're going to remember every single failed shot, every missed call, every opportunity that you didn't take and that you didn't win the round from. It's all going to be in the back of your head. And you've got one more chance here to try to avoid that. Keep the fight going. So this is as serious as it can get right now. It's at the major. I guarantee you there's nobody that wants to go home. So for both sides, I think you could see on the pause screen that Che was, you know, basically on his knees, just full focus into the chair. He wants to get himself ready for this one. And I love that. There's so much emotion on the line here. I think this could be a really fun game.
And Imperial go into this third map having had that good map just previously. And the Inferno for Legacy might feel a little far away, but this may have as well have been a best of one between these two teams.
Right.
Just there's something we were discussing off camera, just because of the nature of how the map pools match up. Mirage, super even and very comfortable for both teams. There is, of course, some of that domestic familiarity that is present as well. So this could be a really scrappy game. It's certainly going to be, I think, a much more competitive game than the last two maps that we saw. So both teams are going to be fighting hard to qualify, well, not qualify, but to give themselves a lifeline. Yes. They can go 2-2 and then be in contention to qualify.
One smoke, two flashes already in the B hallways. You guys know they might not slow this down. They might just kind of keep going here. Smoke presumably for the market, and then yeah, the flashes to go over, but that is a lot of pistols. Just 2 people, but 4 pistols to catch them. This could be a slaughter, and it starts with Che. Maybe the prayers did work. He's going to take down Jamal to begin with. And now they're on the site itself. He's under a little bit of pressure, but the Sensi's here, and the dualies are actually standing up. The defense is working where it was. Lato coming in with 2 headshots, and suddenly it all is eroded. The bomb is going to be planted behind this. I can't believe it, Imperial. They had it on lockdown. They pretty much had won the round, but suddenly it's brought back, and that bomb is actually very delayed here. Yeah, and you can see the questions are being asked. Tries like, hang on, are you guys looking for a kill? Because he's playing really far back below the flower pot. Would they expect this? There's the jump, and it's a great first headshot there. Second one as well from trying to shut down the round. They tried to get sneaky. They could have just gone for the bomb plant. They could have guaranteed the money, but the rotation happens, and Try punishes them hard. And what a read from him. He fell back there very far in advance. That's such great counters right here, in spite of what Lato was trying to do. Beautiful shots coming out, but yeah, having this kind of a read right on top of him.
Yeah, you know something's up at that point. It's like, hang on, they could have planted the bomb. What's going on? Are they looking for me?
Yeah, you've got to be aware, right? You could have got carried away and said, oh, I'm fighting, you know, got to stop the bomb plant. And then suddenly you get jumped out instead in the market. They're going to build a human pyramid down here. It's been done before.
Okay. Well, now we wait.
It's a shame there's not 6 people. I mean, is it even a real pyramid? Tries like, that's a lot of people down there. I'm not...
He's just like, cool.
Not interested.
Yeah, are they going to hold steadfast down there? He's going to see everyone, at least. That's the information confirmed. They shouldn't get more than that, in theory. Now, they absolutely will be checking for the push from the apartments, and that's not going to go so well. Again, that's actually not a great angle for the MP9.
No.
And so we've given something here for Legacy to work with.
They obviously don't have armor, so they should lose these fights, and they will. Vinny, I think it's somewhat nice for him to stop the bomb from going down. I mean... Would it be the end of the world? They'd win the round regardless, but why give over the extra bit of cash on that side? But yeah, a wall of Glocks sounds like a Magic the Gathering card.
I wouldn't know. I'm not a nerd, Anders. Like you.
You're going to have such a hard time selling that, Dan. You played Quake, for Christ's sake. So, definitely no one's buying that. But they're a different kind of nerd than this, you know. There's a wall of swords, I think, in Magic.
Different species.
Exactly. Here we go. That's aggressive. It's pretty violent. Stumau out for blood, taking down No Way to begin with. It's the first real buy round coming up for Legacy. And he's hunting for it. Flashed in. He should have had that kill. He could have had it instead. It will be Lux to spray down Try, shooting him in the back. Jay and Descenti, they are still nearby, but honestly, they might do better to save this. What is happening inside of that? I don't know what. No one can see anything. They get the kill onto Lux, but the bomb is planted. I still very much doubt if it's worth going for here for Imperial. It doesn't feel like a good move.
They do have a couple of smokes here, so with that utility, maybe they might fancy their chances. Look at the AWP. Anything will be given. There's nothing given just yet, so just defensive positions. Half the bomb is gone. The time has expired. And yeah, nothing's being given to them, so they're just going to back away with the M4s.
Where did the AWP go? I think that's ultimately that's what they were looking for. It was, but they went to look. So did it blow away with an HE, or did someone actually run with it? No, all right, Nissim's picked it up. So smart play from Legacy, and in all of the chaos, they actually managed to steal that away from them. So that was probably what Imperial were trying to do more than the retake. They were like, we'll risk the M4s to try and get the AWP back, but it's not available to them.
Yeah, that's a really nice pickup from Legacy. And that the entry there from Dumao was yeah, violent, to say the least. And you got to worry about that, because Dumao also, I think, just ran out. I think, what, by himself, just ran it up there on a really fast timing. Yeah. I don't think there's really any util or anything other than that in the formula. It was just a run and gun, and so you got to be concerned about that now. If you don't throw down those, mollies like early on, maybe throw smokes on top of them, that stuff could happen. So is that now what we're going to see on the A side? You have to. We're going to create the argument that you have to dump your util early.
Yeah, something to be definitely worried about. Mirage is still a very interesting map for that reason. There are a lot of different plays that are in the same sort of wheelhouse as what we just saw Dumao do. I think the other one that's also super fun is when people do what we call the contact play out of the A Palace, where you throw no grenades, you just walk out with an AK, and you can definitely catch people. No smoke in the window, and also no blowing up of the top mid smoke. This was an insanely meta round that we just saw. It's going to take a while to explain why. Sensi pushing up and actually getting the fight, but he's so flashed. And so is Nissim. Eventually, it'll be an even trade. Svini trying to grenade himself into something, but also getting grenaded at the same time. Che goes down. And Legacy, nobody at the B-bomb site. Oh, the start of this round was so crazy. Lux getting a kill, and Lato, he seems very sharp on the mechanics. So we've got a bit of time, so let me try and see if I can explain why this was so weird. In like 90% of the rounds, the T's will throw a smoke into the mid window. We all know this. When they don't do that, but still smoke top mid, almost always what they're trying to do is use that top mid smoke as a way to lure a CT into a mid fight, and then they will blow open their own smoke. But they didn't even do that. They peeked around it, which is like the next evolution of whatever this is that's going on. So super interesting just to see how that plays out, because that's really rare. Typically, I mean, the only other way that people try to play that is if they don't blow up in the smoke, they try and flash, and then they run around the boxes that you see there at top mid. They try to do like a very, very deep swing with a flashbang. So there are basically 3, I think, known ways to do this, and they just played a 4th one. That's exciting.
Yeah, and that's also something that you can see be a permutation when you get into domestic matchups where the teams know each other really well, and those tendencies are kind of already established. So that could be part as the reason as to why we saw that deviation. But it looks like the M4 will be saved by Try.
Yeah, I mean, small victory for sure. Nice that he's able to at least walk away with something.
And already a matchup that is only in the first few rounds far more competitive.
Oh yeah.
Both teams looking like they're able to have their ups and their downs. So it's going to be Imperial though, who are off the back foot economically, just with the saved M4. We'll see what Try's able to do with that. He is in the mid windows. He's got a bunch of minions with him, who he can use as he wishes.
That's nice. The general sending out the troops.
Yeah,
appreciate that. So far, no battle is happening. We did hear from Jacob in the break there. I appreciate that. Shout out to Pimp, but he was basically telling us that, it is a hard one to predict this one, but he was favoring Imperial a little bit based off how Vinny was playing. And I actually understand exactly what he means. I think that's a good observation. Vinny typically not meant to be the superstar, but obviously on that second map, he was playing super well. So maybe that will push him over the edge. I think this is it's a hard one to call for me. But I said from the start I thought Imperial were a bit favored. I guess I have to hold on to that.
1 minute now as the smokes start to come into mid for control. There's a window smoke. I think we got a connector smoke as well. Yeah, at the end of connector.
Nice.
Under the, or at the base of the stairs. And again, this suggests that the C's are moving through mid, which is exactly what is happening. So we get the Molotovs there as well to try to get rid of any CTs in these dugout positions. And Legacy slowly pushing them back basically everywhere, both towards A and also towards B.
That's the bomb. That's so silly. It's probably not going to be a big issue here. No, they're going to pick it up. All right, really well played. Nicely done. Dumao sprays him down. There was nobody at the A bomb site, so if the bomb doesn't get lost in connector, they just win the round automatically. That is not even a fight. Yeah. But the bomb getting lost there, so that's the only possible way they could have lost the round if they had panicked. But man, Dumao's mechanics they're kind of nuts.
Yeah, he's shown some great moments here on Mirage already. And it's a cool round too, because they're suggesting they're going up cat to B, but based on what they also did, where there's pressure towards A, that could be anything now, as far as Imperial are concerned on the other side of those smokes.
Such a critical round to pick up. Legacy, they have an opportunity right now. There's no money left on Imperial. They've got to buy, obviously, in this round, but if they can't make this buy work, I don't particularly love this jump. I think there are ways to get blown up with it, but we'll see how ready they're going to be. Instead, they're going to elect to throw some utility. Look at how quick they are, rushing him down with the flash as well, but the Senti's ready. He wasn't blind at all, and he gets a double kill for it. Trying to jump up here is Nissim, but it's all out panic right now. They know they need to get out of the hallway. It's another kill as Nissim goes down. The Senti's done more than enough. 3 on his tally, and Sanson just having to walk away here. I actually think the timing and the execution there for Legacy was so sick, but but when you don't get the kill on the Senti, even if they traded 2 for 1, if they'd killed him after he got the first double, I still think it's a good round for Legacy. I still think they had a good chance to win it.
Yeah, it was a really, really fast defensive kill on the first player, and that's really always the challenge. If you can get rid of the first player really quickly, you're set up as CT to have like a big defense. That's the... No. Oh, there's the AWP down.
Yeah. Yeah, they kind of wanted to pick it up, I guess.
Mr. Senti, yeah, quick on that first kill. Good pre-aim on the second. Actually making it look like relatively easy. It's not easy though to hold hold these pushes on to be like that. So very well done.
Also says something about the fact that there probably was a flashbang that was missing, because you can flash that position even throwing it over the building. You don't even have to bounce it off anywhere else. You can just flash people there is what I'm trying to say. But didn't really work out that way. Double AWP on the CT side, and we've got one on Sansin. It's Dumao and Nissim. It's not even about the snipers right now. The AKs will do the work here. Nice little flick coming in, but they're already on the site itself, and Try knows if they want to win the round here, then maybe pushing forward in and taking this battle is what he needs to do. It's very risky. If he dies, it leaves his team in a very bad position. He's got the right idea. That flick needs to connect. No, all versus all, but it's Dumao, the unlikely sniper, to take down Try. 2 versus 3, and still 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock.
And Nissim thought that they would have been rotated out the A side, but he was wrong, so jumps out Palace to his untimely demise. But yeah, the A players are well out of position here, so unable to even really find an AWP to save. 2 AKs, of course, is going to be nice, but an interesting round. As you say, we got the 2 AWPs. Normally the 2 AWPs will be the answer to contact plays, pick-based plays on the extremities, but that is actually exactly how we saw the picks get found by Legacy. They just kind of run out into those spots, and they just find the headshot a bit more quickly, and that's a wrap. So devastating for Imperial.
Yeah, you're right. That's typically when you're up against double AWP, swinging into the B hallway, like you're gonna lose somebody. Like that's not, you're not supposed to get away with that, but they absolutely did. Try the second shot there that he missed on Dumao when he was up on the van. That's painful.
That one. Yeah, that was so close.
Sick for Dumao though. He's gone beast mode right now.
Yeah. It would have been interesting had Try actually got that kill, because the round would have been reset, and I think it was like a 3v3 then.
Yeah.
And it would have been interesting because the CTs had, it was known that the CTs had 2 on A, and they were holding that down. So it would have been fun to see what Legacy's call would have been in that scenario, but that's not where we are. Legacy lost the round, or rather, sorry, Imperial.
Yeah,
You're
lost. All right.
Just getting confused.
You were right the first time, almost. Sack in the background there, coaching for Imperial, having a bit of a conversation with the lads. Try to figure out how can they stabilize this. They have some money, actually. Somewhat more than I was expecting. I know they saved a couple of guns, the double AK there, but in my mind, still expecting them to have a worse situation. Let's see what they figure out. Let's try inside of here, smoked off. They jump right out. Timing's right there for it. Nice. He had a teammate throw the grenade for him to be able to take that peek. It's a really good idea, but Dumao, speed. That's his essence right now. It's worked for him. The timing is ridiculous. Oh, Vinny, you can't smile your way through that. There's no way he's smiling after that one. Speaking of no way, also taken down by Dumao. Che and Descenti left. Once he knows he has that position, Dumao, he knows he can win the round with 1 kill. Yeah. And he did.
He totally did. He's been really good on the entries. That seems to be certainly something that Dumao's really firing off on so far in this game on Mirage, and it is very, very powerful when you can get entries quickly like that. It's so destabilizing for the CTs. But speaking of which, they might lose their AKs here as well. Nissan finds Descenti, and now it's an MP9 Che, and I mean, you want to try to challenge for this AK-47, you got to pick it up, and here comes Che. Nissan's pretty low already, so this might be a chance, but no. Instant headshot, of course, from Nissan, very nice, and the CTs get nothing into the next round.
Yeah, it was already brutal, but the fact that they didn't get to save anything here, that's just the timing. I mean, he's so much more relaxed than I would have been. That's a desk-pounding, keyboard-breaking moment.
It's hard, too, because, you know, also, if you're the sort of emotional leader or captain of the team in that respect, you don't want to show to the rest of your teammates that you're tilted or triggered, because that's just going to compound the issue for everybody else on the team.
I mean, that is definitely true. It's one of those truths that's, you know it, and still, like, living by it is so hard, you know?
So hard, yeah.
It's like, I know I should go to the gym all the time, but knowing that fact is, you know, it's not enough knowing it. I've got to actually do it. Round number 9. No one's going to the gym right now because they're playing Counter-Strike with just 1 rifle on that on the Imperial side here. Hero M4. Could it be done? Yeah, maybe, but it's not looking like the best start for it here. They get 1 kill in the middle. Oh, there's no backup actually. Wait a minute. Yeah, the grenade on Lux. That's actually not so bad. The bomb is going to be planted, but hell, if they can steal 2 AKs here, they will give over 6 rounds. I still think it might be worth it.
Yeah, that's actually a great result, all things considered. And it is definitely a very, very tense match because, you know, just to reframe it again, to remind everyone, like one of these 2 teams is getting knocked out of the Blast Austin Major. That sucks. You don't want to be that team. The pressure is on, and I think it's just the domestic aspect to this rivalry, to this battle is a thing. You know, you don't want to be the team in your respective region that loses this match.
No.
You know, you also want to sort of have a feeling that you were more competitive going into stage 1 of the major. It's just a lot on the line.
Again, I think there's also an additional sort of drama that's happening here, and it's not to bring up too much of the past because we're all kind of sick of hearing about it now. But the fact that Legacy ends up replacing Bestia just means that there's probably a lot of pressure on them to feel like we don't just want to be the team that just kind of got here under weird circumstances. We want to be the team that shows that, listen, we deserve to be here and we can hang with the best, and we're doing more than that. So I'm sure for them it feels like we have to show the community more than I mean, for Imperial, big organization, obviously I'm sure they don't want to exit for different reasons. But yeah, you're right. The pressure is really high right now. Final map in the series as well. It's a fantastic start for Legacy. 6 rounds already on the T side is magnificent to begin with. 2 AK stolen over is maybe the ticket back in if they can make it 6-6 here Imperial. I think it's still a pretty open game, even if it's still good for Legacy.
Vinny in the connected position is an important player. Trying to get vision on Cap, not expose himself to the second angle below though. And at the same time, Legacy working on this split, pretty dominant through this A-ramp position. We'll see if they can get these initial entries. Try and take down one. No way, holding the dark position. Dumao with the initial kill for jungle, and that's going to give some breathing room. He actually follows it up onto No Way, and that's just going to leave Che. That's actually crazy. Dumao again saving the day.
Yeah, Dumao, once he gets into the connector window position, I mean, it is the spot on the map to control all of the defense on the A-bomb side. And he has such a great understanding of it. Che just reduced to saving here. He doesn't have the kit. I don't know if there's one in front of him, but regardless, it's not going to happen. Dumao with 12 and 6, but if you go back and look at how many of those are opening kills, it's not the number, it's what he's doing to get his team into the rounds. Yeah, there's a kid all the way back there. That's not helpful at all. Grenading Dumao just to make his life a little bit harder. That seems unnecessary. But it's going to be a 7-3 scoreline here in favor of Legacy. So this is working out really well. And again, the money for Imperial not looking too good. So pretty tough stuff here. By the way, if you guys aren't already, you can go and watch the Counter-Strike action over on Blast.tv in 4K. So don't miss out. Don't be one of the boomers watching in 720p somewhere. Your teammates will laugh at you, you know? It's not good.
Get it high definition.
Exactly. Well, here we are. This is slipping away for Imperial. We said this is going to be a much more even match, and by the numbers alone, it should have been. But to be honest, right now, Imperial are coming up with a really flat performance here. You can see Noe's got 1 kill, Vinny and Che on 5, you know, trying to essentially do a little bit better, but this is not enough. No one's stopping Dumao on the entries.
Well, Imperial with a quick info play there on the A-ramp aren't going to find anything, but there is a player deep in that position. Sadzin catching Che as he also looks for information. Is anyone walking up Cat? Well, they're already up there with the AWP, and now Legacy. They have players everywhere on the map at the moment, so this is starting to get worrisome for Imperial, who need to work out what's going on, but you can't even know at this point. We can't even know, given that the bomb is down and the map is still being worked by Legacy.
Because they have Lux in this, you know, key position in the middle of the map, they can wait. They can listen for footsteps inside of the B bomb site. They can throw some smokes out to bait some rotations. This is an insanely powerful position that a really long time ago, I think the first team that I saw that really figured out how key this was the old VP with Neo. He would like run there really early in a round, and then the team would rotate around him, so he was sort of the center of the rotation. And very much what Lux is doing at the moment. Good couple of kills. He doesn't even need that. He's just there to stop any rotations, you know, once the bomb is planted. But I guess if you get them early, so much the better. No Way with a bit of a swing. It's a scout onto Tribe, and he is gonna go down right afterwards. This should be celebrating him. Legacy coming up with some great Counter-Strike.
Yes, again, final map of this best of 3 to decide who moves to 2-2 and who gets another chance versus who gets knocked out of the major. And yeah, totally right. This was a very nice position to hold and just give so much control and information and rotations. And Legacy, I wonder if they'll try to do it again. It worked so well. 8-3 up last round in the first half. Can Imperial bring themselves back in it? They've got AWP on the try. Again, Dumao, he's going in and he gets exactly what he's looking for before getting traded.
Yeah, but even then, oh, Lato, I'd love to see the kill in the middle. I think they blew open their own smoke, like we talked about earlier. Che and Try, 2 versus 4, hoping to get a 4th round on the board for their team somehow, but there's so much time left in this round. There's so many opportunities here for Legacy to find another opening. If they get a kill, it's done with. And the jump down here, trying to check it all. Che, nice shot on the first one, but there's an AK on the other side, already jumped down, and he's starting to feel the pressure. The backup is coming in for it slowly. Try running up the catwalk to try and get there before the rest of Legacy show up. 11 bullets left, but Lux, instant shot, a missed AWP, and now the bomb planted as well. They've got a smoke on Lato. If he throws that smoke down, I think it doesn't matter what Try could actually do. He's going to run out of time here, right on top of him. So now he's being funneled in on the left-hand side. Grenade there. They know everything. This is so well played by Legacy. And it's Lato to get the last one. A brilliant first half in their favor.
It's stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and that means we've got a whole lot of major rookies. So let's get to know them. We're going to do some introductions. It's time for Hello, My Name Is.
Hello, my name is Sue.
Hello, my name is Spook. How would you define yourself as a player?
Quite versatile, I'd say. High energy, but also calm.
Surprising. Just surprising player all around.
I'm young, a little bit talented, spend lots of time, more than normal people, I guess.
Now, when did you start playing Counter-Strike?
2017.
I started playing CSGO in 2015.
Oh, 2007.
I didn't take it seriously until like 2018, but before that I was playing casually, you know, when I was like 7 years old probably.
2016.
I first started playing when I started first time I played I was 7 years old.
And where does your nickname come from?
Sue, like SUE, is from like a museum in Chicago. It's like the biggest T-Rex fossil you can find on the planet. It's called Sue. Also, my last name is Sue, like SU, so I just went by like call me Sue.
Oh, my nick is just my name.
Fair enough.
It's quite a long story. Back when I played Dota 2, there was a streamer called Admiral Bulldog, and then I made my name Admiral Kitten, and then somehow I just flipped the kitten backwards and just kept it. Thought Nedic was cool.
It was like my father's idea. It wasn't mine.
It came from Xbox when I was looking for a 4-letter gamer tag, and I just started searching up some, and that's when I found.
It actually comes from a League of Legends skin, Spooky Gangplank, it's called.
What's the first thing you ever won?
I think I've only won one LAN. It was like Philadelphia, Kansas City, a couple months ago, or a few months ago.
I haven't really won anything, to be honest.
Philadelphia.
The first tournament was probably King of Nordic, I think.
ESCA IM division, I won the final.
As a major rookie here, what's your experience? How are you feeling the event?
I was feeling pretty good before the match, but now after the first match, feeling even better, and we're stepping up a lot from how we played in Dallas, so happy about that.
The path was very easy for me. I thought it would be a lot harder, but I've only been practicing with the team like 2 months, and then we made major.
I don't really care what I play, I just play Counter-Strike, which I want, so...
It's been pretty good so far. I just treat it as another event. I try not to overthink it or put extra pressure on myself.
So far so good, we're 2-1 now, 2-1 up, so yeah, I feel good. Is that it?
That's it.
All right, you're welcome.
Nice, thank you.
Yep, that was good.
The final half. Tournament life on the line for both sides, but there is a lot more pressure right now on Imperial as we head into the second half of Mirage. Legacy just played such a brilliant first half. Dumao with the entries, Lux with a bit of lurking, and Vinny again. I mean, just hoping to do more right now. But honestly, this is yeah, backs to the wall. They need something. He's got 5 kills. Vinny was great on the second map. No way, still at 1 single kill in the first half. It's not good enough here. Imperial, they need a miracle.
We'll see what their pistol will yield. They're looking for the A split. They've got Descenti on a very, well, could be a late lurk. We'll have to see how the timing works out there, because he might get looked for as Imperial come into this A site for the split. The A site's been given. We have the CTs playing retake. They have more mid dominance, so they're okay to allow the bomb to go down.
Yep, you're absolutely right. They don't care about the bomb plant. Sadson, a very nice shot to begin with, but he couldn't quite pull away from the battle, and as a result, he ends up going down and actually steals over a USP there on try, although he takes a lot of damage. He wanted to take the fight. Ends up getting dropped. Bomb planted. Retake is on. They have a smoke. No kid currently picked up on anyone. I don't know if there is one either. The smoke is going to be nice to force the fight, but is that enough? Already on it. The dualies looking to see if they can do something in front here. Inside the smoke, they're already waiting with a knife out. I think, yeah, look at Vinny. He just knifing into the air. Dumao will take him down, but without a kit. Can you really find a 10-second defuse from here? I doubt it. We're down to just 4 seconds now. Another knife comes in, running into it, looking for Lado, and stabs him right in the face.
Oh, that's close. That's close. Descenti coming in, did his job as the late luck, picks up the killing connector, finds the timing just in time. Just like you said, if they had a kit.
It's over.
And it's not like there was a kit stranded somewhere, I don't think. I don't think there was a kit on possible.
Oh, he turned around and just cut him in the forehead. He was so low on health. That's a lot of blades being swung inside of that smoke. I mean, hey, listen, if you're going to launch a comeback, let it be on the back of that kind of a round.
Well, Legacy, they've bought up into this one. They've got that aggressive palace controls, really sending the T's back. They're going to likely reposition off of that. They still have the smoke up on a ramp. At the same time, we also have a rotation from Sadzin from B back towards the mid window. So they're feeling out these timings are Legacy as to where can the T's be and by when, based on when we last spotted them. And at this point, it looks like Sadzin's going to be in a good spot to help defend this site. He's posted up on ticket now.
Kind of annoying that the Mac 10 is so low on health, just because sometimes you want to throw it in to find information. Lux, I think what we sometimes call a cold position, where you've stood for so long that you're not really ready, even though you should be. But your eyes just kind of wear out from not moving or not doing anything, which is why sometimes people will sort of jiggle around so that they don't feel quite as lazy. Lado spray is actually magnificent. They could have maybe had a double kill there. We're going to take down Dumao to follow it up here. Nissim and Sadzin should not be winning the round, but the Deagle sneaking close inside of the smoke. It's actually dangerous. He picks up the MP9, but he ran out of bullets. Otherwise, I think he has that kill. And then they could steal it back for Imperial. This is unacceptable. This is the round that you should, I mean, the easier round to win. They're going to make the bomb. He wanted to run away, but now he's kind of thinking about, oh, he's failed to jump. All right.
Oh, the vent. I think that had to be heard. Yes. Sadzin actually heard it. And this is the problem because, okay, was steps heard in the... This is kind of crazy. Okay, I don't know if it was heard by...
They didn't hear the steps. I think they just knew that there was a chance that the vent was heard. So I think it's just... Oh, they run right into it, though. Hold the phone. No way, Dan. He's trying with the USB. He just needs a bullet. Gonna pick up the Galil instead. Sadzin's got the advantage. He's got the time as well. That bomb is freshly planted. Vinny cowering in the corner. This could be Imperial's tournament. Life on the line. They need this round, and somehow he's alive. How is he not connected with the shot yet? The spray takes a long time, but the Galil will come out on top here. What an absolutely mental round.
That is crazy. So much damage done, off of that. But they got active. We had that initial play in the Palace position. They were able to read the timing, get Sadzin back into spot, gets that kill with the Scout. They've got obviously some good shenanigans with the Deagle. And for Sadzin to be the one to finish it off, that's just beautiful work there from Legacy. And it means so much relief there because we just saw it off of the back of that clutch, just the knifing through the smoke. Yeah. That kill, that's a round that can be built on pretty massively. That's just like you said, that's where the comeback truly starts. And to have it stifle so early on, that's a huge knock on any confidence that was building right there for Imperial.
Wild. Just when they say maybe we're back in the game, but they sort of started to get a little bit of a grip on what was going on. They give it up. 1 versus 2 clutch at the end. Very, very hard to do, but I think that's more evidence they hadn't heard the footsteps because they run towards that jungle position straight into the Scout to begin with. And if they'd heard the footsteps, they would have been more careful, I think, one way or another. So, yeah, very interesting. 10-4. Legacy. They just need 3 more rounds and they knock Imperial out of the Austin Major. It's Sadzin to go down early here, but Dumao trying to swing it on back, and he's got some backup with him. Just jiggling for that kill is Lux. Slower rate of fire here on the FAMAS, but now again, Dumao just right back in here. He's so mobile, and he's hitting the shots. 17-9. Dumao does not want to leave the major yet, and he's trying to pull his team with him across the line against Imperial. Can't do a thing about it. I think Dumao was assisted on 2 more kills. He is a demon right now.
And the other thing too is that, you know, if you're Imperial, you're in such close proximity to the other team in the playing area that you're hearing all of these screams of, I wouldn't even say that it's like screams of elation per se, but it's just you know, outletting of relief, but also at the same time, they are pumped and they want the other team to know that. They want the other team to feel that. And it's, I mean, 11-4, that's a big scoreline for Legacy.
It's a big part of playing on LAN, and it's a big part of why people sometimes crumble, because the atmosphere is so different, and you can 10x that when it's a major. So yeah, of course you want to try and make the other team feel off balance. You want to try and have them thinking about how much you're shouting instead of thinking about the game. If you can get away with that, then absolutely you should. Nissim taking the first one here. Legacy, it's looking easy. Tapping away, the bursts are coming out, and it's a triple kill for the MP9. Descenti, much to actually accomplish. Dumao comes in, he needs his pound of flesh every single time. They're at map and match point.
Ooh, that's going to be really tough for Imperial. They've got to focus up, though, and see if they can find some answers here. Get on a run. It's the emotional back and forth where, you know, you're in a situation where, again, they get that clutch with the knife and the smoke.
Yeah.
And then only to once again be like, oh, we have to start all over again. It's very tough, but we'll see if they can do it here. What could be the final round of this matchup. The mid push comes on through, but it's Vinny to take down Lux. So a nice initial opening going the way of Imperial as they make their presence in mid felt.
It's Dumao, 21-9. And look at him instantly from the kill into the boost. Anyone ready for that on the other side? Well, Che, I don't know if he was ready, but the adjustment was very nice. So a bit of an opportunity here. Imperial need 8 rounds in a row to get it into overtime. It just doesn't seem doable at all. Nissim finds the kill onto Che. This was actually a very winnable round for Imperial, but somehow they brought it back into a 1v1. Descenti going to go and plant the bomb, and Nissim not quite sure if he can push through the smoke down there, so he's going to be much delayed. No kit right now. Might be one when he transferred onto the bomb site itself here, but it's going to be down to the fight, and Nissim picks it up. Legacy on their feet as they send Imperial out of the major in a very, very convincing fashion.
Very convincing. I didn't expect it to be so convincing, Anders. We looked at this and we're like, this is an even battleground. By the numbers, both teams look supremely confident on it. But despite the fact that Legacy are the team coming off of just getting crushed on Dust 2, which was the previous map,
yes,
it looks like that was like never a thing that ever happened based on how they were playing into this Mirage. Especially, I think, out of the gate, you see Dumao just running and gunning with just supreme confidence. And I think that's something that we saw from this team, is that they just looked like very confident and energized the entire series. Even when they were losing, it didn't really seem to put them back too much.
No, just great strength. You're absolutely right. Even from, you know, obviously winning to begin with and losing on Dust 2 and then shaking it off and coming back into the third map looking strong. That's some good character on the Legacy side of things. And yeah, it's very impressive stuff, to be honest. Dumao with the entry is probably what really pushed them over the line. But regardless, they get to stay alive for a bit longer here at the Austin Major.
Vinny here after Imperial's elimination here in Austin. Vinny, obviously not the way you hoped it was going to go. Major's over for you guys. What's top of the mind right now? What are you thinking?
Oh man, a lot of bad thoughts, honestly. I think it was a shit show of Counter-Strike from both sides. I don't know if even the other team can go through, because I think watching this game was really bad for about the skill level. So I don't know. I mean, we just have the break now. We need to rethink some stuff. I think we worked a lot these 6 months, but the results didn't come off. So I think something's wrong.
Now, with that in mind, right, what are those lessons you're taking to the break? What are you going to be mulling on? What's the future look like for Imperial?
Bro, I don't even know. I don't even know. I think we have some qualifiers on beginning of July because of the VRS points. So I would say the major was pretty disappointed because we didn't even manage to farm any points. I think we just lost like to 30 or 40, so we are even further back in the ranking. And I mean, we need to grind the open qualifiers again and stuff like that. So we need to reboot.
I know right now it's feeling pretty raw, the emotions. Looking back on this season, taking a moment to breathe, are there any silver linings, are there any gold spots that you want to take, that you want the team to ruminate on as we head into this break?
Honestly, no. Honestly, no, yeah, because every time we flew to Europe, it was like going less. So I don't think there's any good points in this semester. I mean, we managed to dominate our region, but I mean, that's not good enough.
Understandable. Thanks for talking to me.
Thank you.
Commiserations, man.
Thanks, man.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got another match coming up. It's the Chinggis Warriors up against Lynn Vision. I think this could be a very interesting game once again. I'm definitely looking forward to it, and we've got some lineups for you just before we jump into the action. Controls, eFire, Rue, Ericule, and Coolast. And I'm going to be honest, I think this team is just fun to watch. They play fun Counter-Strike. Yeah, I understand why the community's been behind them a little bit. The same could definitely be said for the other side of things, where we've got Westmelon, Saka, Starry, Emilia, and Call Me Sue.
Yeah, Lynn Vision is definitely a team that's been really exciting. I think for me, Emilia has been the most exciting player, just in terms of the rifle mechanics. It's just been really fun to watch. A lot of multi-kills in very tense situations, and who's not a fan of that? But I'm really curious about this veto that we're about to see, because we were kind of looking at this, and Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient. Interesting.
They floated Train all the way to the end.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, that was the big question, because neither team really plays Train. We knew for sure that the Mirage ban was going to be coming in from the Lynn Vision side, so the question just really became who was going to spend a ban on getting rid of Train. So we end up on Inferno, Nuke, and Ancient. Now, that Ancient situation is kind of interesting. To be honest, I feel like they've got a decent position here, Lynn Vision. I kind of like it. I think this could be a really fun game. I actually would almost guarantee that in terms of the counter-attack action, this will be a really wild roller coaster ride for everyone involved.
And for Lynn Vision, the weakest part of this best of 3 is the first map. It's the Inferno for them. The other 2 maps, just at least statistically, what we have to go on, they have the edge. And the edge increases when you get to the final map, Ancient for Lynn Vision. So that's a dangerous territory for Chinggis. But so Chinggis, all they have to do really is just win the first map, and then it's wide open.
Well, it's an advantage. It's also reflected in the odds here, right? It's quite a big advantage for Lynn Vision, according to the community net sense. So that's interesting. I probably would favor Lynn Vision too. But I must be honest, I'm also a little bit colored by the fact that I just do like how this team plays. I think they come up with fun things, so I'm really excited. We're going to see them in a best of 3 here, and I think it'll be a fiery game to say the least. Again, it's the 1-2. You lose, you go home. And yeah, I mean, we're talking about some regions, obviously, for Mongolian Counter-Strike. It's a lot more represented for reasons that are hard to explain, but they just love playing. Counter-Strike over there. On the other side of it, for Lynn Vision, Chinese Counter-Strike could definitely do with a really, really big boost. That would be sick if they could manage to increase and inspire more people in the Chinese region to actually play some more Counter-Strike, because we do need that as well. First round is here, and it's on Inferno to begin with. Lynn Vision going to be starting on the T side. Chinggis Warriors on the CT side as we head into it here with elimination on the line at the Austin Major. And it's a slow start for everyone, but they do have the speak stack at top mid.
Yeah, very slow. Play creep. Oh, and a pop found by Controls. So really a nice start for them.
Look at the sneak down middle. They're walking up the CT side. They're trying to see if they can follow them. They're stuck. They're sandwiched on Banana. They have to shoot their way out. They've got to go B right now. That's the bomb as well. Dan, it's disastrous. It's lost at the bottom of Banana. I don't think you can recover this now. They're low. They are not getting out. This is as close as you can get in Counter-Strike to shooting fish in a barrel. Starry goes down. Amelia and Call Me Sue left. There's no one even dead on the CT side. A calamity to begin with for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, and just like you say, with the bomb being so far back, the play, when you see all those players, is you have to force one way or the other. You can't allow yourself to be trapped. So if they could have been able to force themselves into the site, the round would look completely different. But look at the rotation, actually. This is actually wild. We've got all of the repositionings here. It was 4 players Banana. Now there's 2 on the B side, 2 floating between Connector and the B side as well. And now the play being spotted. It's going to call over the rotation here for the CTs. And it's looking pretty good here for Chinggis. Holding down this B site, and they don't even lose a single player.
That's so well played. The rotation towards the B side after the fact, they knew that just leaving one USP at top mid to spot for any kind of fallback was plenty enough. But yeah, the initiative here to push down the middle, it's a kind of play that I think for a while we started attributing to Cadian's Heroic when it was Down and Yabi who were on that team, because they did this thing a lot where they would stack up a part of the map, but then if nobody showed up for the stack would become an offense. They would start pushing and aggressing, and that's pretty much what Chinggis did here. So definitely, I think a nice way to do it, as opposed to just stacking and waiting forever, which I think is a bit boring.
Yeah, and again, this is a map where they are a bit more favored. They kind of need to win this one in this series, so it's off to a good start.
What's with the amount of HEs? Why do they have so many on the T side?
Well, we're going to see a stack, perhaps onto short. Or what are we going to see for these HEs? Where are they going to go? Maybe pit? Well, we're about to find out. The mystery will be revealed.
Is it down for the pit? You might be right. Controls is here. He has no idea that he is going to get nuked down to 6 health. But even that wasn't enough. Amelia does get a bit of a double here and running out of bullets. Coolast. No chance that Tech9 hunts him down. And the nades, even if it's not technically nade kills, you could tell he was shell-shocked at the end of it. Rue and Aricule, 2 versus 3. Lynn Vision with a lot of explosives as they bomb their way onto the A site with a bomb plant as well, and they give up on the round here. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, that's some cool tech there from Lynn Vision to steal this one away. I mean, wow, they steal it away. They get 2, 3 upgrades to M4s. That is so awesome on your T side. That feels so damn good.
So, I think if we get it on replay, one of those grenades to the pit must have missed. There's no way that you're doing 96 or 90 or 94 or whatever it was damage with 3 grenades. I feel like, so I'm guessing one of them somehow touched the wall or something instead. But yeah, regardless, fantastic work. Obviously, Amelia with the Tech9s there, but one of those kills is so much easier.
That's why we like watching Amelia play.
Yeah.
But yeah, totally. And the cool thing there as well is that Lynn Vision are exploiting the fact that the CTs are playing against pistols. So they're like, we don't want to play in apartments. We want to play further back. So that gets exploited by Lynn Vision. And now it's pistols and a couple MP9s here.
I mean, when you're in that pit position, you feel you're in the trenches. You're so sad. You're like, this is easy. Like, nothing can happen. But you're all right.
Yeah, you can smoke a molly, but you can't smoke HEs. So, oh, nice shot there. Chinggis firing back with controls there on the Deagle. And the play's been spotted. We already get a rotation coming across, so Lynn Vision needs to speed up.
Nice spray down. E-Fire getting dropped, but there is a bit stuck at the A-bomb side, and it seems like Lynn Vision have a bit of a sense of it, a bit of a read. They feel like there's something up with this defense. Going to be pushing forward. Okay, that's confirmation of 2 of the defensive players there. Coolast hoping to find one Deagle headshot. Might be able to set them up for a bit of a victory. It's a bit of a tug of war at the start of this game, which always makes it more interesting. 50 seconds on the clock, and Lynn Vision not committing. They haven't lost a lot of health either, so I really respect this. There could have been a moment here where they could have felt the pressure to pull the trigger and say, let's just go. That doesn't matter. You know, we're so close. Run in there and kill them and get the bomb planted. But a lot of discipline right now on the T side to not overcommit to this and run into a stack. They have one really important Molotov on Starry.
And I actually like that they are trying to keep things really simple here. They don't have info on the rest of the maps. This is almost safer, even though they're going into the stack here. Let's see what they can do. Okay, player in the corner. They haven't discovered him, and that is very problematic now. 15 seconds to plant the bomb. Nice shots coming in there from Starry. Sue also trying to lay it down, but it's Starry to get the finishing shot. Very well done. Scary round, risky round, but I still respect that they actually committed into the site, Anders, because they didn't. They never had control elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, you're right. Just to add to that, right, if they have to fall back from this top mid position, that's also definitely dangerous. I don't know how Saka does that. Very good work from Starry, like you pointed out, no time left here. Oh, shot for the box as well. That's so stylish. Oh, like, I promise you, this game will be like this all the way through. I hope we get all the maps because both these teams play really fun Counter-Strike. I think it's just going to continue on like this. Exactly what Counter-Strike should be.
Leg shot onto Coolast. And of course, just pistols here for Chinggis again. Actually finishing off Rue now. So that orb really going to town early on against these pistols. So close to Ari.
He's got a CSAT 75. That is a rare sighting to pick this over the 5-7. He does not make it work. And Amelia, more than enough to get the job done. You ever been able to play with the CSAT 75? I don't think I've got even maybe I've had like 3 kills in total ever.
In the Go days, I preferred it. Yes.
Disgusting, damn.
I really enjoyed it.
I think less of you now, but it's only because I can't use it myself.
Even after the nerfs, I felt like it was still really good. Because for those of you that weren't around in the early CSGO days,
the draw speed,
it was really, really good. You can kind of just guarantee a kill with it, because also the fire rate was, I think, better, and also it was like P250 bullets.
Yeah.
So you could headshot people from really far away. and have them be very weakened, and so it was very strong.
Yeah, they had to nerf it because JW was getting too good. So they were like, okay, we can't have him. It was outrageous as well. Yeah, it's worth maybe just as a historical throwback. Essentially, what happened is if you had an AWP and CSET 75 as your secondary, you know, your sidearm, if you miss the AWP shot, you just instantly pull out a pistol and you've got what amounts to sort of a mini AK in your pocket.
Yeah, yeah, especially at that close range, because it's a PT-50 bullet. You can actually, just murder people with headshots. Yeah, it was really good.
Shout out to JW, legend,
paving the way, along with Kenny S getting in the AWP nerfed for us all.
I know. Players that were too good, Valve had to stop them.
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting. Timeout being called here. Kind of a hard start on all sides here. Like, they're really fighting for these rounds.
Yes, you know, Lynn Vision have made some really great calls to just create the momentum on their side after, of course, being on the back foot, you know, finding that I think that the round where I think, did we have 5 HEs or was it 4 HEs? There was a lot of HEs with the pistols, you know, getting those into the pit position, really nice rush onto the site. You're dealing with the ecos here, and they're definitely in a situation, you know, I like the timeout coming in because Chinggis Warriors are definitely in this situation where, you know, things could start to get really bad, so just getting a moment to kind of reset and to also decide, although it says tech issues, not tactical timeout, so they can't actually...
I think it was one into the other, so it was a tactical, and then it became a technical.
Okay, that's the next level.
It happens.
But you can certainly, you know, you can get some good communication on the team to say kind of what the adjustments are that you'd like to make, which is really nice because sometimes one of the reasons why I think timeouts are good is because sometimes it's, you know, the players have to play, but they may not have enough time to feel like they can kind of reflect and feel like they have a solution that's good.
Yeah.
So it's nice to kind of layer in the timeouts at the right moments so that you can ensure that the team has a good plan, because that in of itself will give a bit of a confidence boost because we're like, okay, we actually know how we're going to deal with this thing. Because sometimes you can't like just decipher that on the fly.
I think it's a hard thing to try and explain if you haven't tried it, but if you're playing on LAN in a competition, for me that's a really long time ago, but I still remember, you know, you rock up to a LAN and you're playing, back then it was MR15, but even with 15 rounds and a half, if you lose, those rounds can go by so quickly. You look up at the scoreboard, you think, wait, what? We've already lost somehow.
Yeah.
And you don't really want that experience. So having these kind of timeouts is a good way to stop that from happening, and that you're not just sort of powering through and suddenly you've lost, you know, a bunch of rounds and nobody ever could like course adjust anything. So I think it is weird how quick time can go, and you don't even sort of realize. So yeah, I think it's really important. And also, I mean, on the opposite side of things, you know, timeouts are used almost offensively to stop the momentum for the other team.
Yeah.
A lot of psychology in that.
Yeah, I think the term in American football is like ice the kicker, I think.
Yes.
The Bears taught me that. So I don't know
American soccer,
about American football.
Trying to piss off everybody.
Yeah, that's just confusing. I don't know.
That's what I like.
But it's definitely an interesting spot because it's early. It's very early in the series thus far.
Yes.
But the thing is that there is more pressure on Chinggis Warriors to win this map again because
you're right.
This is the map of all of them in the 3 maps where they are the most favored. The other 2 maps, the next map is close. It's like what 40-60, and then the other one is more like, you know, 80, closer to like 40-80 or something. So it gets hard on that 3rd map. So they need this one to be able to be comfortable going into the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think that it's really important to recap kind of like how much weight is on this for Chinggis Warriors, and definitely true, that 3rd map of Ancient looming in the distance if we can get there. Again, I really hope we do because I just think this is a lot of fun. Both these teams definitely interesting to watch and with quite a bit to offer. Tech timeout continues for just a second here, and the admins are working on ironing out all the stuff. Glad it's not me. Might be a good time to just remind everyone, if you don't know already, you should, but you can watch Counter-Strike in 4K over on Blast.tv. If you're not already there, then go check it out. I've noticed that there's like its own little community happening in the chat over there, so you know it's a bit more secluded. You can join in the memes and everything else there.
A bit more refined.
It's a bit more refined, yeah. It's more, you know, for the civilized people amongst us. I can appreciate that. I think they are done with it. I'm seeing a countdown happening. Fist bumps are coming out. Looks like we're getting bad. Shout out to the admins for clearing things up. in a timely fashion. So Inferno is going to continue, I believe, and yeah, Chinggis Warriors. They need a way back in here. They need to really step it up and win some early rounds.
Yes, yes.
Ooh, did I fake out everyone? I might have jinxed the timeout.
Why would you do that?
I did. You know, that's my bad then. I'll take the L on this one. They did call the countdown and then I ruined it for everyone. It's my bad.
God damn it.
Yeah.
Well, I think
because I want to talk more. You know, you guys don't get to listen to me enough. I'm like, oh, I've got the microphone now. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going. Yeah, it's going to be interesting because you know with Lynn Vision, you know, otherwise we just have like Tai Lu to represent.
Yeah,
this region in particular.
It's pretty, few and far between. We get, strong teams coming out of the Chinese region, which is kind of a shame. But I mean, it's a new game. We've got new mechanics. We've got a lot of things. I'm hoping that we can do it. I mean, same thing for America, right? Like, I hope this inspires a lot more people to come and play Counter-Strike at a high level because we do have a good time. 3-1 in favor of Lynn Vision. We're back in the game this time for real into round number 5. AWP there on Saka. He was really cool to watch last time that we caught up with Lynn Vision. Coolast on the other side, though, I don't think to be underestimated. So definitely someone that could maybe stand up to Saka.
So a part mistake coming through for Lynn Vision currently with that 4-player stack from Chinggis Warriors on A. Now the 4-player stack is definitely risky to do, but Lynn Vision haven't shown a great propensity to take the whole map. So if you see their presence, they are probably mostly going to be there or committing to that spot. And they're about to show presence top mid here. So this is going to only further encourage Chinggis Warriors to hold the setup, but with the bomb making its way up banana, it may all be a ruse.
I typically don't like, if you're doing this 4-1 split, I don't enjoy it when you've got one player at B who's so far back. I want this player to be further up because the fact is, Arikill right here, if they come for him, he's going to have no warning. All he can do is try and slow it down and maybe get a kill, but he can't probably hold the whole site. Now, it might not matter because it looks like Lynn Vision are satisfied with just, posturing and banana and then actually committing back to the A site. 30 seconds. I don't think they're going to fall back. They could still do it, but that time is running out right now. It will be an attack out of the apps and through that short position. E-Fire in the fire, and he does go down, but he does get the kill anyway. 18 seconds here. Coolast with a couple of good shot down. The sniper rings true for Chinggis Warriors. Emilia dropped, and Saka 10 seconds in a 1 versus 4. It should never happen, and I think he's not ready either. The MP9 is here. Rue able to take him down. A dangerous round, but good job on Coolast.
And I totally agree. Chinggis Warriors, they got by there with a gambly setup.
Yeah.
Fortunate that Lynn Vision came back into the A site. Lynn Vision trying to make them a little bit more afraid of that B attack, as you mentioned. We'll have to see if there's any adjustment to play for more information for Chinggis Warriors, but this round might be encouraging them not to do that because it worked. So we'll see precisely how they interpret this now, but they're going double AWP on Inferno. That's not something you always see.
Right, you are, Dan. I mean, obviously they pick it up, so it's a lot of money. On the other hand, who's ever retaking any bomb sites anyway? So that's typically the thing that we worry about with double up setups is that, ooh, what if you have to retake? But since people don't even try to retake any of the bomb sites here, then maybe it doesn't matter. It's definitely interesting. It presents an interesting mind game as well for Lynn Vision when they hear one of the orbs. If they're not ready for the second orb, you could peek into an angle that you would normally be more careful of because you think there's not going to be an orb there. So they heard that on controls. Question is, do they walk right into it at the bottom of banana? Because they don't, see, they're sort of slowly walking in, not ready for the double orb. There's no way if they had known. What a great example of exactly how the double orb can be so punishing.
And now the question is for Lynn, what do they want to do with this information? Because as you say, they know orbs are on both sides of the map here. So you don't really want to spend too much more time walking around. So they're going to just recommit into the B site. It's a good read coming in from Chinggis Warriors to get that extra player on the B site, sort of anticipating that. So they're going to be ready for this. And they've got they're going forward. They're going forward. There's a quick flashbang for the MP9. They're going to blow up this push before it even gets started. And there's 2 kills for Ari there. Dug into the sandbags. Job is done as the trade comes on through. And they can't get any more space in towards the B site. There's 20 seconds left.
They're running. They're going to save this. They don't have a choice, to be honest. Not even something that they could have done differently here. That is, you're right. Great read. Stacking 3, then going aggressive with the timing on the flashbang and everything else. Absolutely cooking here are Chinggis Warriors. Tying up the game too, 3-3. Yeah, but a perfect illustration of the power of sounding off with the AWP on one side of the map, and then they just walk straight into the other one.
Yeah, totally. Absolutely. Like, what a setup for that kill. Even with the smoke being down, the boost was enough. And Ari with a great performance there. Top banana. And suddenly, just like that, Chinggis Warriors, you know, we had that timeout. They were struggling a little bit. They're back, and they are so back with this double AWP.
Well, now the other thing is, though, when you know the double AWP is in play, sometimes you just want to be very, very quick with it. And Tech9s are a way to do that, you know? Westmelon and Amelia both have one. If you think you've got an opening, why stop? Why not just keep running and shooting forever? Missed flick there. I think they should just keep going. I know the smoke is up, and they will respect it. They're not quite sure if it's worth it. There are 3 people on the other side, but they might not get a better opportunity than the one that he just had.
Yeah, we are going to re-shove into this B site. Can't really blame Lynn Vision too much. Again, they don't have any presence towards the A side of the map. Looking to get this done in a simple fashion. 3 players here, though. It's going to be very tough to get in. Nice flick shot from Kulast. Again, the AWP's delivering here on the defense for Chinggis Warriors. That's, I don't know where the AWP went there. And Amelia opening things up onto the site, but still, players hiding amongst the smoke. So you've got to be very cautious here. Root on the other end at top banana. There's CTs actually everywhere right now.
Yeah, the bomb slowed down. Rue coming back. He hasn't even reloaded yet. 17 bullets on the M4A4 and a great couple of headshots. Goes for one more, and I think he could have had it. It's shut down by controls, but that whole round from Rue is something to be admired. He had to push into the smoke because his position was Molotov. He had already spent the first 13 bullets. He doesn't reload at all because that will also give away his position. Then he comes back and basically says to his teammate who's playing church, just chill out, don't worry. And then he comes back in and gets the double kill. What an absolutely sick round from him.
Yeah, really sick round. Looking so clinical on the re-entry into the site as a unit, as a team. And that confidence is nice to see from Chinggis Warriors. And again, you know, starting to look, I think, more like themselves on Inferno here. And we can see, we can actually start to see that Lynn Vision, that they are a team that's not as versed with their Inferno play. And we're seeing that because in a lot of these rounds that they are playing kind of gambly. You know, they are stacking positions. They're not defaulting the map and giving themselves options to seesaw their CT opponents. They're not really creating a situation where there's these utility battles where they're trying to get the edge on the utility. Some of these more fundamental Inferno things we're not quite seeing from them just yet. So we'll see if they can build on what they have.
It's definitely scary when Chinggis can walk up to the top of banana and sort of just, you know, do and execute like this, or when Lynn Vision can, right? Like that's something that could be a bit more concerning. But right now, this is not looking too bad. 4-3. They've got a bit of money on their side. That's double AWP and 2 AKs. Powerful position to be in. Rue, push down. Perfect angle for the spray. More are coming through, but again, they're just so ready for it. He will run out of bullets eventually. Everyone's reloading at the same time, which is definitely not ideal. So a small thing to think about, but when you've got, you know, 60 bullets on the other side of the smoke, why spend all of them at the exact same time?
And it's often so worth it to see if you can, if you feel like you've got util that's giving you the edge, try to play for those early kills against the pistols. Sometimes it seems counterintuitive to close a distance on them like that, but now there's only 3 players. Okay, they picked up an AK, but how much more can they do? They have a full util set, 3 smokes, a Molotov, so they could certainly lock the CTs out of the B site because they are playing that more retake position towards CT. So the typical cross smoke will lock these players out of vision. But will they decide to go for that? Because they could also contact. That is an option.
Well, we'll see if they even throw the elevated smoke, because if not, that boost is up there. Oh, yeah, with the AWP playing in this position, you're not expecting for there to be a boost behind the AWP. Oh, nice return from Starry, actually. That's not too bad. I think it could have been much, much worse. bomb planted here, but Starry cannot make it up from behind the fountain. Call me Sue, 1 versus 3 with the Tech 9. First kill is his, swings wide, but E-Fire will shut it down, and yeah, they're back.
Yeah, that was potentially a dangerous round. And, you know, you get Lynn Vision, I think, at their most dangerous when they're playing around the site. We're not having to have these more complicated macro situations. You can get the individuals in spots to just play the fights. And they definitely have a lot of skill. But look at this from Rue, by the way. Kind of able to like line up perfectly with the pre-aim by seeing the wall on the left above the smoke.
I love the fact that they... There's a whole mind game on its own in having both the AWP and the rifle on the CT side of B, and shooting the AWP there is such a big indication that the rifle won't be there. Now, it was obviously boosted, as we could see, but it's so hard for Lynn Vision to read that because it's so unlikely. Like 9 times out of 10, if there's an AWP there, that's the only rifle on the site. Like, you know, they will have stacked the A-bomb site instead, and it's just one AWP. Arikyo, ooh, okay, right on top. Saka did get blown up, but that bottle hit him right in the face. They are really getting beat up here on Banana. Chinggis getting a lot of damage in. They get the shot onto Westmelon too. And a 5 versus 3.
Ooh, Amelia with a pick there onto Ari. Chris of 3v4. And given that Starry's playing the lurk around Boiler, there might be a timing on Kulast, but there could also be a flick from Kulast. And if this kill goes the way of Lynn Vision, the peak timing is actually pretty strong for Starry as a nade gets pulled, gets drawn. That's when Starry peaks. 2v3 with 50 seconds.
Slowly stepping away here, Root. I feel like running too far away is probably a little bit dangerous. I don't mind if he wants to just play for the information, but I feel like this is a really big gamble. Might allow for a chance here for a bit of a retake. Smoke goes up, and they will hear that, so they are going to start to make their way back to the B bomb site, but we'll see how much of an advantage it is for Lynn Vision once, and if the bomb goes down, they're still taking their time with it.
Yeah, still clearing everything on the sides. And got to be really careful that they are able to play in positions where they can support each other. There is an incendiary on E-Fire, so that could be problematic. E-Fire coming in from the spawn position. Great flashbang. Oh, wow. Rue still somehow pulls out the kill onto Amelia, leaving Sue in the 1 versus 3. But with 2 players very low on health, it is doable, but you have to get the insta-headshot. And it's E-Fire that does just that. And Chinggis Warriors continue their winning ways.
Great retake. I really don't know how Rue won that fight. Like, he does get so flashed, and he'd already spent most of his bullets. Like, he's down to 4 bullets while he's still all the way flashed, and then he just gets a little bit of a glimpse of somebody, and that's it. That's enough.
Yeah, like, stop spraying as well for, like, it's just a second. It's like, oh, just stop spraying randomly. There we go. Like,
don't have to, yeah. Wow. Great Counter-Strike being pulled out right now from Chinggis Warriors, which I think is what we want to see. Tournament life on the line. 6-3, the scoreline. Nice grenade down, but Amelia able to get the spray. All the bullets on the Galil. The return is for Arikyo as well. And he's looking to see if he can find anything more for the smoke. He knows they're down there. Amelia's already tagged up. Oh, that's a decisive kill. But there are still 2 people here.
Yeah, still 2 holding top Banana. So they're going to be able to very quickly figure out, hang on, they are gone. What does it mean? And we'll see if they're able to get in position in time to defend against this push. Lynn Vision looking really good for a post plant here on A. Nothing really to stop them. Control's going to have to be going very aggressive to even chance a prevention of that bomb plant, but that's not going to be denied. And a 3v4 retake, Anders.
It's pretty doubtful. They have quite a bit of money on some of their players, so in theory, they could try and chance it and see if they could take it away. Unfortunately, the underhand grenade there from Controls didn't blow up all of the smoke, so he couldn't really do much. Coolest, okay. He's going to find the first one. Saka goes down, and now they want to swing for it. They find Call Me Sue just idling in the corner. Starry gets 2 in return, and that should be plenty enough. Starry will end the threat of the retake coming in. Nice kills for him, 3 in total. And Lynn Vision, finally another round.
Yeah, that was a great play from Starry. You know, his teammates were being very passive on the site because they're trying to play the setups. But at that point, you do need somebody to get really active as the CTs are scaling so effectively. So Starry's been great, like being an active player, playing, like finding plays and timings by himself. It's good to see that continue here. Really nicely done by Starry.
All right, round number 11. I mean, 4 rounds, it's actually not that bad necessarily. Opportunity to build something behind it. I think 5 is when Lynn Vision probably start to feel more comfortable in this first half, but okay.
Oh,
that's not a fight you can win.
And we already have the 4-player stack on the from the CTs on this A side of the map, and that flash, it's not done anything. Amelia doesn't get a single opportunity to get a pick, but Zaka does, taking down E-Fire and creating a lot of presence now towards his connected position.
Westman is 0 and 10. He just died in the apps. Honestly, I don't blame him for not knowing the AWP was there. Why would the AWP even be there? That's so weird. Drew ends up going down to Saka, and somehow we're back into a 3v3. Still 50 seconds. They're trying to sneak their way in towards the CT spawn position. Controls, he knows. He's got the right read, but he has to get the headshot to follow it up. Good spray on the first, and they crouch right into it. Easy double kill for him. And leave Saka in a very tough position. Kulas will bring him down. Another round for the CTs. Up to 7 now.
Yeah, really nice play. Really nice play to shut down that connector position. It's kind of scary to go into a forward off angle like that, but sort of trusting yourself, having confidence in how good the position is great to see. Again, a lot of pressure on this match, so you don't want to be making any kind of mistake. And everyone from Chinggis Warriors looks like they're in the zone right now, dialed into the game.
Absolutely, and they would have had such a bad buy in this round number 12 if they would have lost it on the CT side. So just when the economy is about to betray them, when things are, you know, a big opportunity for Lynn Vision, in other words, to almost even out the scoreline if they could have won that previous round. Not going to be allowed for. Timeout called now. Lynn Vision really needing, I think, another round here. 4 is still competitive. They can still make it back, obviously. But you want more.
Yeah, you really do. And depending on how the T side is for Chinggis Warriors, it may be, you know, we don't know what the level of difficulty is going to be experienced by Lynn Vision in playing against it. And we can kind of go into that more when we do get to that CT side, and we're not too far away because this is the final round of the first half of this best of 3. And Lynn Vision, a lot of presence once again towards Banana. Once again, looks like they just want to shove it in. They just have pistols for the most part.
Yeah, already nice grenade that lands on Amelia. He is getting very close to the corner. Oh, flashed in again, but this time it backfires. Westmelon picking up his first kill of the half. And I mean, Call Me Sue's got 2 as well, so they really have a couple of players here that have had a hard time having an impact. But this time, a bomb plant should be within reach for the Chinese side. A minute on the clock, and they're trying to check the rest of the bomb site. E-Fire not able to get anything through, but that smoke being blown open. Control is only good for the 1.
There, finally the bomb plant is had. Harassment there from the church position. Kulas with the AWP, there's the HE. Doesn't get anything off of that, swaps out for the rifle. Tries to find a rifle. Still can't find a rifle.
Hello?
Okay, it's at 5-7 time. Orb in hand, runs through the smoke, goes down, and that's the end of the first half. So it is at least something to work with going into what will be a hard-fought second half for Lynn Vision.
Second half of Inferno is coming up, and it's Lynn Vision playing up against the Chinggis Warriors. And right now, let's say, impressive first half for the Mongolian side of the battle here, but nothing has been decided. It's not at all over yet. Even if Lynn Vision are a little bit further behind, I think they can make it back here. 7-5 is a pretty open game.
It is. It definitely is. We'll see what happens here on this pistol for Chinggis Warriors. They're going to see a quick jump peek. But, ooh, that's a good nade. That's a nice follow-up nade. So very low on Rue now, and you can see the CTs here. Lynn Vision, they want a challenge for this. Getting some damage. These players are super softened up here on Banana for Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, they are, but they might end up back at the A bomb side anyway. They're going to go out the middle with the bomb, leading Emilia with a nice couple of kills. Could just decide to fall back here. I don't think fighting for this any longer, but wait a minute. There's a push for the smoke. Controls. He's gone for a massive flank and almost gets the double for his efforts. That might have got them right back. They could have had the bomb plant behind that. If he picks up both, I think that's enough. Coolast moving forward, P250 in hand, but he can't find any headshots. Westmelon finally able to get another kill on the board. Him and Call Me Sue, they need to do so much more in this second half. It's all up to Rue, and it's not enough. Starry, on the other hand, has been playing like a champion on Inferno. That's his 14th kill right there. And important round victory here in the second half.
Yeah, Starry has been playing really well. I totally agree. These duels looking just really well worth the money on these pistol rounds. You know, credit to Rue for actually getting the bomb down, though, guaranteeing that cash. So that's going to be helpful if they want to keep that pressure on the CTs, get that force buy-in. I think it's so good on the Inferno because there's so many, there's so much you can do with the utility on Inferno. There's so many close ranges that you can fight from. So that's a nice consolation prize for Chinggis Warriors.
And they will, you know, they'll treat themselves.
Yeah. They splurge in the cash, got the AK. Fancy that, that's nice.
I mean, their buy is on par with Lynn Vision, which happens sometimes, in spite of the fact that they won the pistol. Smoke going up to try and slow things down a bit. Yeah, might as well try. I mean, you've got plenty of bullets here. Komisu not connecting really, but, you know, just keeping the threat. There is a second AWP, so again, like I said, both these two players at top banana right now haven't had a great time. That will be very annoying. No head armor there. He just dies immediately.
Still 2 smokes left, but I don't believe there are any left towards B. So, and given how far back Lynn Vision is actually playing on the CT side right now, they don't know if there's a rotation towards A, so they can't easily stack B without it being a gamble or just kind of a feeling that they have to sort of just base off of too limited information.
This is really nice because Westmelon's going to see them, and then he'll fall back. Oh, never mind. He's not going to fall back at all. Oh my god! There's a flash being thrown or waiting to be thrown from Sue, but they don't even get a chance to do it. Oh my god. Call Me Sue, trying to see if he can make up for it here. What a brutal way to entry onto B. 15 seconds left. There is still a bit of a stack coming in, and Call Me Sue is going to make good for the 1 kill. Down to 11 seconds. It's all out chaos as E-Fire will find a couple of kills, and the Chinggis Warriors fight their way through. What a peak, man.
That's such a crazy opener. That's such a good find. Was that off the boost or logs? Like, where was that off?
No, it just swung.
It just swung. Okay, timing's just sick. Because I think we were on the perspective of the player that got destroyed.
Yeah.
It didn't even, there wasn't really like time to register that peak coming in.
The whole plan for the play is for the MP9 to take 1 step to the right, the flash comes over, and then you swing wide again when everyone's flashed. That's what's supposed to happen.
Oh, yo!
Through the fire and the flames, straight into the headshot. He's gonna find one more. Starry, please! 3 versus 5 now. As Chinggis Warriors might be rocked by the Deagle. Here comes another one. Saka finds one more, and it's 5 Deagle headshots to bring them low.
That's crazy. That is so wild. Starry with those two essentially commits the rest of his opponents with the 3 that they have left. They have to rush into the B site. They don't have really all that much in the way of options. I mean, I guess they could try to regroup, but they don't know how many players are behind Starry, so that's just wild.
How do you rationalize losing a round like that if you're Chinggis Warriors? Like, oh, okay,
yeah,
like, that just happened.
And that is the way that if Lynn Vision are going to win Inferno against Chinggis Warriors, they have to do it with plays like this, because we know that this is the map that they are the least prepared on in comparison. Like, Chinggis Warriors over a lot of rounds are going to ultimately outplay Lynn Vision. So if Lynn Vision can just get the variance going in their way with opening up rounds like that, that's wild.
To be honest, they can win the map. I mean, maybe not quite yet, but if they win this round, then Chinggis Warriors will have very little to no money at all. And Lynn Vision probably bounce straight to 9 rounds with a much better economy and everything else. There is so much on the line right now. I feel like that one round with the Eagles, it completely changed the story of what's happening in the second half. Shocking stuff.
The only thing, though, is that now that there's a full gun round for Lynn Vision, our Chinggis Warriors going to be able to find ways to outplay them with their superior Inferno skills. We will see if that's the case, because they're only on pistols right now. But it is a very defensive setup on the A site, because right now Lynn Vision has very forward positioning on Banana.
Westmelon playing very close. Still has had almost no impact on the game yet. That can change. He just has to try and focus on finding a bit of relevancy later on. 1 or 2 rounds. Sounds like a cliche. We say it all the time, but just, you know, just got to have a bit of an impact in 1 round. There we go. Taking out Coolast. It kind of commits them to whatever they're doing here at Arch. Can't really easily fall back at this point, especially with 35 seconds. So, all in. They should not be winning this round here, Chinggis. It's already been red.
Oh, Rue. Just running circles around Sue.
They're going to go B.
The bomb is going to make its way out towards CT spawn, but back into the connector. Nice couple kills found there onto Lynn Vision. Now just 2 players left. Zaka goes down as well. What a headshot found by Controls. And that's it. The round's over. It's done.
What just happened? I think Lynn Vision, did they start to move? Because it looked to me like they were going to go B from that Arch position. They obviously didn't, but it's possible Lynn Vision thought the exact same thing and just started to get a little bit too complacent. There was so little time. You probably think the round has already been won. And then you start to kind of loosen up a bit, and suddenly they swing back Controls with a couple of great headshots, and that's a hard round to lose. After the Deagle round, they'd set themselves up. They should not be... they're not ready at all.
Just not like misreading some of the timings of positions. Oh, and this is, again, this is the thing we talked about, where it's like, okay, you've got a team that has the edge on Inferno against Lynn Vision, who does not have the edge on Inferno. So you're going to see some of these hiccups happen, I think, for Lynn Vision. I think that's to be expected. But the interesting thing is it's kind of dangerous in a way, because then when Lynn Vision are on weird half-buys, they're going to be encouraged to be a bit more scrimmy, maybe, you know, like what we saw from Starry. We're going to see some more aggressive pushes where they try to just leverage the aim as much as they can. So back into that kind of a spot. We've got 2 imports saved, 2 MP9s, a Deagle on Call Me Sue. Lynn Vision only 2 rounds behind right now, so things aren't out of control just yet.
No, they can be recovered, but I think emotionally, some of these rounds are just very, very hard to give up. You win a round with 5 Deagle headshots, and then you have every opportunity to build a huge economy, build all the momentum behind it, and you lose in what seems like kind of a silly fashion. You had everyone at the site, you had them locked in, Westmelon was holding Banana, there was no reason to panic at all, and they just kind of slip up a little bit. That's an unfortunate mistake. Nice way to clear this position, not really making any noise either. E-fire, timing is a bit awkward right now. Obviously not meant to throw the grenade like that, but honestly that could have been so much worse, so I don't even think they care about it. They could have been peaked at the same time. Aerocule, nice shot. And that slows down the round quite a bit.
Yes, it's kind of interesting. Okay, 40 seconds to go. They're starting to move forwards into an M4 though. Controls is lost at long, and everything is short here. All three players coming up short. Candace's position gets shut down. Starry, Zaka coming in for the defense there. The trade attempt is going to fail from Ari, and now Rue, last player standing. 20 seconds to play within. Starry on the box, getting almost all of it done by himself. Starry again standing out.
I almost admire the fact that he doesn't move his position. Typically, once your position is known, you want to try and go somewhere else so that they have to, clear another angle or something. But he was just up on the box the whole time. 3 kills, great stuff, and wow, what a weird game to even try to predict at this point in time, because both teams have had and built opportunities where they could get back in and do a lot of work, but all of a sudden, it slips away. Timeout called here for Chinggis Warriors. The last one that they had to try and get this back online. Honestly, their map is at threat once again. They could lose this now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of ways, obviously, that round could have been a bit easier. Obviously, if you get that kill coming up long, that's a 1v1. Then suddenly Starry's going to have to look to his left at some point, but that never had to happen because the kill was won there. So there's just like a lot of, it's the domino effect so often here. But 8 to 9 for Lynn Vision as they look to bring themselves back in, and they're against a couple pistols, a couple Galils, and an AK. No nades, really. 1 smoke for controls. It's going to be very hard here. However, there's a donation. Ari takes down Sue, and that is banana control along with it, presumably.
What? Okay, that's a decent grenade. I don't think it's worth the risk running into the smoke. That many footsteps. He could have been killed. Nice acrobatics for Sue, though, to make the jump up.
But if you're that aggressive, I feel like Lynn Vision, or rather, Chinggis Warriors are like, hang on. If they're going to be as bold to throw nades from that position, there's probably multiple players there.
Yeah, they certainly seem a bit concerned. Back to check top mid. If nothing else, you want to be able to do this. Starry, 20 kills at this point in time.
Yeah, Starry's crazy.
Very nice to see, and they actually move in to find the information. Controls ends up going down. It's the bomb here on Aricule. It drops back down into the pit. They actually have to go and pick it up here. Oh, it's very awkward. There we go. Coolast has got it. And they can actually run straight in plant. There's nobody at the B-bomb site. More drama coming up, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and I think Emilia's going to be able to pick up one of the AK. Oh, no, actually, I don't think Emilia's on that side. But either way, yes. 4v2 retake. No nades really on either side, so it's kind of a deathmatch situation. Now just one singular Galil at the back of the site. It's going to have to be crazy, but it's Emilia to take him down with a nade. Again, though, I mean, I think low-key, throwing the nade in that fashion, I think that represented a setup on top banana, and I think that actually made Chinggis Warriors go back into the stack. I think that was by design, and it seemed to work.
Crazy. Absolutely wild. I love this move as well, where they go and be aggressive on the CT side. Works so well. I don't think Coolast had any head armor. That MP9 kind of blew him up, so 9-9. The game is tied, but that is not the real picture of what's happening. It's the money on that CT side. 1 AWP, 3 AKs, and for Chinggis Warriors, obviously, you're going to be down to some Deagles. They're hoping to manufacture the same kind of, 5 Deagle headshot round from earlier. Doubtful that they can. Lynn Vision can actually walk away with Inferno here.
It's looking quite possible, and it's crazy. It really is. Had Chinggis Warriors just decided to call the bluff on banana, it would be a totally different scenario, but instead their economy's wrecked, and Lynn Vision, they can just play fairly far back. We know that there are some risks with this, but it is okay. You've got such a util advantage and a weaponry advantage. Quick peek behind the cover of the flashbangs, and indeed the observer showing us the bomb. They forgot the bomb. They don't need the bomb.
No, they're looking for headshots. They're not about the explosives right now. Try and get more. Do some damage. It really does make a difference, even though winning the round is real far away at the moment. But getting, 2 more kills in this one is going to limit that CT side economy. I think even more importantly, getting the AKs away from the CT side is super important. So try and do that if at all possible. They're low on health right now, so it's just about being fast on the trigger. Not going to happen. They'll save some of the AKs at the very least. 1 round lead.
Yeah, looking great. Chinggis Warriors, though, I don't doubt that they can find their way back in. Again, I do think we saw a little luck paying off there for Lynn Vision. Going for the gamble stack on the A site. And we'll see. We'll see though what the read is for Chinggis Warriors too. We'll see if there is a read from them going into this next round. Orb still in play on Zaka. That's been quite reliable. And it looks like a default setup here coming in from Chinggis Warriors.
It's so crazy because they're doing this playing almost 4-on-5. Westmelon has got 3 kills in, well, 19 rounds. We're in round number 20 now. So if they start to get him fired up, then it's going to be different, of course. Saka in position. A look that we haven't seen before with the AWP playing this one. The flashes are really good, though. He takes a bullet and he has to fall back. Westmelon is just there to sort of bodyguard him into it. And actually, they're going to sort of recall a couple of more players. Looks like they might want to use the flash in to try and see if they can do something. Incendiary goes out and not really able to burn anyone just yet.
They do know a player is baked on this B site. That's the position got swapped. They're playing the edge of the smoke here. Westmelon is going to find that 4th kill. And still this top banana position being held. And for Chinggis Warriors, maybe not committing hard enough here to actually break the position. And now they're down 4v5, but with 40 seconds left, they have to consider, do we go back towards top mid? Oh my goodness, such good damage. 2 players very low now for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, but the real awkward fact here is there's not that much time. 30 seconds, you're trying to walk up here. Everyone on banana now. There are a couple of grenades left, not smokes or molotovs, but even a flash or 2 here could slow them down. Under 20 seconds as they're trying to turn the corner towards the B bomb site. It's not enough time. Saka gets caught on the wall, but he's still able to get away. And hiding in the back is Westmelon. This is his time to shine. 1 kill will seal the deal. There is no more seconds left. 5 of them, and they're running out. They're not even trying to plant the bomb anymore. They've already given up on the round, but half fighting. Oh, it's close at the end here to try and get some kills, but it will be Lynn Vision to pick it up. 11-9, and Oracle dying after the clock has run out as well. It's about as bad as it can get.
That is, yeah, that really is. And it's unfortunate too. I think they obviously made a good call of going to that B site. We saw that after the reset. It was their opposition on the C2 side that decided to just go 3 on A. So they picked the weaker site in theory. Obviously, you have to deal with the orb, but they were just a little bit too late. It had to be a bit too rushed, not quite enough time. 11-9 now for the Vision, and going aggressive. Starry, we saw him with a deagle. What can he do with an AK from this position?
It's not worth it. I'm actually so happy to see him fall back. It's a hard call to make when you're playing such a great game, because he really wants to just punish them. He feels like he can fight any one of them and win, and that's probably true. But the risk here is that he gives over the AK to a team that has, well, they've got 1 Galil.
And showing the presence there is strong too, because now, you know, the T-side Chinggis Warriors, they're like, okay, well, we actually, if we want to go upon us, we kind of have to clear like everything diligently, and that's just so irritating. And so they're not even considering doing that. They didn't have anyone in position to do it in the first place. So once again, Chinggis Warriors lightly just committed up banana, but only 2 players on that B site right now. Lynn Vision have given up all the map control. Don't want to risk, don't want to take a chance. They could get caught out by a pistol.
I mean, they should be playing it like this. Presumably it'll be contact anyway for Chinggis Warriors, so they're going to try and sneak their way as close as they can. And then once the first bullet is fired, you just don't ever want to slow this one down. We'll see. 1 good flash here to come through, presumably. No one's throwing it yet. They do have the bomb and everything. We're again down to about 27 seconds. All right, a little bit of noise at top mid. It's all a fake. They will be going for B. Yeah, and here we go. Full-on contact rush. 20 seconds left on the clock. Kolmisu in the back. Very good headshot to begin with. That's going to slow them down, and he's picked them apart. Westmelon setting up a couple of flashes for his teammate. You love to see that. He still goes down, Westmelon, and somehow they've got the bomb site. The bomb's going to be... Oh, no, it will not! No scope headshot. No more time. They can't win the round. What a disgusting way to win a round.
Oh my god. He's coming in like Rambo through the smoke. Just a hip fire on the AWP and gets a headshot from that range. With a no-scope, Anders. That is just, it doesn't make sense.
He's so flashed, he's pushing into the front of the smoke that he himself cleared.
Can't even see anything. It's outrageous.
What a bizarre game this has been. I really love this. This is a Counter-Strike that's just so fun to watch. It's definitely not the cleanest, but it is entertaining. 12-9. Rush to the B bomb site. They want to sit one more chance here. Chinggis Warriors to keep it alive. Get it into overtime. Some way, somehow. Westmelon lining up. He's been so bad all game long, but he finds the triple. We said it the whole way through. Just have that one round, and this was his. Arikul in a 1v3. Saka will take him down, and Lynn Vision, they find a path to victory. They steal it away. The opponent's map pick. What a dramatic game this ended up being.
Yes, Chinggis Warriors not coming away with the result that they needed, and now it is truly the uphill of all uphill struggles for them throughout the rest of the series. The next map, Nuke, is they're 58% with 12 maps, 62% for Lynn Vision, so it's still a close second map, but it's that third map, Ancient, is where things get tricky. But we'll see if there can be a recovery as we now go into the break and prepare for the second map.
Lynn Vision playing against Chinggis Warriors, and they just finished the opening map behind me, which Lynn Vision ended up winning in a rather convincing way. I know the game was close back and forth in the beginning, and you did see Chinggis Warriors do a decent job applying pressure, but Lynn Vision, and in particular Starry, had a fantastic showing. Now, they're both playing for elimination, and they're both coming from the Asian region, which in itself is an interesting story. Now, Lynn Vision, obviously, so far this tournament, have been slightly more positive in terms of how they have conducted themselves, how they played Counter-Strike, and how close their games have been against some rather better opponents. Whereas for Chinggis Warriors, the only positive I have to say about them was that they survived yesterday against a rather weak-looking Fluxo. So I'm curious to see how this one is going to pan out. That was only map one, still one more map needed for Lynn Vision to stay alive. Whereas for Chinggis Warriors, they are just like yesterday versus Fluxy now, forced to win 2 maps in a row if they want to stay alive here at the Blast Austin TV Major 2025. I'm curious to see how this is going to pan out. I have Lynn Vision as my favorite, and I think they'll make it in 2-0.
We return. It is another map coming up here. Chinggis Warriors versus Lynn Vision. Elimination game. Everything is on the line for these two teams. You have to win. You have to pull through. And already, Lynn Vision are upsetting the situation by actually winning the map pick of Chinggis Warriors on Inferno. Now we're going to Nuke, and you can kind of tell here on the odds that that has had a massive impact. Lynn Vision, I think it was like a 3-1 kind of situation before. Now they are massively favored to win this one. And I understand why. I think this will be a tough game from here on out for Chinggis Warriors, no matter what happens.
Yeah, this is when the pressure is truly on their backs. Starry from Lynn Vision had an incredible individual performance, and that's really, I think, where, well, he was the guy that engineered the fall there for Chinggis Warriors. But we'll see if they can do any better here on Nuke, because we're into a very fast upper rush. We need to be able to get an opening there. 2 openings, in fact, onto the sites. Kulas, Root, dead. Just Ari on the site. No one is left. No one is allowed to live.
Yeah, for a couple of seconds, maybe. 1 bullet left. That is sick. Please get the clutch now. If it starts like that, it couldn't be more beautiful, but this is a 1 in a million round to try and win. Already ticked far down on that clock, and Call Me Sue will stop that from getting even close to it. But the real hero of the round, no question about it, is Emilia. Getting the opening is in itself, that's it, job done. Like, he's already done a great job. The fact that he stayed alive with no health and spotted the other fight that's coming to his left here, he's got 5 bullets left. That is a very, very hard kill to get.
Yeah, it's great, and get that nice little flick there at the end. But it is ultimately Lynn Vision who pick up the opening round. We'll see what they opt to do here on the T side. This is definitely a map where they, I think, will have a better game plan than their Inferno.
I'm excited. Nuke is still, to this day, my favorite map. And it still is a map that's evolving in all kinds of ways. The advent of the smokes that could be blown open has totally changed how people play the yard. And there is a lot of creative stuff that's happening around that. So, Scout on Coolast, FAMAS on controls. They don't have, well, they have 1 Molotov on Saka. Normally you try and burn out this position, but they might. All right, there we go. That's actually very nice for Lynn Vision to not skip on the fundamentals just because, you know, it's the second round.
Yeah. But they still need to make their way onto a site. And there's a few CTs in treacherous positions to clear. There is 1 on the stairs. That opens up that position, but still Lynn Vision taking their time on this one. The Scout could be a problem here. Cool ass. Oh, still gets a connection, but is found ultimately. Starry. It's been so dangerous in this series so far.
I think Coolest wanted to lure them into Aricule there. That's why he was, you know, out there with the Scout kind of forward position. That's a bit sloppy. Don't really need that. Also, that's the bomb. Still, I'm not necessarily worried yet for Lynn Vision, but it's just a bit awkward at the moment. E-Fire. Shut down. Nicely done. They had also picked up the bomb at the same time. Probably losing more players than they needed to in the round. Yeah. But they avoid all of the real dangers. 1 was controls with the FAMAS sneaking up, which is this kill right here. And the other one is the potential trap that's being laid where the Scouts had a, you know, a 5-7 right behind it, but never really did anything, unfortunately.
And I think one thing that's, again, a worry for Chinggis Warriors is that Starry is still looking quite as sharp, even though he's just 2 kills deep.
Sure.
It's the type of kills that Starry gets that's definitely impressive. Now, another upper rush opening coming on through.
I love it.
Sue straight in there with the MAC-10.
There's nobody here.
Well, Taser in the hut. Oh no, can't quite find the ranges for that one. Oh, there we go! Ari gets Sue.
That's rough. Oh my! That stops the bomb plant. Starry still able to find the kill and through the door. He's very nearly punched out E-Fire. Now there is Rue sneaking in on the other side. Bit of a sloppy play with the Deagle, and ultimately Saka comes in to take him down. Nice double! He spun around for it. E-Fire. Now the bomb's going to be planted here. He's running towards the double door. Will punch it open. Molotov to put some pressure down, but unfortunately backs off to the right instead. And Starry's in control. Scary opponent to be up against here. And E-Fire looking to reposition, but once he tries this, there's already a hole in the door. He's going to be spotted already. Now he has to open it out. Straight shot to the face. Starry looks like he's not at all worried. I didn't see even a sign of panic. In a 1v1 where they could have lost it to just a single player, that would have been devastating.
Starry so far in this series has looked like a player that no matter what battle he's in, he looks like he's the guy that's going to win it.
Yeah.
And that's...
Don't tase me, bro.
That's it's pretty scary. I really feel like he has made such a decisive difference.
Nice!
And that was a really nice position as well, sort of, you know... Well, I don't even have time to talk about it, really. We're straight into the next round. 3-0 lead for Lynn Vision as they get very fast through those, beyond those smokes outside towards Secret.
Yes, and they stopped to shoot, which I feel like the victory of getting it down that quick with nobody stopping you is kind of worth having. Oh, Emilia. That's absurd. He snuck through the smoke in towards Mini, and then he just escapes again. I'm going to be honest, that's very nearly a round-winning kill here. There's one player down below. If they find Coolast here, there's no reason for anyone to rotate either for Chinggis Warriors. Now, he is ready for the boost. Oh, it doesn't matter! Saka on the other side. How? Coolast is going to be pissed. He absolutely did it right. He had essentially read what was going to happen 15 seconds before they showed up, and he can't win the fight. Like I said, there's no reason to rotate. The round is over.
Yeah, it's a great situation. You're kind of like almost pre-firing that with the AWP off of that boost. And 5v2 now, so Emilia, the trap sprung in that upper site. And indeed, just try to hold on to these remaining weapons as the bomb goes down. And could they try to hunt? I mean, in theory, they could invest a player or two if they really wanted to, but their economy is not amazing, so they might just give this one up. I don't think that they feel pressured to do it, to try to take these guns away.
I think if it was an AWP, maybe it's more of an incentive to do it, but with the M4s, maybe you just don't. That is a wild play from Emilia, and so is that.
That's a stunning shot.
I think maybe it's a personal thing for me. I'm so much more angry when I feel like I actually read the round correctly. Like, I knew that what was going to happen, and you still don't get the shot. You're like, come on, you know? It's one thing if you're just surprised, and you're like, oh, okay, they outplayed me. But technically, he was trying to outplay them.
Yeah, they had the right read with their boost themselves.
Yeah, really sick stuff.
And there's a lot that can work right now. You know, the outside stuff's been working pretty fine. I mean, we saw a faster pace there, and at the same time we had Emilia creating problems by creeping, you know, beyond that smoke. And I think that smoke, obviously there should be, in a sense, maybe some alarm bells that's possible because of the way the cover works. If you do get through, like, and kind of hug that vent position, you aren't visible from hut. We saw that was the case. Yeah. So that's definitely maybe some tech that they've got on that one, and that's so punishing because you lose a player upper, you've lost a player like lower. It's, yeah, like you said, the round is basically over at that point.
We might see some more yard playing around at this one because a lot of the normal CT grenades that they have a little bit more. Okay, fair enough. There are just a bunch of default grenades that the CTs will throw. There's the really deep, you know, incendiary that lands really far forward to try and slow everything down. You actually, thrown right here from Coolast. Just to try and force the T's to sort of, you know, swing much wider. They can't sort of make a straight line for it. Early kill on the controls. Yeah, it was. Rue in front. Gets only the one here. Coolast must stand his ground, and he will. Pistol comes out. Oh, he's still fighting, but the dinks are coming through. Star Arena 1 versus 3.
Okay, well, the name of the game is Damage. Trying to get down without making noise, but has failed that first mission. So they will be aware of Starry's relative position, at least.
Oh, they're right on top. There's a CT on the roof on top of him, so he should be dead. Pretty action-packed, to be honest. But yeah, obviously the fight towards the ramp position really what ultimately made the difference. Great shots coming up with the M4A1.
Is it replicable? That is the question. I mean, we saw this is the first time we see, like, you know, heavy out ramp, and I think you know that's because we've had that outside conditioning. You know, we've had a lot of rounds that have been very dangerous, where the bulk of the T side is just moving through the outside. So, you know, you're not in theory supposed to have a setup like that ready to go on ramp.
Nice bolts coming out with Starry. does drop kind of low. It's through the smoke as E-Fire goes down. 2 kills from Lynn Vision in the first, 10 seconds of the round. That is a lot to deal with. Kulast, he could have been dead already. He was out in the open. He can't see a thing. I'm so shocked that he's still alive. Only a question of time right now. They've got him boxed in. He does pick up one more shot. How is he getting away with this? He should have been shot in the back already. Lynn Vision, if they give this round back, and they might because Controls is sneaking up. Free kill for him. Kulast finally dead, but this is unacceptable. Lynn Vision, with that kind of an opening, with the flash on the AWPer out there, they should have been able to get rid of him almost immediately.
But they've got to get back to T-Red because the bomb is there. So they're going to have to move into Controls, and Amelia down Seeker is going to find a freebie. And that's now the bomb unlocked. And Ari is well and truly out of position to defend it. So now the map is the playground of Lynn Vision.
Did Controls not know the bomb was there?
I'm not sure. It's possible. Or as there's a bad comm, there could be anything.
I'm so confused. Regardless, 30 seconds, and Aricule actually might find himself in the one position that can make this a little bit easier for himself. 25 seconds. This is a strong one. 20 now. They're really slowing it down. If one runs in and plants and the other one is just trying to fight, it could be all over here. Nice trigger discipline. He's going to get the first one. Can you get up there? I'm not so sure. 10 seconds. Might just be in time for it. 8 on it. All right, he's going to throw up a smoker swat to buy a little bit of time and go straight for the bomb plant just in the nick of time. The spray is through. A nice one. Aricule able to get the job done. No bomb plant allowed. And a nice 1 versus 2 clutch.
Okay, that was pretty damn close. What a crazy round there. And just also having that position lower, I mean, you have to gamble. And for the guess to be correct, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Okay, so Chinggis Warriors able to find a little something. A little bit of success. I mean, lose 4 players, though.
Again, like we say, because it's MR12, having the success early on is just so important. In MR15, you have so much more space to have a slow start, and you can recover later, and there's more buys coming down the road. It's not the case here. And when you've got your back to the wall, you're going to be knocked out of the major if you're Chinggis Warriors here. Having a clutch like this early on to kind of keep things going. Their economy is still going to be in a really weird spot here on the CT side, right? They're not at all out of the woods yet. But we'll see how much they can build behind it. It's a 4-2 lead for Lynn Vision, and their own economy is actually a bit strange. Some part of me would have expected for more. I think a lot of teams would have tried for a hero AK on Amelia, let's say. But they try to keep it reasonable. They've got the Deagles up. We saw what they could do on Inferno with them. So maybe there is an opportunity to build a little bit here. But Chinggis also could keep some people alive and start to get some money.
That is the goal for sure. Just got to make a clean round. And Lynn Vision is waiting for a timing. Actually deciding to make a call to go back outside. And what do we have here? We've got a single P250, we've got a Deagle, and that's basically it for the firepower. But, I mean, I feel like Sari should have the Deagle after what we saw earlier, but hey, Emilia's a dab hand as well.
Yeah, I think the Deagle is the reason why they're going outside. They were just waiting to see if there was going to be some CT aggression. I like it. Maybe you can go up there and get some kills. But it's, the risk reward, it just makes no sense to try and repeat that one. P250 as well on Westmelon, okay. Actually dangerous controls if he dies here. It could be kind of bad. They're trying to hunt him down. Nice shot from Amelia, but it won't be more than that. The recovery is almost instantaneous. Call me soon. Shot in the back. Nicely done. Chinggis Warriors keeping it locked down. No disasters happening just yet. Again, they're just trying to basically recover the early half here for themselves, and I think they found a tiny space where they can stand and feel a little bit safe.
And part of the reason why I'm also happy that we saw the full save from Lynn Vision is because I think that does give them the best chance to put more pressure on. Because if Chinggis had won against a Force Buy, then they kind of get 2 rounds to clean up their own economy. So Lynn Vision really still keeping the pressure on. Let's see what they can manage to find here on the outside. Moving pretty fast here is Starry with the AK, just barely finds the legs of a player. Having to speed things up here. Westmoreland has been lost on the top of the silo in the meantime.
Yeah. He's having another tough start. He's 2-7 right now. You need to win that fight, Starry. Rue instead using that Unbreakable to just dance down below, keeping himself away from the AK. 3 versus 5 now. Very nice recovery on the CT side. I'm going to be honest here. I thought they had completely lost control of the game here, but the recovery is looking good. And honestly, if we have to turn it around a bit now. Lynn Vision are the team now that are struggling with the money. They're going to be out after this round, and they need to do some more damage. CT side building too much money at the moment.
Ooh, investigation though towards Rab. And it's almost going to result in Controls losing his life. Got to be careful there. And Zaka doesn't get the boost, is alone with the bomb there, and the kill comes forward. It's just eFire in control. This is a really important hold, only gets 1. Is that enough? 2 players for the post plant here for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, you're right. He came in alone with the bomb on that side. That's so scary, and so is that! A shot rings through the bomb site, Controls gets blown up, and that AWP on Saka, we know how dangerous it could be, ticking away here. And Chinggis, where's the retake coming from? Rue and Arikul trying to step onto the site right now. They're going to get rid of Su, but that AWP is still somewhere, and they really don't know where. They haven't seen Saka at all in the round, and he's still scoped up, sneaking through. Smoke goes up, but he's going to find Rue on the first one. Arikul solo. He misses the shot there. They want to pick up something else. That defuse is happening right in front, and it will go through. Oh, if he pulled out the Glock, 7 health on Arikul. He could have got the job done, but he just did not have the information. Diffusing right in front of him.
And that AWP shot actually looked like it was straight on it too. So maybe he was moving, I'm not sure, but that was, yeah, couldn't have been closer. It's an opening kill on Westmoreland. Starry going down to Rue. Perhaps ruining the day. We didn't do that one yet.
Nice. I like it, Dan.
Oh, so close. That's terrifying. Okay, well, back outside here for Lynn Vision. Up on the silos, Su this time. Oh, good flick shot though from Kula. Staying up there is very susceptible to getting rushed down here, or the util barrage. Could take him out, but able to get out. Good support from teammates as well.
Fair play to Kulas. That is a hard thing to call for yourself, to run out and fight like that. But he does make it work. I guess for the Division, the thing to really think about is how much damage they did in the last round is still pretty significant. Chinggis Warriors all the time with their backs to the wall on the money front. Kulas, I don't know if he saw anything, but he's definitely going to fall back. It looks like he's calming something. They're walking their way towards his position, but he's already quite far away. Yeah, it's a pretty common situation. We got 3 outside, and then Emilia is hanging around on the inside lobby. We'll see what they do. 45 seconds.
Yeah, total cut of the noise. But Kulas on the other side, by Control, is looking ready for this. We saw this boost before for Starry. It's going to be forced to fall back. The timing on that incendiary couldn't have been more perfect. And with that, and 30 seconds left on the clock, things are starting to get desperate for Lynn Vision.
Okay, so if they can make the drop down here and get the kill, there's some way, and they can. Now it's a bit dangerous. Call me Su, great double, and Emilia comes out of the hut. 17 seconds. Quest! Up the ladder in a no-scope to shut down Starry. What a grotesque play! Emilia, what can you do now? Is there anything left? 5 seconds as Controls goes down, and he does it, he fakes it! Oh, he's running in! Oh! He just had to stay back!
Oh, you can see how much it means to them, how they just realized that that was a total disaster.
Oh my god.
Oh, what was that? No scope though, coming in from Kulas, coming in hot with the AWP. Absolutely wild. We're gonna see it here on the replay. We had such good trades coming into the site, but that is just totally stunning.
What the fuck is that?
Oh, Kulas.
How much time did it take to like a second and less? I think we were somewhere between 1 and 0 seconds.
It was so close.
I am blown away. Like, we promised, yes, it already ticked to 1. Oh, my God.
So close. I couldn't tell when we were watching that live. I had to check the HUD there to make sure that because that was so close. That is, oh, that's so crazy.
Between us, Dan, we've casted a lot of Counter-Strike. That's really rare.
Very rare that you see that.
Oh, and it could be the thing that essentially ends Chinggis Warriors' run here, because now Lynn Vision are back on top. The money is low here. Nice shot from Rue. I don't think it'll be enough. USP's left now. About to be 6 rounds for Lynn Vision. This is the T side of Nuke, so they are in a strong position right now. Coolast. Okay. That is very... He's been spotted. Trying to run away with the bomb. Yep. If he found that kill, the round is back on again.
Yeah. Miracle has picked up the Deagle, and with this AK from Coolast, who certainly wants to make up for that previous round. We'll see if they can cobble something together. Coolast in the vents, creeping around, GoldenEye style. And here he goes. There's timing, going for the first fight. Looks so confident, but it's not going to connect the shots. And that's a good defense from Lynn Vision. They are in a great position now.
They really are. I think they could feel it. I think just watching the game, you can feel the passion for the Chinggis Warriors to try and find these rounds. Like, they are not giving up. They're not crumbling under the pressure. They're trying to play as hard as they can to shut down Lynn Vision. What they need is more money and more rifles and more rounds like that from Coolast. I'm so blown away by his efforts in some of these rounds, but right now, they need the last 2 rounds here. Make this a 6-6, tie up the game, then it's totally open. They were expecting maybe for a bit of a push. They doubled up in mini. That's a pretty a lot of people to commit to that defense. Rue looking to play around here. Hasn't really spotted anyone yet. Just a single smoke out here, which is a bit uncommon.
Lynn Vision holding, pausing before moving forward again. Now actually gaining quite a bit of space outside, and in the meantime, a picket ramp.
How absolutely strange. Honsu does go down. USPs come out here. Rue should be punished. How is he living through it? Trying to run back into the corner and reload that M4. He does get hunted, but at the same time, Westman dies to E-Fire, who's out there to try and help out. Now the chaos is everywhere. Shot in the back is Coolast. He gets one more from the high ground. He's dead. Emilia pushing all the way through the ramp. The fact that Emilia is the one to initiate is so strange. They're playing a 4-1, and normally that one player in lobby is just there to control rotations later on. You're not supposed to be entering anything. Emilia goes down, and wouldn't you know it, back into a 1v1 with 25 seconds.
And it's these two at it again. Starry goes for the drop, and he is going to be moving through Decon, and it's straight into the crosshairs. Ari's so ready for the headshot. Very well done indeed, keeping Chinggis Warriors in this one.
Great read. Just sitting there, holding the corner. That's what you want to see. It's honestly a really hard round there for Chinggis Warriors to read. So they know Emilia is the one player in the 4-1 setup for sure. That's something that they will have researched. If I'm seeing Emilia basically attack ramp, I don't think it's a 4-1 split. I think, okay, well, they're probably coming ramp with like 3 or 4 people because it just makes no sense. So very hard to read. Final round coming in here the first half, and a great spray down at the beginning as Komitsu gets blown up, controls, trying for the multi-kill. Not far off either. I don't know what Rue's doing, but definitely was not ready for the fight. That looked a bit panicked and a bit chaotic. Starry and Emilia, some of the heavy hitters left here in the 2v3.
Emilia and Starry. These are, I think, the 2 players from Lynn Vision that have been causing the most problems, by and large. Emilia, especially in this match, creeping through the hot position. Very good spot for Coolast, though. They're looking for it. The position is so good here from Coolast. That'll finish it off 6-6 at the end of the first half on this decisive second map in this best of 3. We'll see after the break if Chinggis Warriors can force us to a third.
Second half, second map. Elimination on the line for both teams, but with a 1 map lead already for Lynn Vision. It's definitely a lot more pressure right now on the Chinggis Warriors here. We're on Nuke. It's the map pick of Lynn Vision, but Cruelas has tried his best to make sure that they still are competitive in this one. He played a fantastic first half. Now they're going to be on the T side. If they can win this one, we go on to Ancient as the deciding map, but we've got to get there first here. I think a pistol round is real important right now for that T side.
All right, we'll see what they have to bring to the table. Out on the outside, they are being quite aggressive. Pretty much everybody here. We're looking for the fights. We've got a few players from Lynn Vision. Starry's out there. And around the corner, pop, pop. Westmelon finds 2. And that's a huge issue now for Chinggis Warriors. They're trying to see if they can... I mean, these kills are not really tradable. That's the problem. They just keep going. The bomb is stuck on T-Red.
Surely the CTs have to stop fighting in the yard. Call Me Sue takes down Cruelas. Just chill out right now. I don't know why they're moving so much on the CT side. It's still essentially a 1 round here, but the more you fight, the more you give an opportunity for, you know, some random headshots to come through, especially now that they picked up the US base. Like, that is exactly what I'm talking about. That's why you want to stay away. Hold the sights. You know they have to show up and plant the bomb at some point. Way too much movement, I think, on Lynn Vision. Sick kills coming in from Westmelon, and it's worth pointing out as well that there is a smoke and a kit there on Call Me Sue, which means they have such a good chance to put pressure if there ever is a bomb plant here. So, yeah, Lynn Vision, they don't need to keep this up. I hope that they can find a way to slow down the troops here. Round is still looking very good for them, but if you lose this one, I think it's such a demoralizing round.
There's so many spots to check up, but 2 players ready to respond here from Lynn Vision. And there's the first quick headshot, a second one on the way. Westmelon with a fantastic pistol round.
4 kills at the end. Obviously, I mean, that might be the best round that Westmelon has had all series long. He did nothing on Inferno. Maybe there was 1 round, I think. This is incredibly clean. I mean, that shot, he was actually behind the vent, so can't explain that. Nice.
Yeah, big round for sure. 7-6 for them, but they have to hold on here. But at least they didn't give away a bomb plant, so there's no money really behind this. We have a Hero Galil. See if that can yield some results. Also, Rue on that Deagle. So some damage that can keep that economy honest of Lynn Vision.
Galil taken down, the Hero Galil. Absolutely coming into it now. They've stolen the M4. That's pretty big. Sakura is down here. Oh, no. Westmelon's going to be going down. Now, the only thing stopping this from happening is really the MP9. Already tagged up quite a bit and taken down. This one purchase has just brought them around almost certainly. Starry and Call Me Sue. Weird positions to be in right now. They are kind of close to each other, trying to get out of the vent and closer to that defuse, but it will not be easy. Looks like they're committed to going for it. I mean, they might even have a hard time falling back, to be honest, because they're being held from that side. Grenade down. That's something, but only 2 points of damage. Cruelas, easy kill, leaving Starry. So many kills to find right now.
It's looking perfect here on this post plant. Locked out. Starry can't do anything at this point. Trying to get the kills, close the distance. Shot inside. Still gets some kills though out of it. That's actually not too bad from Starry, but still, yeah. Round does go to Chinggis Warriors, and it was not a round that was expected. They didn't even buy fully into it. They had this Hero Galil, but what a peak there. Normally you'd have, I feel like, one of the pistols going first to draw the fire, but no. It's controls with the singular Galil, who just swings and still gets the entry.
I mean, there's a reason why people try to do it, obviously, but to have it work in this particular round is a bit of a saving moment, potentially. It's all tied up. Yeah, but you're right. It was very expensive, nonetheless, for the end there. So I guess that's a good job. Starry just powering on through. Okay. We'll go down. Not too much damage dished out. And they have the secret control. Bombs being brought down as well. Not much to fight with here for Lynn Vision. So potentially a big runway for Chinggis Warriors. They get up to 8, maybe 9 rounds. Money is going to be pretty much nowhere for the CT side here. Wow. It is a classic corner to play with the 5-7, though. Sometimes we see very quick multi-kills from it.
Yeah. It's a very good range. It has such a good fire rate, too. The one bullet headshot. Or rather, the one bullet's all you need to kill off the headshot. And you've got the Deagle here to be the distraction for Amelia. To try to spray them down. Quick flash to try to bait something, but nothing doing just yet.
They have a Molotov. I don't think they're ever peeking this corner. I feel like they're just going to throw it. He's getting close. Keyfire. All right. Taking down one. Still checking it. Very good work. Could have definitely played it safer, but I'm not going to be critical of that. Scout's been found out. 23 seconds as they find West Melon 2. And no matter what happens here, the bomb is going to be brought in behind. 16 seconds. Good round.
Yeah, well traversed. All of the different parts of the map that was particularly dangerous. But indeed, like I think, as you mentioned, E-Fire in particular was really keyed in.
Yeah, how many kills did he end up getting? He got the one outside, then this is going to be the third. Did he really pick up every one of them? Fourth there? I don't know. Must have been somebody else getting one in return, but still pretty good. 8-7.
Jinx. I don't know what to do next.
I don't know. What are the rules, Dan?
I think it's just to say your name or something.
Okay.
You're released.
Nice.
Well.
It's been a minute since I was in school, Dan. I'm not gonna lie. You know? I know I look young, but...
Oh, well, we've got a secret play from the CT here. Lynn Vision looking to get active with these USPs. I don't know if they're going to like what they find on the other end, though.
They probably will not. Okay, USP is getting a lot more done than you were expecting. Bomb drop, but should not be a problem. Good cleanup, good work. I mean, some of these kills do kind of matter at the end for Lynn Vision, right? Even if they're not going to be in the rounds, they are forcing the T side to spend some money all the time, which means if they can start to convert some more rounds on the CT side, they're, you know, the runway for the economy on Chinggis Warriors is a little bit shorter.
Yeah, and also like any kill you get on the CT side of these USPs, you know, you're getting you know, a grenade, an extra grenade out of that if you actually do get the kill. So it certainly can make a big difference.
Wow. We've got the tilt shift lens on the camera.
Yeah. I feel like this is weird. It looks kind of like we're playing an RTS game.
Yeah.
Or it's Mirror's Edge or something. I don't know.
So this is some of my favorite camera shots when you see like construction sites, like filmed from really far away. If you guys Google tilt shift, you're going to see what I'm talking about. It looks like they're like miniature trucks driving.
Right.
It's a really nice
that looks awesome.
Technology.
We love the technology. And Chinggis Warriors are certainly having a good time of it here on Nuke. And it's so interesting, too, because, again, you know, if they end up winning Nuke, they're going to be so sad that they didn't pull through an Inferno, because that's really a map that they were, I think, clearly the better team on. Like, historically, they have more chops there. It's just that there is variance in Counter-Strike, and sometimes, you know, we've had insane individual moments from Starry in particular. That was a defining moment there for Lynn Vision to get that wins. But otherwise, you know, Chinggis Warriors are in a great position here to try to close this map out.
I mean, this is something else to maybe just in the distance looming is that ancient map.
Yes.
If we get there, I'm not going to say that Chinggis Warriors couldn't win it, but they definitely are not going to be favorites going into it. So it's such a long road here for them. But it's pretty inspiring to watch how hard they're fighting, even on this one, because there have been a lot of moments on Nuke where it felt like they could have crumbled, and Cool has stepped it up to kind of, you know, drag them through some of those rounds. It's really fun to see.
Yeah, I do hope that we see it. There's more to be said on that, but as we get back into it here, 9-7 for Chinggis Warriors. 4-buy from Lynn Vision. Don't have an AWP. Westman is stuck on an MP9. Not ideal, but it's going to be a ramp play that's coming through here for Chinggis Warriors. They've had good entries here. Will they have it again? Amelia, the master of the multi-kills, is going to get dropped instantaneously by Ruth.
That's so clean. They're so close to winning this round. And honestly, Lynn Vision, that they need to consider a save very, very soon. Starry in a corner that... Oh, they will check Ruth. That is actually really hard to do. They're not considering the save at all. Still sticking around here, but... Now they're going to begin to try and walk away, although I don't think Kolmisu is going to be able to save this one. Knife out in the vent. This is going to be 10-7, and this is the money once again reset on the CT side.
But you're right, it does I think, indicate how focused Chinggis Warriors are, because you have an MP9 that's playing baits for the M4 that's in the corner there. And the MP9 was like actually firing off. So they recognize that it's a bait setup, which is not... Wait, did we see a team kill right there?
Yes, we did.
It's just sneaking in there at the end.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Just get the job done, get that M4 out of the way.
Yeah. Once Chinggis Warriors get these kinds of entries, they are very tough to stop, and this is it. So checking for that position. After the MP9 has already played the bait. Oh, wow, just hungry for it. E5 is just hungry for it.
He's playing so well. I don't know, again, he got so many kills in this round. Back to back, he's been stepping it up. Rue as well. Starting the rear to get the job done. Timeout called for Lynn Vision, the last one that they have in their minds. Obviously, what they want to do here is to just win in 2 maps. Don't have to worry about anything else.
Yeah.
And they already took away their opponent's map pick, so you probably come into this nuke map thinking, all right, this is now our sort of home ground. We're going to be feeling a lot better about that than they are. Chinggis Warriors showing some awesome strength in recovering this. E-Fire at 17, Coolast at 16, Rue at 15. I mean, great performances here at the major. Coolast rushing in. It's just 1 pistol on the sights, or it was for a couple of seconds. Round is done. Only question is whether or not anyone from Lynn Vision could steal a rifle somewhere.
Yeah, I like it. Really decisive upper push. Stolen AK though, so there you go. Your question's answered. And I mean, they can just take that and save that in respawn. But yeah, just to again, like, just look at the stats really quick. Even though for Chinggis Warriors they're about 60% on Ancient and Lynn Vision's 80%, Chinggis Warriors, it's their most played map. They've played it 27 times in the last 3 months, which is actually kind of wild against Lynn Vision's 10 players. So they're going to be super comfortable on the map. So it might be a lot closer than it's otherwise suggested. Starry again with a deagle. Everyone's going to go down except Sue.
I don't know if you can pick up a rifle there, but that's pretty expensive for Chinggis Warriors. That's potentially a little bit interesting.
It is pricey, no doubt.
How many maps you said they played on Ancient?
Chinggis Warriors?
Yeah.
27 they have played.
That's
for a 59%
completely
record.
absurd number.
That is really high.
In 3 months. I just can't even believe that. Okay. Well, let's see. For right now, it looks like we are going to be seeing Ancient. 2 rounds away here are Chinggis Warriors. Lynn Vision. They picked up an AWP. Mac 10. There's no helmet on anyone except for Kolmisu. Let's see what it can do. Oh, Westmelon to save the day. It buys enough time. It buys enough space for Starry to get a 3rd kill. And suddenly 2 versus 5. As Coolast and Rue. Some damage would be nice. Get a couple of kills, even if this round is very hard to recover. Just don't let Lynn Vision start to build a strong foundation.
And the bomb's being lost, so that's not a fun situation. And I think, I mean, Coolest can buy next round, even if he dies, I do believe. Obviously, they've got loads of money, actually, overall on the Chinggis Warriors side, so no risk of not being able to buy. So taking some guns away would be really nice. We can see the economy of Lynn Vision is really quite terrible, so would be nice to see an attempt, but it's actually just going to save. Fair enough. Fair enough. Not give the... Well, I mean, it's not give the AKs away, but there's already 2 that's been picked up, so what's 1 more?
Yeah, you know, don't think it's ultimately what's going to make the difference. They actually have more money, Chinggis Warriors, than I was expecting.
Yeah, same, actually.
I thought they were going to be a little bit lower just because I feel like they've lost a fair few people in the last couple of rounds. Obviously, the last one with the bomb, but... things are looking decent. All right, he's got the drip. He's kitted out, knife and all. Could appreciate that.
Yeah, and it's interesting because these rounds, I feel like a lot of them kind of go like this so far, where we have that very explosive like a lot is decided off of the initial action, whereas with a lot of teams on Nuke as well, you know, you'll see that initial action might not even necessarily result in a kill. It's more about posturing, throwing utility, getting some space, and then getting into a position where you have multiple players that can do something, even if one fight doesn't work out. But in a lot of these rounds, it's kind of all on the first actions, a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, that's why it's been fun to watch, you know. it's so relentless. I must say as well, I think the MAC-10 found the only CT with a helmet to dink. If that had been anybody else but the helmeted player, it would have been an instant kill in the corner, and they would have been able to worry about the rest of the bomb site. But because that guy stays alive, it's, you know, it's a longer fight, and then Westmelon can line them up. So funny coincidence. Yeah, exactly. Here we go. No more timeouts. At least not until we hit overtime, if we do.
Okay. It's going to be interesting to see if Chinggis Warriors can close this one out, because I feel like that's the territory we're in, right? 11-7 it was, obviously now 11-8. There's still lots of money left on Chinggis Warriors. If they get a bomb down in this round but lose with that plus the loss bonus and what they have, they'll still have a bye. So lots of chances at this one.
Really early incendiary thrown from the CT side to try and stop the smokes, but the smokes are actually delayed. So they're landing now. If they'd landed 5 seconds earlier, one of them would have touched the incendiary from the CT side, and it would have created a giant gap. I actually think our observer showed us this earlier anyway. So that's something that Lynn Vision are going to try and do probably more, is to stop that wall from being set up if they can.
EFI is lucky to be alive. Dancing with Zaka's AWP. Zaka's repositioned now to hold on to that position. So at least Chinggis Warriors have forced a repositioning there, have convinced the CTs there's presence outside.
Oh, nice. Hiding inside of the smoke here. I think Rue has a bit of an idea that someone is up, but it won't save him. Call Me Sue with 2 kills, assisted on the next 2 as well. So I don't know how much damage he's done at the end of this round, but it's going to be a lot. E-Fire couldn't do anything. This is one of those rounds where Lynn Vision are going to survive with a bunch of people, but the fact is, if they get even 1 kill in mini coming through, it's such an opening for Chinggis Warriors. So it's going to look like it was a nothing round, but it's all based on that opening kill, whether they get it or not.
Yeah, and not getting the bomb down, that does create a problem where the buy's not going to be super healthy now. So the thing that I'm worried about here for Chinggis Warriors, Anders, is if they fall into this spot where, just like in this previous round, where we saw them try to work a default, tried to play that outside control and then go for, you know, what would ultimately be an upper split.
Yeah.
If those defaults are not working, which so far they're not getting value off of it, are they just going to say, okay, well, screw it, let's just rush something and then get into that hole, you know?
I mean, we are getting to the point where desperation is going to start to set in, right? Backs to the wall. They're 2 rounds away from getting a 3rd map, but they are 4 rounds away from getting knocked out of the major.
Right.
So in general, the pressure is at an all-time high. Tech-9's 1 AK. This is so doable right now. They're so close. 1 shot here with the Tech-9. If they get the opening, that's all they need. They're going to get Westmelon very early on. Call Me Sue, the spray is not good. And honestly, Lynn Vision, yeah. Unless they want to try for like one of those ninja diffusers, just walk away. You can stay up here and you can, you know, waterfall down in the fading seconds of the round. But if you don't want to do that, just save the guns.
Yeah, I think that's what they're going to do, most likely. It's interesting because this last round was the same round as the previous round that, where they got crushed. But hang on.
Hold on. They will try and do it last second. They absolutely will try and do it. Smoke up here. Oh, it's a little bit too early. I wish they would have waited. Everyone's still nearby. I love the idea. I think the timing for this was wrong. You want to be doing it when some of the T's are already trying to run away. A lot of bomb damage. But, okay. 12-9.
There we go. But yeah, it's interesting the fact that I think that one of the big differences on the defense there was that there was no one mid. Whereas in the previous round, where it was an easy hold, there was, I think it was Westmelon who was in mini. And there was 2 other players to work off of too. So,
yeah. So
interesting how the same round plays completely opposite. Second time around. That's it, 12-9.
Well, now it's on. 3rd map. Ancient, if they can win one more round, they send controls straight in. The flash was good, but Westmelon still finds the shot, and now from the high ground, Call Me Sue, able to shut down E-Fire. That smoke is blown open, and Starry good with a spray. He can't find a second one. Tech9's come out, but they get shut down. The A defense holds, in spite of the tremendous speed thrown in there from the T side. It's not enough. We're one step closer to overtime.
And I am perpetually worried for Chinggis Warriors here, because we are going to a lot of upper rushes. And this is something we talked about earlier, where the upper rushes, there's a lot of variance. We saw it now. Like, we've seen it 3 times in a row, different versions of the same similar upper rush. And we have 1 success and 2 failures. And when it goes well, it goes super well. When it goes badly, it goes super badly. So
yeah, you kind of live and die by those rushes, don't you? Yeah. Not a lot of time to plan anything else. There is no plan B. You're just going for it.
And their money's not good here, Anders. If the Chinggis Warriors lose this round, they don't have anything for the final one in the half.
Yeah, right, you are. Okay, smoke wall is up. Blow it open. Saka unable to find anyone here, so honestly, very well negotiated for Chinggis Warriors. They're down. Now, there is going to be, I think it's Starry who's waiting, and he's just going to be trying to play for time. He was watching the gap just a pixel, but now he's fallen back, and the timing's actually a bit awkward for him. Puts up the smoke, but they're going to run right through. I don't think they stopped. Is that a running headshot from Ericule? Regardless, this is perfect. Ancient, a couple of kills away now. A 3rd map to try and keep their major dreams alive. Saka and Call Me Sue, I don't think they can retake this. Good spray down there, but all the work is still ahead of them. Bomb planted, and the pressure is on now. Saka hoping to retake. It's a really nice shot, but unfortunately the trade is instant. Ericule trying to bring his team into this one, already with a double, and now Call Me Sue. He's got a kit, and that's about the best we could say. Already tagged up, and they know exactly where he's coming from. Deep grenade, it will not kill anyone out in the open, and that, I mean, the bomb's already so far gone here. He's trying to tap it. E-Fire takes him down, and Chinggis Warriors taking it back, defeating Lynn Vision on their map pick, and that means we're going to go on to a 3rd on Ancient to decide this series with. That's about as good as you could have hoped for, I think.
Yes, really, totally agree with that. I think great tenacity from Chinggis Warriors. There was a lot of points, a lot of danger moments there for them in this one, where even when they looked like they were ahead, we're still so worried that they don't have the answers, but they managed to maintain their discipline, their focus, and they closed. And now, as you say, going on to an Ancient, I feel like this could also be a close game. They have so much experience on it.
Yeah, fantastic situation to be in. Also, we promised drama, and we're definitely getting that. 3rd map is going to be exciting. It's Ancient coming up right after this. A final map, one final battleground to decide who gets to leave the major early, Chinggis Warriors or Lynn Vision. And I'm very excited for this. I actually think this has been fantastic. The level of Counter-Strike, it could be higher. There are mistakes. They play a little bit differently from the European style that we're used to seeing, but it is incredibly entertaining. The odds are suggesting that Lynn Vision are still favorites here, which if you look at the win percentages alone might be true, but as you pointed out, they've played so much Ancient on the Chinggis Warrior side. I can't believe it.
Yeah, 27 maps of Ancient in 3 months is kind of crazy. I feel like when you're usually checking the 3 month stat, it's like you're often seeing like maybe like 10 to 15. Right. It was like oh, this team plays this map, yes. But not like 27. That's like that's kind of crazy. So they should have a lot of comfort at least on the map. And even though their opponents are pretty strong, I think what are we looking at for their opponents on Ancient? It's like 80% win rate, but that's 10 maps played. So. Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see here, Anders. We're getting locked in here with the pistol between Lynn Vision and Chinggis Warriors. A loser goes home. Okay, so they have all the equipment for a really powerful B execute if they want it. Right now, they're going to be clearing out middle first, but they have some smokes they can throw on either side of that back box on B, and then they can throw the Molotov in front. Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're going to try and do. So you can see now they're falling back into position. Yeah. Now it looks like Lynn Vision have a bit of a read on this. They already have 3 people here. The question is, will they fight in front of the smokes or not? And yeah, they've made a choice to fall back. And I think that's fine. Komi Su is here. He actually will stick around for it. Emilia gets 20 pushes in front of it now, trying to get one more headshot, but E-Fire with a fantastic return to the round. Has taken a couple of kills, and now the bomb's being planted, trying to get the retake in right away. Starry only good for the 1, and now that's Saka alone in the clutch versus 2. If he'd had that shot, that might have been an opportunity, but now it's real difficult. Yeah, Saka wants to be given something. There's a timing, but unable to capitalize. He needed a fast headshot on that one. It gets taken down by controls. And that is a good start there for the Chinggis Warriors.
And straightforward, not complicated. You clear middle, you have an execute, you know how to throw the smokes, and then you just go for it. I almost wonder to some extent if, sometimes you say if a team plays a map a lot, it's like, oh, there's a lot of tape on them. I wonder if there's such a thing as too much tape. How do you consume that many rounds and like that many maps played and figure out, well, what are they doing now? It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. Totally. Chinggis Warriors up against the pistols now. Obviously the CTs have forced into this one. See if they can find more than just that first initial headshot. Damage onto Ari down to 3 HP, so definitely some scary points to this round still left for Chinggis Warriors to try to deal with. This forward position from Emilia is worrisome. It's at 5-7. Will they clear this? Do they recognize? Are they cognizant of the mid presence?
It might be kind of hard to clear without slowing down the team even further. They've got the Molotov on Roo, so they can do it if they want it the hard way. Now they know. Just the fact that they check it all is a nice idea. Push out long as well, or over on the A side. There is a flank coming in. Westmelon is right here. Now there's not the bomb in front. Oh, nice little burst. That is the bomb on the other side with the Galil. But Westmelon doesn't want to fight it, and it's hard to blame him for it. He's snuck right underneath the fire. 40 seconds, picking up a Galil, and on the other side, inside of the bomb side, Komi Su is there with the Deagle. Dangerous round right now for the T side.
So if they can get the bomb down at the very least, that will make things easier, but by no means easy, as the 2v2 retake now commences, and both players from Lynn Vision grouping up now.
They picked up another smoke that they just threw down there, so that's kind of annoying. It funnels them onto the other side. Controls, I don't like this position, though. He's so out in the open, will get traded out. There isn't a kit in play. And just playing in front is Roo. Yes, he's just going to be listening. That's a very nice way to do it before there's any more shenanigans. Just in case there is a smoke and a kit for some weird reason, he's there to catch them beforehand. But that's an expensive round.
It is an expensive round. And I like the details of peek before you get the tap of the bomb, because the play there for the CT is to get the insta-tap to try to fade out the other player. So I wonder if that was like the level of thinking here. You hear the running towards the bomb. But yeah. It's a lot of damage. We'll see, though, because it was a force. If there's any compounding damage from Lynn Vision onto Chinggis Warriors, or Chinggis Warriors can get this one clean. way less to worry about. The MAC-10 diving into Donut. And Controls is going to find absolutely nothing there. But eventually, it's going to find somebody. There we go. There was one player on the site. There is the boosted position. And suddenly, you found 3 players. So the rest of the team's going to be.
Yeah, absolutely no reason why not to do that. Kind of frustrating. You run that far and there's no fight to be had. But at the end of the day, you kind of got what you needed. So job done. Smokes are up and everything else. Rotation. I mean, even if they kept rotating, I don't think it would have made any difference whatsoever. And losing a MAC-10 is just not a big deal. And I don't think Lynn Vision will be too excited to play with a MAC-10 in the next round anyway. So, all right, stealing some more pistols. Why not? But a 3-0 start in favor of the Mongolian side. Lynn Vision. Have they got the strength here to pull this one back is a big question. We know Starry's been playing very well throughout the series. But an Emilia too, I would say. I think some of the others, Saka, we know he could do better with the AWP. Westmelon started to look a little bit better on Nuke, but it still, you know, wasn't quite enough.
And largely prioritizing their own survival. Chinggis Warriors looking really good. Really, really good right now. But now the real shenanigans start because we get the full buy now coming through for the CTs. And, you know, eFire has been playing pretty damn well. We saw it on the previous map as well on Nuke.
Right.
Really delivering for the team and continuing that form so far. But AWP is out on Zaka now.
That probably will be an important tool for them here. It should be. We'll see. Okay, so eFire, this Molotov that you just saw him throw out is an attempt to control and stop the CTs from rotating in early. And especially when Controls is spraying into the wall like this, you don't want any CTs that are really quickly jumping up. There's a run boost that the CTs will do that allows them to fly into that front of B position. So really good T fundamentals. I would expect that with a team that's been playing 27 maps in 3 months, but still, it's worth pointing out in case you're wondering why they're throwing that early Molotov. It's just to stop the CTs from getting there.
Ruin the timings. It's running out of bullets there, Controls.
Careful now, yeah.
1 minute to go now, and there's been nothing to keep the CTs honest in middle, so this will likely feel somewhat telegraphed at this point for Lynn Vision. They've got 3 players towards B already. There's a good counter smoke. That's going to slow things down. Who's pick on Westmelon? That's big, and another to follow on the entry, and suddenly, just like that, Chinggis in with the bomb plants.
I mean, you weren't even wrong, Dan. That was a good counter smoke. But what does it matter when you just get shot in the head right through anyway? What a disgusting way to die. Yeah, they're going to fall away, and that is definitely the right move. I actually think it's something that Lynn Vision throughout the series, they've done a worse job of than they had to, is just giving up on these rounds. It's not as much fun as it is to fight for it, but I feel like a lot of the times they end up sticking around for way too long, and they lose everything. Nice. There is still a threat with this long position for eFire. Certainly hearing some of the footsteps there, but he's hoping that they're going to exit into him, which they're not currently doing. Still, great round.
Yes, and it does feel supremely unlucky for Westmelon, like you say, getting shot through the smoke there, because he's able to hold that position with, you know, use of that smoke. The T's are in a spot where they either have to run through the smoke to find the same timing as the players coming up B-Ramp for a more effective push, or they have to stagger their push, which gives Westmelon the opportunity to assist his teammates from cave. So just that kill happening in that way just makes it so devastating.
Oh, they're laughing about it. They love life at the moment. 3 rifles were saved on the CT side, super important. eFire setting up a very early grenade. It's nice to do this because there are a lot of out-of-spawn plays that involve those kind of grenades, and it's going to trick Lynn Vision into being worried about it all the time. Even if this time nobody shows up, it means they have to think about it when those smokes land. It's like, is it actually an early A push or not? For those of you who haven't been watching a lot of Ancient, it's very common for there to be nobody on the A-bomb side early. Very often you will end up with, you know, 3B, 2 mid, or 3 mid, 2B, and then 0 people at the A-bomb side to begin with. So early A rushes can absolutely work out for the T side.
Chinggis Warriors once again zero presence in the middle, zero presence towards A. 3 players here to defend this. You'd imagine Westman will have a slightly easier time than the previous round.
Oh my god.
In fact, Rue is the one to get punished by Starry, so they're still going to actually force their way through the smoke there into the site, but what's the success going to look like? 2 openers looking quite good. Sue returning with the trades, making it a doable 2v2 retake.
That's more successful than I was expecting. You're right, they ran up that B ramp, and that was the only thing they had that could have worked that round. There was no plan B. Either they get through or they lose the round. Pretty good grenade, forces out controls, and Amelia's there to catch. Good communication. All up to E-Fire to hold on to the end of the round. They do have a bit of time here with the smoke going up in front. It forces him into an awkward position, but they don't know for sure. He's coming right through, and there's Saka able to pick him up just barely. But that is an expensive round. It's a 1v1. Even if they win it here, Lynn Vision, they're still under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's interesting because, you know, we saw shenanigans earlier in the tournament on Ancient from the likes of Vex sites, and one of the things Vexlight was doing so well was playing very aggressively out of cave and consistently finding these backstabs, and just in general the entire team was very good at pressuring the T's when they're setting up for those B plays. And I'd love to see that more from Lynn Vision, because right now they're playing really passive.
Here's that run boost. Look at how quickly Starry can get into that front of B position. That's why you want to throw that Molotov on the T side like they did earlier. Shout out to Lynn Vision for essentially illustrating why the T utility is the way that it is. Now, Rui's going to try and see if he can beat a bit of a timing, and we're illustrating another thing, which is that early 0 A bomb site setup. Super normal, and I think Rui's got the right idea. The bomb is a million miles away at the moment, so he's not going to try and, I mean, he can try and fight, but they can't just kill somebody and plant the bomb here. That's not going to be happening anytime soon.
And the bomb's not moving at all, so might be working on a fake potentially, depending on what action they find here. Okay, there's a kill to sell this one, but the bomb's still not moving at all.
He's hoping to catch a rotation. He's hoping that someone from the CT side will run through T-spawn. That hasn't been the case, and it won't be the case either, but I actually like the idea a lot.
For 50 seconds left, to find the bomb plant is going to be very challenging at this point. Still, one player entertaining on the A site. It's Rue, and Kulas is now finally, after trying to rejoin him, deciding to double back once again. 40 seconds. There is enough time just about to get towards B, but there is so much ground that has to be covered and so many potential corners that could be held.
And it might just save here. It's not as fun, but if you look at the money that they have left in the bank, it's just not enough to risk it. I think if they had more money, they probably would go for it, because I feel like Kulas has just shown that he's ready to take any fight at any moment, but I think it's the cash left on the T side that's kind of dissuading them. All right, good defense from Lynn Vision, all things considered, right? That early run boost into the middle, they pretty much won the fight right there.
Yeah, that was really a great push. And we talked about just previously as well, we wanted to see more aggression from them to take more control early on, and that was the winning formula there. And that was more of a mid push too. It wasn't even, there wasn't really anyone found towards that B ramp approach.
Now the counter to this, apart from the Molotov that we talked about, is just having enough flashes from T-spawn. Most teams will have one guy just throwing double flash over. There are teams that will commit 2 people, so you've got a total of 4 flashbangs throwing over for when your own player's trying to push. And that can be very, very hard to stop. So same utility set here from the Chinggis Warrior side, really hoping to slow down and make sure that nobody can push on through. You can see it allows Kulas to take this kind of a fight without worrying too much about the middle. Really showing us, I think, a lot of the great fundamentals of Ancient. It's a map that's developing. It's no joke to say, I think every single week there's something new happening right now.
And Zach is actually asking some questions of B-Ramp, like looking to just walk forwards with the AWP. This is a really fun move. Decides to stop pushing further forward, holding this angle. And forward movement coming in from T side here. Chinggis Warriors trying to burst through onto the B side, but they are being held this time. And there's a minute to go. Only 2 players left, though. A 2v5. This is looking ridiculous at this point for Chinggis Warriors to recover. The bomb is locked in cave. Nice answer from Starry through the wood.
Yeah, they found their groove a little bit now. Kulas could hope to make it more expensive, but They are being fairly well disciplined on the other side, and I think they're walking up behind him as well, so trying to see if they can make sure there's no escape. Nobody even dies. Okay, then.
That's a very different look on that B site, and they played, you know, similarly passively, which previously that was kind of a problem, but here they made it look really good. So for Chinggis Warriors now, they've got to be concerned. Okay, well, do we keep doing our defaults towards there, or do we go back to kind of more mid defaults?
There's really a lot of ways to still approach this on the first half. I mentioned earlier, sometimes you can just try and be very aggressive early on A. There's another avenue that Chinggis Warriors haven't tested out at all, which is trying to get the red room control in the middle. Once you get T's in there, it's such a powerful position. We talked about it on Mirage earlier in the day, where if you get somebody into the ladder room on Mirage, it's sort of a, you know, a central point of the map. Red room probably even more so, and very, very hard for the CTs once the T's are in there. So there are a lot of options left that they just haven't tried yet. So we'll see what they do. The real problem, I guess, is the money. Don't have enough of it. We'll see what they do.
Big mid presence again, and there is an attempt from Ari out there, but gets taken down. Now the pistols, not much ground to work with. Got an angle hold here, but that gets stifled, stymied, stuffed. More was with S.
Keep going, you know. Where's the
stalled?
Where's the thesaurus, you know? I think they failed an incendiary in the middle as well, Lynn Vision. For a brief moment in my mind, I was trying to convince myself that maybe they were trying to stop the smoke that was coming from the T side. I don't think so. I think they just ran into it, so. A bit of chaos in the middle. Zaka can't quite get the quick scope off, and so petty. He throws the orb away so that they can't pick it up again. Very nice. A lot of money.
Yeah, like also like fortunate enough to be able to be in a position where you can do that, because not a lot of spots where you can easily do that. Really nice orping there from Zaka. Under pressure, under fire. 4-4 the score.
When they get to the CT side, Chinggis Warriors, they have some grenade protocols for how they grenade middle when they've got 3 people in there that are so crazy. So just wait for that to happen. The grenades here for Lynn Vision are pretty good, but I guarantee you the synchronicity with which they do it on Chinggis Warriors is world class. Nice trade from Rue. Absolutely worth it.
Oh, it's 4v4 now. Oh, that's rough. Good catch from Sue there for the 4v3 for the CT side. And that's going to allow them to play more passively. But as I say that, they are just walking down mid at 3. Gets spotted out by E-Fire. They're going to actually fall back off of that. Smart decision, because Kulas was interested.
It's so funny how that wallbang exists, because it really felt like in CSGO, Valve were on a mission to eliminate all possible wallbang positions. And now, I mean, I'm not against that. I love it, in fact, but it's just fun now. It's back now. Starry traded out. And 2v3, 50 seconds here. They're both in the middle. Oh, wait a minute. That might have been a free kill, and it will be anyway. That completely opens up the map. Controls. He's got the bomb. 40 seconds. Now he's waiting for another mistake. Not even rushing to get the bomb planted here, but actually this could also backfire in a really interesting way.
Yeah, there's the tease. This is a better angle for E-Fire. All that distance, and look at the distraction. Oh, Zaka still somehow finds the shot onto controls.
20 seconds.
E-Fire in the 1v1 for it. Another Molotov thrown down to delay, and there goes the pig! Oh, that's actually stunning again. Zaka, steady pair of hands with the AWP, delivers the round.
Even though you knew that shot was coming, how is it so fast? The double incendiary is a nice way to add pressure. That is actually a really quick shot coming out.
It's kind of around the corner too, almost. It's like, oh. That's a nice shot.
Such a winnable position there for the T side. And then you could say they overcooked it. I'm not even sure if they did. I actually think the setup was kind of nice. They just couldn't quite get the double kill there on controls. And instead, now, much more tough position here. Lynn Vision clawing their way back into the game. Economy starting to look better. And they've been slowed down here.
Yeah, it's one of those things that you can definitely debate. It is a strong position, strong angle.
Yeah.
Do you want to instead put the AWP retaking and you know, like retaking a bomb site instead? Like, there's a lot of different ways you could go with it, but 5-4 is the score for Lynn Vision as they creep ahead. This is the closest match that we've had.
Okay, they don't actually do too much. I was very curious about what was happening in the middle there, but they will sneak out a player while they've boosted up on the box. This is something that they do quite like to do. Oh, that's a failed smoke. Very interesting. That's really rare for that to happen. There's not a lot that can land up there. I've tried. Call Me Sue goes down. Controls walking onto the ramp. Starry will get one in return. Round still very open here. Bomb very far away. It's not actually on the site at the moment. And very nearly hunted down Starry. Oh, he's running out of bullets. USP instead. What is a swing from Arikul? Coolast ends up getting dropped. And after all of the chaos and the panic, it's eFire alone with the bomb trying to make it to the A site. He's got a minute. Knife out trying to get there. He's not expecting for anyone else to be on top, but he does fake it. A shot that could have got Saka killed. And now eFire wants to jiggle out another one. Back towards the plant again we go. And now his backup is here. Emilia coming in for it. Grenade will land right smack on top of him. Saka goes down. And Emilia to try and save the day. He barely will. A close clutch, but another round for Lynn Vision as they're up to 6.
So close though, and with the bomb down, you know, that's got to be the CT economy like quite weakened. So definitely, I think opportunity that presents itself for Chinggis Warriors. But yeah, definitely, I imagine I feel a little gutted the fact that they've been so close to some of these rounds.
Oh, yeah.
Just these two like clutches back to back, just going the way of Lynn Vision.
Emilia.
eFire looks... I loved all the moves eFire was presenting there as well, like just trying to push the AWPer, like getting him to respect the plan. It's just really cool stuff, but Lynn Vision 2 ahead now.
How much are they going to try and do in the middle here? They've got 3 people. They will be slowed down. I so want to try and see them go for that different mid-take where you flash your way into it. What's going to be happening this time? They're kind of expecting more of a move, perhaps. There definitely are times where the CTs will try and stand in that smoke and blow it open themselves, but not the kind of advanced stuff that we've seen out of Lynn Vision just yet. And clearing out the middle with some basic utility. Oh, that's
no
damage
idea.
for you.
No idea how much he's done. Very passive from Lynn Vision this time around, although with that said, Zach is going to get a money line there. So much information. And now they know they can begin to rotate in anticipation.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Huge amount of info gathered. Sub 45 seconds soon. Call Me Sue in the corner. Crossfire is there. Swings into it, and it's just a mow-down. 3 kills. Leaves eFire. And even though we've been praising him, and I think for good reason, it's a bridge too far. The bomb is in CT spawn. He can't do anything about this. It will be a 7-4 scoreline now. Chinggis Warriors, where's the power of this Coolast? Somehow on 1-7. I think he's been the most impressive player really for them so far in the series, but they need him now on more than 1 kill.
Yeah, it's been hard for them to find, I think, good spots. You know, we had, obviously, there's a couple of those clutch rounds won, and then Lynn Vision here just with a great timing on just understanding when Zaka could kind of safely go deeper with the AWP. That's been something that, you know, we've seen so far Lynn Vision have a good read of. It's the timings, the pacing. So eFire tries to survive. He's going to do so.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the power of reading the pace of your opponent. You know when to get the information safely.
I wish there was more rounds in this half. Because again, like, I think there's so many things that Chinggis Warriors haven't had a chance to test yet. Early classic nades coming out here. The counters are definitely there. So look at how they grenade the middle. Look at how the grenades aren't quite on top of each other. Chinggis Warriors in the second half, you're going to see something different. I guarantee it. 1-for-1 trade in the middle is very nice for the T side. You'll definitely take that. But this push out from the A bomb site, Lynn Vision, what a round to call this in. You know that Chinggis Warriors are under pressure to cook up something, and now You've basically pulled the rug out from under them. Control's getting shot in the side of the head, and now they've got no choice. They have to get chewed onto the side. Where did the bullet go? Saka, he got the crosshair right on him.
And you got choices here. If you're Chinggis Warriors, do you push one side or do you just try to hold the side? Because you know that there are CTs on every angle at this point. Oh, and there you go. There's the push down B ramp. That's huge from Root.
And Eriko has an ace up his sleeve as well. He's got the Molotov here. He can stop Starry from even being part of this retake. I don't think there's anything he could do about it, really. Colomisu goes down. Never mind the Molotov. It's the headshot from the Mac 10 instead. They find a 5th round. It could have been even better than this, but not necessarily bad. I think it's still a strong competition here. We'll see what happens in the second half. Someone's going home, and we don't know who yet. It could be Lynn Vision, it could be Chinggis Warriors. It's a very open game still here on Ancient, the final map in the series. And it's actually been a fantastic series. It's really been fun to watch, I think, and both teams showing, I think, a lot great strength and character in not surrendering, not giving up easily. But this is the final stand. Now on the CT side, Chinggis Warriors, it'll be Lynn Vision on the T side, already with 4 people run boosted in. What a powerful way to get started here. They are going to fall it back. They know that no one's here, so they are instantly recalling it. And because of the slow nature here of Lynn Vision, they might be walking right into a giant stack.
Yes, but even if you know it's coming, you've got to hit the headshots here. That's a good start from Kulast. Emilia goes down, and all flowing out the choke point here, fighting their way through. A couple entries there from Su to enable them to gain some ground, but they can double back, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Over a minute left, so they could just cut noise, re-hit A. They could walk all the way back to B. They could do anything here because there's so much time.
Yeah, I think this is really smart mid-rounding from Lynn Vision. Oh, he catches the top of his head as well. The Goosh onto E-Fire. There is a second player. Oh, Westmelon nearly getting himself killed. That's dangerous, but the accuracy is so brutal. Hunting it down. He knows E-Fire is low already, and he's going to get him on top of everything else. And he spots that controls. The bomb is being planted on the other side. Westmelon has absolutely wrecked them in this round. 3 kills and fantastic Counter-Strike coming out here from the Chinese player.
What a beautiful performance. I mean, you talk about over-delivering in your position there. You know, Westmelon is kind of info gathering, you know, trying to just do what he can, but to actually just win the round outright, that's nice.
He should have probably died when he jumped. That is a very easy way to get yourself killed at a high level.
Yeah.
But yeah.
And part of it is that Chinggis Warriors don't want to engage because they don't necessarily know how many players are there right there. So they're trying to play passive and they get punished for doing so. Fast round out of cave here, trying to put the pressure back on to Lynn Vision. And Westmelon's going to go down straight away. Another kill with these pistols. Danger all over the place here right now for Lynn Vision.
Yeah, this is a big issue right now. Chinggis Warriors are no joke on the CT side. If you let them into the game earlier than they should have been, I mean, you could regret it. You could get knocked out of the major, to be perfectly honest here. Crushed outside of the B-bomb site, just starring in a 1 versus 4. They have no reason to fight him. Yeah, smoke it up. Just make sure he has to walk in here. The bomb is on the other side. Okay, that's a bit random.
That works.
Yeah, we're not going to criticize it. He's aware someone could be walking up behind him. 50 seconds here.
Yeah, just play the contain game. There are no more... Oh, there's another smoke. Okay, so we can refresh this smoke. Let's refresh that one, and that's just so painful. And Starry's going to get punished from behind. There it is, MP9, upgrade AK. Love to see it, and controls will collect that. So
I'm just going to remind you guys again, the synchronicity with which they throw their mid-grenades here for Chinggis Warriors. They have a 1 incendiary double HE, and all those grenades, when they throw them towards the T side and middle, they just land right on top of each other. It's super fun to watch. I've seen a couple of teams get crushed trying to push the middle against this team for that reason, so we'll see if we can catch it. It's usually when they want to run 3 people in here. There's the incendiary, and just the 1 HE this time, I think. But they do land almost smack on top of each other when you see it, so... E-Fire goes down, it's a bit weird, a bit random. Probably Coolest could have been there to save it a little bit earlier. Might be a chance for a free bomb plant on the A-bomb side.
Looks like it. It does. There's nothing here to stop it.
Do it now.
Chinggis Warriors, they don't have an enormous degree of util.
What do they do?
Okay, so they're allowing Chinggis Warriors to get in here. The spray is completely whiffed, though, with the AK. And now there's an HE to try to get some vision on a kill, but it's just so awkward. Unable to find their ways in. It's Rude really that's got to create space, but gets taken down. And I don't think there's really a way back in now for Chinggis Warriors. It's going to take a mistake, I think, now at this point for Lynn Vision to give up this round.
There's a lot to talk about here. Coolest trying to get a grenade in there, but obviously the round is lost. So they have the bomb site for free. Lynn Vision, I think they are thinking that there's somebody that's going to be playing Donut. So instead of planting the bomb, they say, well, let's just run and kill this guy before he's even aware, which actually is not a bad idea. It looked confusing, and I think it was confusing enough that Chinggis Warriors thought maybe they are, you know, diverting back to A, maybe they're back to B, maybe they're running away from the bomb site. So they push through the smoke, and then when they come back to actually plant the bomb, no one's ready for it. This is like a hilariously confusing round for Chinggis Warriors. And I think Lynn Vision didn't even necessarily intend that. I think they just wanted to clear donuts with a lot of people with Tech-9s.
Well, it's really rough indeed for Chinggis Warriors, as you said it.
Yeah.
It's just been a hard game for them. It feels like for Lynn Vision, when they're trying to do stuff, it just happens a little bit easier. And for Chinggis Warriors, it feels like just constant uphill battle. And we'll see if they can find a recovery as we get a timeout coming on through. And it's hard to really, you know, pinpoint exactly, that they've been doing this terribly against Lynn Vision. And I think partly it's because I think with Lynn Vision, I feel like they've got a bit more clutch. They've got a bit more in the individual department, and that is, I think, where some of it gets a little weird.
Yeah, they definitely have had some wild individual performances, and not always the same players either, right? Starry and Emilia are still playing well, but this time Kolmisu is up to 15 kills. And he definitely had a dreadful beginning to the series, no question about it. This time it's just two people in the middle. The grenades are still nice, but and the run boost over the smoke. Again, another piece of new tech that a lot of people will do because they try to dodge the, what we call that elbow Molotov that gets thrown in from the T side. So you can essentially, fly right over it. Now, because they're pretty well versed themselves in Ancient, Lynn Vision heard it. They knew what was coming. They knew they could find that one player in the corner, so very well done. Cool ass down early on.
This is an interesting moment in the round, though, because for Chinggis Warriors, they're not really seeing anything outside B, and they must be thinking, is there a big rotation? And they are moving in that direction now, floating one player across through mid, making a lot of noise. So, but the round is really slow here from Lynn Vision, so they're beginning to turn their attention back to mid. And so you've got this situation right now where Chinggis are very quick to react, but their opponents, Lynn Vision, they're playing it very slow. So they're not in a spot right now, Lynn Vision, where they are about to hit anything.
Oh, and I could appreciate that. I mean, the fast and action-packed rounds are obviously more fun to watch, but I think right now, with elimination on the line, don't give away a round to, Hero M4 or 5-7 or something. Just stay grouped up. Make sure you can always trade the kills. Just trade your way forward. Rue here. Bit of a fight taking down Emilia, but the B bomb site is still undefended.
And that is a gun that could be collected. Someone will have to stay behind to potentially protect it. Do they want to do that, though? Or will they send everybody to take the side control, that is what they're going to do. As that gun is now available on the flank, Control is going to pick that one up and make his way from Cat, potentially through Cave, where there is a challenge. Important 1v1 there, and that's going to be won by Controls. Pressure on as the bomb gets planted. No post-plant positioning except the site itself. Controls now wrapping around Cave, providing an extra angle of attack into this assault onto the B site. How much value can they find? Controls again. Takes down Starry. Numbers here now, proving so effective. Controls makes it all happen for the team, and that is an unlikely round and the exact kind of round that Chinggis Warriors needed.
I'm kind of shocked that they are able to do that much. Even with the rifle being given over in the middle, like you said, there was nobody at the B bomb site. It's just, I don't know, great work, honestly, for Chinggis Warriors, and maybe a bit disappointing for Lynn Vision, because everything else here was built very nicely for them. I don't even think losing Emilia in the middle was still a pretty good round for them, I've got to be honest, but great work here, coming up for Controls. Yeah, they're in a position now. This game just opened up. I think if they hadn't won this round, it would have been 10-6 in favor of Lynn Vision. That's probably a really hard position to come back from if you're on the CT side, but let's see. Okay, push. This is a classic. Straight through the incendiary. Coolast, is he ready? Is he aware that they're already up? There's a bit of a crossfire, but the spray is ugly, and he gets taken down. Aricule on the other side dropped, and Rue has to fall back while he's reloading here. It's my #1 thing to hate on this map, and I say it all the time. If you're anchoring this B bomb site, you must have your eyes on the B ramp. The incendiaries do not matter. They're just fireworks. You can run through them. Molotovs is not the same, but the incendiaries on the CT side, very, very often, you can just pop your way through. I mean, this time they could have smoked it, but they didn't. It's such a powerful play.
Yeah, that was so decisive. And, it's tough too because, Chinggis Warriors, they invested so much into this round. They finally pick up an AWP. Controls was wielding it initially. Oh, got to be careful. You do not want to lose any more players here. Economy needs to be protected for Chinggis Warriors. And Lynn Vision moving up to 10 rounds. This again, it is, if you're just joining us, this is the 1-2 matchups here in the Swiss stage for stage 1 of the Blast Austin Major. One of these two teams after this map is going to be eliminated, and the other will be in contention to still try to move on with another match to be played.
Frustration there. Understandable. They knew where they had them. Money low on the T side. They just want a pretty cool round of their own. Yeah. And you can't really build on top of it. Timeout called. Chinggis Warriors, the last one that they had. So, a chance to get the last bit of info in there to get everyone focused up and try to figure out what is the thing that we haven't really tried yet. This T side not looking easy at the moment.
Yeah, the T side and the CT side have both felt quite uncomfortable in their moments. Well, back in. Chinggis Warriors trying to fight to stay alive in this one. Managed to buy up around what they saved, those 3 weapons. They're going to go straight in deep over the Molotov, and it's so close, but Starry stays up, and Kulas goes down.
It's the same play, right? The run boost over the elbow Molotov, and you can tell Lynn Vision have seen that. They've been watching the demos. They know what they're up against there. Very well played for Starry. That's such an important kill. Arikyo wants to push in through the smoke. He wants to try and save the bomb site, but he might have surrendered it instead. Brew, 10 bullets, just wild spam, but honestly, you got to almost save the M4 and the AWP. He's going to get 1 wall bang. That's something at the very least, and Starry fails to get the headshot back into a 3v3. It would be beyond criminal if Lynn Vision gave up this round. They had the entry. They had the double entry, in fact. 1 in the mid, 1 in the B bomb site. Quick bomb plant here, and I think it's still locked down.
Good position. Good kill from Controls. Nice trade from E-Fire now just on Kumisu. The bomb is pretty ticked at this point. There goes the smoke. Oh, that's a huge shot to be found. Controls now. AWP, can he find this last player? It's been done. Sue has done enough. Great work there to keep Lynn Vision in control of this round. 11-7, 2 more to move forward.
I think there was a kit somewhere on the site, but certainly they didn't have it at the end in the 1v1. So having to look for the kit first and try and do all of that stuff, I mean, very, very hard to do. This is fantastic work. Starry, that's really all. He failed the shot later on, but that first kill is worth so much. They are in a lot of trouble right now, Chinggis Warriors. Second half, money is low. Definitely not easy at the moment. Good grenades in here to try and put the pressure on as they just take the mid control. Oh.
Wow.
Well, that's different.
That's a huge find. This, again, we don't have a lot here to work with the CTs in terms of utility. 1 player on a pistol, Kulas. And, okay, we've got the Ts now moving back towards the B site. There is a stack, a massive, mega stack on this site. 4 players, a 5th that can come through mid to play that lurk. But at this time, needs to just hold the ground. And we are invested, very invested in this B defense. And so we don't see anything. We've got to get information. The flash! Oh no! The flash! At least there is a trade from Controls, but that was not good.
Yeah, that almost ruined everything for them. Could you imagine just losing all your money in rifles and potentially getting knocked out of the major due to 1 flashbang that just, flashes the team and you walk right into it? 50 seconds on the clock here. They have a man advantage. But Lynn Vision's still very dangerous, and they are giving them the rope to hang themselves with, saying, don't you want to take another look? Aren't you interested in what's happening? Well, that's not silent. Still, execute onto the site. 30 seconds. They're going to go for it. Bit of a potential spam coming in, but no one connected with on the other side. Westmelon clearing this nearly impossible. He does get 1, and that's more than I was expecting. 20 seconds. No scope shot through. He legs him. Amelia still alive, but surely bleeding out. Saka to go down next, and Chinggis Warriors pull out a round from thin air.
Controls got, I mean, how many kills through smokes that round? I mean, at least there was a leg shot and then another kill through the smoke there. But in mid, I think he got something as well. So insane round from Controls to keep them in contention. Really crazy. And there's that team flash. Only was able to peek, not blind. At least Controls is on top of it. Okay, well, there's the singular smoke kill, but we saw that he did get a leg as well through the smoke. So, oh man, for Chinggis Warriors, Anders, if they are to win rounds, it really is just in the most uncomfortable fashion, I think, almost every time. So that's kind of that's the issue.
Hey, listen, it does make it very entertaining, you know? I'm sure it's stressful from their side. It does provide us with some very entertaining Counter-Strike. Timeout's been called once again. This time, Lynn Vision, as the CT side, don't have any more timeouts, so they're going to have to just hope that another one is called if they want to talk something.
Yeah. Got to focus up. Not too many rounds left in this third and final map as we get going again off the spawn. And there's the deep mid smoke off the rip.
No immediate fight in the middle. They just want to see if there's a reaction in from the CT side here. Weapons extremely limited for Lynn Vision. But they will go for a bit of delayed take here. So they don't immediately rush in there. They just wait around and probably also can sense there's not that many CTs in there.
Making some noise is Westmelon. There's another jump on the other side of that. Both players spotting one another. But it doesn't mean too much just yet. You get the walk up mid right now.
Is this one of those red room plays that we talked about in the first half? I think I was asking whether or not something that Chinggis worried would want to try and do. Instead, it's Lynn Vision giving it a bit of a crack. It's a cool last, very early takedown of Starry. We'll slow it down. 45 seconds. They have a player that's coming in from the A-long position, but right now Erikiel is spotted out and said, there's nobody here. We pretty much know they are mid and A, and that's why Coolast can hold this position. He knows eventually someone's going to be showing up. Controls does go down, but a nice shot onto Amelia. 30 seconds left. Bomb is in the middle. They've got two people here running up behind E-Fire, and he's waiting for that smoke to fade. Westman is inside. This is a bit dangerous, actually. Saka spins around. E-Fire gets dropped at 19 seconds on the clock. What a shot! Headshot to take down Coolast. And now Erikiel slow walking in. An easy takedown from Saka, who was already low on health there. Very nicely done. Gonna be one more for the CT side. This game continues.
Yeah. Yeah, thanks to Coolast, in large part, doing some incredibly heavy lifting in that round. I think the shot before he died, I think that got, well, like I think it was like a body shot, both like through the box. So he got that last remaining player down very weak. That timing there on that off shot was also phenomenal. And then he's just in the back at the site, just causing problems until finally Ari can come in and just easily shut it down. Oh, big moments here for Chinggis Warriors, really big moments. And they're still in contention here, Anders. It just feels like every time they get into trouble, they're able to find their way out. 9-11 now. Two more to tie it up.
I mean, they're definitely still, I mean, they if you look at the money, they might even be slightly favored. Here we go. Amelia trying to do it again. It worked the once, but this time Erikiel, he's got his eyes locked on the ramp. And it makes me happy to see it. Call Me Sue goes down. It's a double HE. A nuclear bomb on top of the last remaining players there for the T side. They get nothing done. Not the kills, not the bomb plant. This time they shut it down.
10-11 now. We are one closer to a tied-up game. And if it goes overtime, I just feel like that would be fitting because for both teams, they've had great looks on this map. They've both had great looks in the series. A lot to be said with all of that, but we'll see if Chinggis Warriors can get there. Full buy now on the board again for Lynn Vision. And the deep nades again into mid, but no one's actually going aggressive behind it. Seems like those times are behind us.
Yeah, again, they're going to delay a little bit for the mid take. I like this from Rue. Something slightly different. Normally you do see a lot of those fights, but in this map it's been a lot about the mid fights. Controls, good counter strafe against Amelia, so in spite of the fact that he's locked in a corner, he's actually the one taking the initiative regardless. Oh, Rue's going to spot it out. He wants that. Yes, damage onto Westmelon. Starry going down. This is a sketchy round for Lynn Vision. They've hardly even got anything done. Finally, there's a kill in return, but that's cost them so much.
Yeah, Sue and Westmelon both low on health. That's two of the three that are left to play the round, and we are regrouping here, Lynn Vision, into that B site hit, but that's been spotted. You can see there's a full rotation. This will be a 2 versus 4 on the site, and potentially all through the same choke point. It doesn't really get too much worse than that. Obviously, that's not info that's had here by the CTs, but they're going to have great coverage of this. Oh, what a spot too. Big damage done with the MP9, although controls does go down. Coolast is now on the angle. Nice shot. More nades going in. Very little to be done here for Lynn Vision. Try as they might, their fate was sealed the moment the rotation was spotted.
Have they finally broken them? Have they actually turned this around? For a long time here on Ancient, it looked like Lynn Vision had the momentum and the money, certainly the round lead, to stay alive at the major, keep the fight going, but now I'm not so sure any longer. Game is tied up at 11-11. Chinggis Warriors, I don't know how they managed to do this. It's Controls with 21, it's E5 with 21. There are the nades in the middle, slowing down Starry, quite a lot of damage. He's in the smoke and they definitely know. E5 will not let him get away. And that's great, because otherwise he could have, you know, maybe pulled away some of this A defense. Instead now, they're all walking right into the AWP, and it's an easy shutdown. Chinggis Warriors about to be at 12, looking to knock out Lynn Vision if they can. They've got one opportunity.
And this will be so huge for them, because I think, you know, they would be a team like looking at this series if they were to lose it, and they would think, man, this sucks because we should have had Inferno. Like, we know that we would have Inferno like the vast majority of times, and here they are in position now to take it all on Ancient, a map that they have, well, they seem to have 28 maps of Ancient played in the last 3 months, if we count this one as well. And that comfort is certainly showing through in some of these very intense moments, Anders, where if you don't have that level of reps on a map, you run out of ideas and you start to fall apart. But they have shown time and again resiliency.
Yeah, they've been drilling this. Last time I called, there was one left on Envision. I calm before the storm here. A single round. If it goes overtime, it's dramatically different. You've got money again, everything becomes tricky. And also just emotionally, there's so much on the line. Could be a real bump in the road for Chinggis Warriors if they end up in a position here where suddenly, you know, they don't close it out. They have to fight for overtime instead. Like, nobody wants that here on the CT side. Let's see what they've got. Lynn Vision opened up by Westmelon's going to be taking down Rue. They need 4 more kills here. This is their tournament life on the line. If they can't get this round, they get knocked out instead. Long way back to China.
But they do get the opening pick, which is certainly a huge advantage. But, oh, moving into Kulast here, who's been very steady with this AWP. Put to the test again as that smoke fades. The swing is coming, and Kulast is ready. Can he get out of there in time? Yes, just around the corner, the incendiary gets dropped, but they can rush him down. He needs his teammates to get there fast.
Oh, they're running right through. He tries to use the sniper as a shotgun, and it doesn't actually work out. In spite of that, it was point-blank range. This is actually looking really good right now for Lynn Vision. I think they might have found a way to crack it here. Long spray. Arikul gets one, Controls on the other, but there's Westmelon back in for the triple. 1v1, and Call Me Sue will get the spray down. They managed to get it at the end, overtime on the final map.
And with that, we're going to have the reset economies as well. So this is almost like anything that's gone poorly for you in regulation, you can just forget about it going into the overtime. Whoa, okay, it couldn't have been closer. Getting down to the wire, 1v1. Call Me Sue, who's been having the best game, I think, of this series on this map.
Oh, yeah.
It's fitting that he is the one to deliver the overtime, but now they've got to go a little further.
Also, I mean, Westmelon, who we criticized a lot on the second map, and for good reason. He didn't contribute that much, but absolutely on fire for that last map round there. Well, here we go. Money, not a problem yet, at any rate. You can obviously run out on that CT side, maybe especially, but 12-12. First team to get 16 rounds now, if you're unfamiliar with the format.
Yeah, I think we're MR3 10K. So the money situation, we'll monitor that as we progress, and a slow pace after high-octane action in the previous rounds. A lot of utility has already been expended on the Chinggis Warriors CT side.
An interesting gamble that they're going for here with 3 people in B, this sort of under a minute. I don't hate it at all, but we'll see if it pays off, if they've got the read against Lynn Vision. Kind of running low on grenades on the CT side, to be honest. It's Call Me Sue. Yes, might be best to get out of there. He might actually not know it yet, but he's so lucky to be alive. That's a headshot. Westmelon taking down E-Fire, and that's all they needed to get onto the site here. Bomb plant pretty much inevitable. Controls wants to push through and stop it from happening, but instantly punished for it. Very nice shot from Starry, and Saka finally taken out, but I think it might be enough here. They push in at the same time to drop Rue and Kulast in a 1 versus 3 that feels impossible. Even as he gets the first one there, gonna go and tap the bomb the once just to fight, fake out a little one. He wants somebody else to peek him. Doesn't get the opportunity. Emilia takes him down. Good stuff.
Very challenging now for Chinggis Warriors. You know, being on that CT side, like you say, the money can run out. Are you getting an AWP again? I'm not sure that that's going to happen. So that definitely, you know, fundamentally changes, you know, how things are going to play out in the rest of the overtime. It's one of the reasons why you definitely don't want to lose the CT round, like the first one.
No,
you definitely don't want that to happen.
It's not that much fun. You put more pressure on an already very, very tense situation. I think because they play so much, they're not going to be thinking about the fact that they could have won already. I think that just, it's back to business. You know, they've all been here before, so I'm not really worried about that. But obviously, if they start to run out of money on the CT side, that is so beautiful for Westmelon. What a time for him to come back in and actually announce and actually play the game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Love the nice is the Counter-Strike. No,
classic.
Nice.
It is a classic. Okay, 13-12. They do have money to buy in this round. There's all the utility. They do go for the early run boost, but Kulast is going to run his way right through, and very nicely done. Gets the first one. There will be a bit of a return, and that's worth it. Nice nade usage in this round over Chinggis Warriors. Also, inside of the B bomb site, they help to set up Kulast for that kill. They have flashes that they throw so that he can run in there and have a bit more security. Pretty easy shot there. Emilia goes down.
And that's some really great AWPing that we're seeing from Controls there. Whenever Controls actually has it, is able to deliver on it. So that's cool when you've got 2 AWPers on the team that can do that. Entry looks for, but not found, Root with a good defense. And despite the previous round being a shutout for Chinggis Warriors, they're in good stead to pick up this one. You don't have to give away anything yet. Jumping for info.
Yeah. Such an opportunity in the B-bomb side there for Call Me Sue. He actually does find Rue out in the open. I think that was the way for them to get back into the round. Obviously, the flank coming in here from Arikul, so Starry 1 versus 4, and unfortunately, not in a position to do anything. The bomb is far away. In theory, he can just kind of go for it, but you know, maybe also if you can kind of make it more expensive, so that not so much so that they can't buy rifles, but maybe more so you can steal away the AKs. And actually, if you do some damage here, you actually can make a difference. They didn't have that much cash in the bank, so, but nicely done.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the AWP was, but I assume the CTs would have been able to collect it. They had a pretty good coverage across the map, so we'll find out shortly. So, yeah, this was a great play. And Controls and Kulast have been really good on those particular AWP shots.
Yeah. Tied up once again. AWP on the CT side. Controls 25 kills, 24 on E-Fire. They try and get in through the middle. They dodge most of the grenades here, and the counter flashes are really good. Kulast, how does he get away with the kill? He does fall back down into the fire, so he ends up going down regardless. Opportunity here for Call Me Sue, and a good spray. This time he'll take the fight against Rue. And a 2 versus 4, that should be locked in. The bomb is weirdly, you know, it's got 1 squad on the one side, 1 on the other side. If they walk into the AWP here of Controls, it could be kind of weird, but they've got so much time, they don't even need to.
And we do have a gamble stack coming in from the CTs, Chinggis Warriors. I think it makes a lot of sense. And the bomb has been moving towards A, but because B has now been taken, all the information's there. You can move the bomb safely back through spawn to that B site.
Yeah.
And this kind of sucks because this is the last round of this half, and the Chinggis Warriors, you're going to have a hard time retaking from these positions.
A lot of really good small details here, but as the bomb is coming in, the player that they have towards the cave is moving out to make sure that the bomb doesn't get caught in transition, because there could have been a CT player out there. So there's a lot of small adjustments and good communication here on the T side. In terms of retaking the bomb site, You have to try, but in a normal kind of world, it's never going to happen. Grenade to start it off with. It's a nice idea. Blowing up with a smoke here and trying to get a bit of a shot off. Already very, very low on health. And coming in from the other side was Arikul, but Saka already found him. You'll see controls here, dropping low on health and everything else too. Tries for the flick, but the grenade will find him right at his feet. So very nice first half in the overtime here coming in from the Lynn Vision side. All the pressure now back on Chinggis Warriors. They had one chance in regulation to win. Now it's ended up in overtime instead, and this could be a real heartbreak for them.
Yeah, it is looking like there's a lot of heartbreak around the corner.
That's how it is.
About to see.
Listen, you said it at the start of the day, Dan. We're here on this stream now to send people home. We've had both the 1-2 games, so it is what it is, right? Imperial already sent out of it. Now the question is, which will go next? Lynn Vision need 2 more rounds. They're on the CT side now. They've got their money. Looking for mid-fight. That is very well read. Coolast gets the first one, but Westmelon got to find a way to reload. He's only got 2 bullets left. That's not enough. Saka at the same time has found a kill. And actually, they've got a man advantage here. Oh, I don't like it.
Trades and trades, but 2v3 here for the Chinggis Warriors. We'll see if they can find a kill. I think Westmelon was hurt there by E5 potentially, but he's looking for what would be the trade fragger, who could be the first point of contact in the bait setup. Oh, but that...
I don't think that spreads.
That is not spread as it needs to spread. And this position still known though, and they actually get both. E-Fire takes the entire setup by himself and dismantles it.
That is a freaky way to get into this position. They failed the Molotov, they absolutely did, and he's like, you know what? I'll make up for it, don't worry. I can't believe he cleared it that well. Did you hear the tick? Imperial are taking 1 damage from that, but that wasn't the issue. It's the fact that they know, well, now they definitely do. In the fire. He was low on health already, trying to get the shot, Amelia! How does he win that? Taking out Coolast and saving his team. That might be enough to keep Lynn Vision in the major. I feel like he's in such a bad position. First the incendiary, then the Molotov, fighting on top of it. That should have been a death sentence.
Yeah, that's not a good spot, that's for sure. Oh wow, that's crazy. Actually, just an insane round from both teams, and this play from E-Fire just understands this setup precisely. I mean, like, you can't even really fault coming out for the swing there. Emilia's taken a lot of damage. That's just a really rough spot. And 15-13 now. Chinggis Warriors, 2 rounds needed in this half to save themselves and force another overtime.
Early attempt to mid control here coming out from Lynn Vision. Very fast spread out. So they've got the early man defense over at A. Playing a little bit heavier towards the B side of the map, which they did a lot in regulation too. And it actually worked quite well for them here. Saka missing an opportunity with the AWP. See what Westmelon can do, hanging out inside of the cave. They are walking right on the other side of the smoke into the middle. There's some red room control coming in right now. I actually love this. I think Chinggis Warriors might have had a chance here, or might have positioned themselves very nicely for a potentially another round victory.
See what they can do with it. Indeed, that red room position is held by E-Fire here. He's going to hear the rotations, and they don't have to actually commit. Oh my goodness! I think
that's a friendly Molotov.
Yeah, that is not good. Okay, all right, they're going to try to fall back here, but the red room player now has been defeated. E-Fire is gone. Not like this. This is not how you want to be eliminated. 3 against 5 now here for Chinggis Warriors as disaster strikes. Is there a way to stabilize the ship?
I know we're in America, but we don't want any 1Gs in the chat. That's... No, it's so crazy. He just can't run away. The fire was everywhere. if you're going to exit the major, don't let it be like this. But right now, he's relying upon his teammates, trying to convert this 3v5 into some sort of freak victory. 18 seconds left on the clock as they try to push onto the bomb site. Saka shuts it down, and I think that's all it takes. Controls dies, and it's on Rue. With 8 seconds on the clock, they're going to be on top of him. They've got HEs as well. He's dead already. He just doesn't know it yet. The grenade comes in and blows him up, and Lynn Vision get to stay alive. Chinggis Warriors eliminated from the major.
Chinggis Warriors. I mean, they fought like warriors in this series. They showed a lot of resiliency. They had a lot of spots in this game that were incredibly uncomfortable. Their plans consistently getting circumvented. They kept getting put in uncomfortable spots, but they never gave up. And I think that, you know, at the end of all of this, they can at least be comfortable that that's what happened. They never gave up.
I think that's absolutely worth highlighting, right? There were so many opportunities, so many heartbreaking rounds throughout the whole series where, you know, a mentally weaker team might have just been crumbling, but they definitely didn't. Really impressive stuff, and overall, I think a super fun series. Lots and lots to learn from both sides, no question about it. What a way to end it. Dramatic series, to say the least. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing Chinggis Warriors later in the tournament. Lynn Vision, they're not out of the woods yet. Obviously, they just move into the 2-2 bracket, which means they still have their backs to the wall. Their next game is for qualification or an exit here for the Chinese side. So I think this is very exciting. What a game we ended up with. We are going to get more Counter-Strike, but not before we get a quick break, so stay tuned.
So the opening game you had at Austin maybe didn't go so well of what you wanted. We spoke about that before. But since then, you've been able to have a bit of a bounce back. Are you guys starting to feel a lot more confident in your gameplay?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say happy birthday to my organization. There is 8 years for Nemiga right now.
Wow.
For today. 8? Yep. Happy birthday to Nemiga. And of course, we're becoming more confident game by game. We're feeling better at this stage. I'm feeling better as IGL. And I think it's going to be an interesting game, and we're going to win this one.
Oh, I like that confidence. We're going to win this one straight from the start. You said you're feeling better as an IGL with it. Did you maybe notice a bit of shakiness or something you're not feeling as comfortable with when you've come to LAN and playing like this?
I don't know what to say about this, but I'm feeling comfortable when I'm shouting, when I'm screaming, when I'm trying to trash talk to my enemies. You have to understand that it's not about maybe I respect to everyone who is playing here, but it's helping my teammates, and it's helping for them to doing some great clutches or feeling comfortable.
I like that you said you want to be shouting some more as well, because the FlyQuest guys like that at the same time. So have you got a bit of mental warfare prepared to be louder and be more shouting than them?
Of course, I'm ready for this one, and I'm going to destroy in this mental part against them.
Now, looking at playing them on the server, though, this FlyQuest does seem quite improved. What do you make of them? When you've done your research, when you've done your preparation, how are you feeling about looking at the way FlyQuest play right now?
To be honest, I don't know what to say about FlyQuest. It's going to be a little revenge for IM Chengdu, what we played, and they beat us in lower semi-final. We lost 2 games in a row in overtime, but today we're another team, like as them. They have new IGL, and we have good preparation. We're ready for this match, and we're going to win this one.
Just so confident throughout all of it, man. I wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Vex, I want to get your opinion just on the Heroic game, because obviously you got a map from them, you certainly pushed them in some ways. Maybe on the other maps it didn't go your way. So what's the FlyQuest thoughts on it now you've had time to look at it?
So map by map, Ancient didn't go as expected because it was that pick. Yeah. So we just reflected, reviewed that, changed a few things, and yeah, that's all good now. Map 2 went really well. We felt really good. People were shooting hard. Map 3, yeah, we just didn't hit our shots, honestly. I felt like that map could have gone either way. We still were prepared, ready to play them. We just didn't hit our shots. So, and they're also a strong team. Like, come on, Heroic's pretty good right now. So, yeah.
What does that give you in terms of confidence, especially on Anubis, a map that you guys obviously haven't really found your form with since Inza? They tried to punish pick you with it, and yet you battled back on it. Does that make you feel pretty good?
Definitely feels good. Yeah, I mean, in practice, like, obviously we know what our practice is like and no other team knows. Yeah. So, yeah, we have our own, like, interpretation of what each map is like for us. Yeah. And, yeah, I don't know. I'd say we're pretty confident on almost every map.
Nice. And for you individually, you're looking sharp coming into this event. Something changed? You just feel more comfortable? Everything connecting?
I don't know, since Nedic came in and Inza's moved to IGL, I've changed a few roles. So there's still a few maps I'm adjusting to. But I don't know, I'm just feeling confident. I think I'm just having fun as well. I'm really enjoying the people around me, and the communications are going nice, so it's good.
And how does it work between, like, I know we were giving Regali space when he first came into the team, Nedic's taking some as well. How does it work between you three who are like the heavy hitters right now?
I don't think I'm sort of a player that's supposed to take up a lot of space right now, honestly. I think I don't know, I feel like the Messi of the team sometimes, you know, the guys filling the gaps, trying to help the boys out and just consistent. I think so. I think that's what I'm trying to do, especially in like the high pressure games. Yeah. I think I've got a bit more experience now compared to being like one of the younger guys on the team, so I'm just trying to stay calm for the boys. And Regali and Nedic, when they're on, like, the game is so much easier, so I don't know, just try to help them as much as possible.
Just clean up afterwards if they fall, you know, and go for it. Now, this game you're going up against Nemiga. This is your chance also to make it through, right, and qualify. How confident do you feel against these guys? Because they got an interesting play style, but they're kind of shaky in terms of results, a bit predictable at times.
I don't know. I mean, we've watched their demos. We're prepared, just like we are for any other team. And I guess we just have to see what happens in the server. I mean, I'm still confident, just as much as yesterday. So, yeah.
Let's see how it goes, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Ball.
Well, howdy, y'all. It's us back, the B-Stream Bandits, back with the last best of 3 of the day. This one should be fun, and I'm expecting absolutely no biases here.
Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. And if anything, actually, Chad is more of a negative bias. He's already looked me in the eyes and says, I hope the boys don't mess this one up.
Look, I was having food with them the other day, and I said, yeah, when you guys play, I'm more critical. But today, we'll see what type of Counter-Strike gets offered up against Nemiga. You got the video on your screen right now. It's the permabans for both the teams, Nuke being removed, then Train from FlyQuest. That sucks for Nemiga. They like Train, so the fact that it is the permanent removal there of FlyQuest does hurt their chances in this one. Was that Nemiga who picked Ancient?
It did appear to be the case, yes.
That's surprising to me. I thought that that would have definitely been the FlyQuest pick. Now, they have had a couple of up and down moments on Ancient, even when they picked it throughout this event. It hasn't gone their best. And if you go back to the Hero Esports Asian Championship, they had a massive collapse against Tyloo. But the odds on screen do favor the Aussies.
Okay, so they are coming into this one as favorite from the bookies as well. And a big reason for that is this man on your screens, Regali, one of the newer additions.
An import as well.
An import, yes, absolutely, the Romanian sniper. He's someone to keep your eyes on.
There has been a theme, at least as far as the matches that you and I have covered off here on the B stream for Stage 1 of the Blast Austin TV major. It's been a few little bits and bobs of no head-to-heads. Well, today we have one. These teams played against each other over a year ago. It was IEM Chengdu, and it went in favor of FlyQuest 2-0. However, differences in the rosters. There was Dexter and Alistair still on FlyQuest, now replaced by Nedic and Regali. Inns taking over the in-game leadership mantle from Dexter. And on the other side of the server, well, Nemiga, they had Flammus. Now they have Zwei, and Zwei's the heavy hitter, so keep your eyes on him. FlyQuest get the CT side start, and out the gates we go. First ace of the major came from Vexite, dual Berettas on the B bomb site, all headshots. So he's got them again, and it's a 4-player B stack right now.
Yeah, and they are in the right position to handle these 3 Ts towards the cave side. 2 on ramp, and Vexite is looking for them. He wants to disrupt this X-Sec into B. They're giving them the Magno Jez. Wrap through cave, and it collapses. Solid fight so far, last 2 to fall. It's an easy finish for the CT side. And I say Magnajez, and a variation of it. They had the deep speedway smoke. That was their plan, was to kind of flood through and take the access point into like the long back
You
square.
might need to explain the lore there, Alex, for everybody playing.
Sure.
Why do you call it the Magnajez?
Magnajez had a pistol that became very popular in the kind of puggy realm.
From the pug realms, okay.
The pug realms, he would call it, Donk would call it as well, but it was essentially just a short smoke and a long Molotov from this door's position. You have the first 3 spawns, fight through cave fast, and then they can flood through with a couple of flashbangs, and the site's yours.
Not to be confused with the Hugo.
No.
Never confuse it with the Hugo.
The Hugo is drop me a Molotov at the box, and I might, 50% of the time, molly the bomb as they defuse.
Yes, but first of all, you need to get in the site and plant. And
yeah, but he doesn't tell you how to do that.
That's the hard part.
That is
you got to solve that part yourself.
But stakes. Can we talk about stakes for a second? We are in Texas, after all.
Yeah, look, there is a Brazilian barbecue across the road. Quite a few of those teams eliminated, so they might go over there for some local chow. But right now, the winner of this will be getting themselves into Stage 2. FlyQuest found themselves 2-0 after the best of ones. However, Nemiga lost their opening game and then had to win 2 back-to-back best of ones to get themselves into their first best of 3 right now. Smiles on the faces, a clean pistol round, and looks like a tech timeout. So let's just turn around and have a look at the admins. Now, for those of you who saw the behind booth cameras on the FlyQuest side, Mullet Man, the admin, was behind the Aussie. So that's a good sign, I believe. And a quick shout out, it's time to wake up in Australia. 7 AM on the East Coast for Melbourne and Sydney.
Good morning.
In Russia, which is where Nemiga, the majority of their players hail from, it has just hit the, early morning, 12 AM.
Ooh.
So bedtime, or you're staying up late?
I think you're probably staying up late to see if Nemiga can make it through.
That right there that you would have heard is not from this game. It is from the game running adjacent to this one. That is BetBoom taking on Wildcard, also trying to lock in a spot for Stage 2. Today you've had 6 best of 3s, or at least at the conclusion of those 2 games you will have had 6. 3 teams being eliminated, 3 teams qualifying for the next stage of play. And then tomorrow, 3 more games, and we conclude stage number 1. So we've had 2.5 days of play already, as it does appear to be a sound issue. They're traditionally my favorite.
So, Mr. Zwei, how old is Mr. Zwei?
17, I believe.
17 years of age.
He's the new youngest?
Yeah, I'm just looking at his ex-teams.
His main two teams was the Vaseline Worms.
Okay.
Are you familiar?
Well, they're slippery, aren't they? You can't get your hands on a Vaseline worm.
The Vaseline Worms.
I hope it's not referencing something else there, Alex.
Oh,
no, you definitely shouldn't use Vaseline.
No, please don't. Please
There's plenty of other products available.
You know Vaseline's a byproduct of making dynamite?
Damn.
Son.
Hopefully this game's explosive.
Yeah, it certainly should be. Looking at the talent, I'm very intrigued to see more from Netic. You know, there's a lot of people giving him a lot of praise, even his teammates discussing that with Netic now joining the ranks, they've got that extra oomph, they've got that extra firepower that does, believe it or not, make Counter-Strike a little easier when those kills are happening a little more frequently.
Yeah, a little bit of lore for everybody playing at home. Inns has led the Aussie team before, right?
Okay,
He's been the in-game leader. You know, they were Greyhound, they were Renegades. He's been the in-game leader once upon a time. Dexter came back in, took over that mantle. Obviously, he does his European stint. That didn't work out. They've decided to go a different way. In's back into the in-game leadership role. You see him in the middle of the table right now, and he's got more firepower to work with than ever before. Netic, which is kitten backwards, you'll never unsee it, and Vexite. Those are the two heavy hitters on the rifle. Then you've got Regali on the AWP from Romania, and, well, I don't want to call him a journeyman because he's one of the most accomplished Counter-Strike players of all time, Liaz. And I say that, I'm not even being sarcastic. He made it to the semi-final of a major, Star Ladder Berlin 2019. They lost to Avantgarde. Casada's a coach, as a JKS, Jacob, Gratisfaction. I'm sure he's watching from New Zealand right now. Fish and chops. And fish and chops. And away we go, as it is going to be a full eco. Well, there's a decoy.
How dare you? And a Desert Eagle.
Yeah, my bad.
Zwei, he can justify this Deagle purchase with a single headshot. Netic picks off the lurk, the Xanta walk up ramp cut down. It is going to be just Liaz here to respond to this, and that's a well-placed HG. He's calling for backup. He doesn't want to go down. He has to play a dangerous game of delay, but don't die. He's done it well. His teammate, who is that? Poor Khan gets taken down. Part of this way, Deeg, and yeah, they're just hoping for an overextension. FlyQuest have played this well. 2 HGs have connected. Their ears are ringing, and so he does get his.
Oh, Liaz gets absolutely nothing for his troubles. That's unfortunate. But A anchor. Oh, nice shot there from Risky Bob.
What a name.
Yeah, Risky Bob's a legend.
I used to call people low bobs back in the pro mod days.
Is that an insult?
It was kind of a variation of the noob. You're a low bob.
Okay.
Like high skill, mid skill, low skill. You're a low bob.
Low bob.
Weird, yeah. Anyway, Risky Bob did get a nice Deagle kill.
Yeah, I think for Liaz, this could have been some confidence-building eco kills, but doesn't get anything for his troubles. And now we're back into the rifles. Well, I say back into. It's going to be the first rifle round now. AKs are plenty. There's a Galil in the mix for Leah. And what type of opening are they going for on the T side? No red smoke, no cave smoke, just over towards B lane. Is this just a B rush? Brute force.
Seems like, yeah. Zwei just wants to kind of stamp his mark on the game and say, hey, I can walk into this site and claim it with a pace change. Netic immediately demanded to come up with some impact, and he has managed to find one on long. Switches out to the USP, over-peaking perhaps. No, Regali's rotated through. In's here as well. Xanta's the one that progressed, needs the multi, and delivers it. A double kill on the swing from FlyQuest has led to this bomb site falling. Just a Liaz 1v2 standing between them and their first round. He's quick on this, walking through that smoke. Might be able to slip back and actually isolate a jaw. Some damage was inflicted onto Khan, but they're hyped about that one, and they should be. Xanta, 3 kills, and just a pacey B call. I didn't think that's the kind of call you can make in this level of CS.
Wow, that's a guttural roar there as well coming out, so it is a ballsy maneuver to make right here. Netic does well to get the double. You feel like Vexite probably should have been good for one coming out of cave, but Xanta doesn't go down, and it's just this spacing, right? They've crept up further than was expected with the timing there, and they line up perfectly. That's, yeah, that's
I'm seeing he's gone half jacket. Just on one arm, look.
So he's...
You need the mouse arm for the friction.
We're back on the tech issue. The yells...
You're too loud.
You got to be careful. You might break something. Don't break it, all right?
Half a jacket sleeve.
That's interesting.
I'm actually quite admiring the strat. You're a bit chilly.
He gave the thumbs up. Maybe they're ready to go.
Keep the keyboard arm warm.
Хорош, давай. До свидания.
How do you say please? Спасибо.
Спасибо. I'm taking my shirt off. It's getting hot in here.
Yeah, it is hot in here. I'm feeling the same.
Where's that bloody American air conditioning they're all talking about?
I know. I set mine to 69 degrees Fahrenheit.
Of course you did.
Yeah. It's the perfect level.
All right, well, a couple of tech issues in the early stage of this, but you want to get them out of the way ASAP.
So the highest run, you've already kind of given us the history lesson, was the Liaz 100 Thieves 2019 startup.
There were Renegades.
There were Renegades.
Then they went over to 100 Thieves.
Oh, it was after. Excuse me.
And then the pandemic happened.
And then that whole thing.
Yeah. And then 100 Thieves pulled out of Counter-Strike.
And then the world changed forever.
Yeah.
Cool. Just another one of that for millennials.
We've still got a cupboard of masks.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Got the N95s out.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be the Force. CZ75, Famous, 2 M4s, the A4 variety, and a 5.7 with limited use.
So far, their calls have just been A,
yeah, very
B,
direct.
A.
Well, they're going to hear some of these steps over towards main. Liaz is already addressing this with Netic. Regali and Inns are rotating over as well. So everybody should be here to deal with this besides Vexite. Direct play from Nemiga. Here they come.
They're just alternating. I love that. Bouncy to clear the tree. And now, I mean, they're so already rotated in. This looks like it's just going to be an utter destruction if you commit. Have they pushed for info? No. Okay, interesting. So look at Vexite. He's surging into the B site. He's saying there's nothing else. It likely is a commitment. Xanta's picked off Netic. And there's Liaz's 5.7, but oh no, Liaz and Regali collapse. And so does the A site. Those two inquisitive CTs that departed to confirm that it wasn't fakery have returned to a lost bomb site.
Well, they're securing Donut right now. Which is,
M4.
Yeah, giving Inns a chance to play forward. Now, that smoke will start fading in about 10 seconds' time. If Vexite wins this duel,
which he will.
Now the round's back on. Khan and Lear coming to plan, and as mentioned, the smoke's going to be fading.
They have no smokes.
Oh, Inns is questioning B again. It's just way too quiet. This is strange.
Yeah, it is suspicious. Why haven't they planted? Vexite's holding for this. Should have the first. Lear is low. Second, asking a lot. Gets Khan down. Running a knife out. Not ready for it. I don't believe it. That was weird.
Yeah, that was weird, Vexite. I would strongly agree. Because right now, it feels like you're probably playing in an Asian RMR because the type of Counter-Strike we're getting is just 5-man in your face. I can't quite put my finger on this.
I'm not trolling, right? Your memory's better than mine. Pistol was all B. Then Eco, they all went A. Then, the first gun round, they rushed B.
Yes.
And now they've gone A.
Yes.
It's actually A, B, A, B.
Oh, he's got a Lexi B strap.
That's right.
That's what's happened.
He's copied his notes.
Got lost in the mail.
Copied his homework.
Okay, well, the force buy wars. Let's bloody go. Shout. Well, it's not a force buy. It's not a force buy at all. It's just some digs. So we won't be locking horns back and forth. They are going to allow the likes of FlyQuest to get themselves up to 4. But look at FlyQuest buy. 3 MP9s. So their purchase is not too tidy. Inns.
Don't you dare.
Could spam down a lot here. It's all going to be the timing. Oh, he's lost track, needs help.
Yeah, he does need someone to aid him. Vexite's going to push up from the heaven side. He isolates his first. There's the MP9 chipping in, out of ammo. M4 gone, but no problem. Khan's getting run at. Job done. M4 saved. And they only lose the one body.
Okay, well, lost bonus now nets them the buy that they are looking for. I don't think we'll see a Khan AWP. It is T-side of Ancient. It's serviceable, but not necessary, as the AK-47s are being equipped this time, have a whole lot more utility. So we might see a standard round come out of Nemiga. He's got a sheriff's badge on, but it says wanted. So why are we after James Banks, the sheriff?
Well, that's a story for another time.
Okay, okay, 3 smokes out of spawn. Cave, Red, and a B Lurky Boy.
Oh, an early friction, Risky, just playing on the edge of that smoke.
That's the A anchor. Does that force them in towards this A site search? It's just wait. And he's searching B, sector clear. Nobody addressing
Is this a bit suspicious if he has no friction, though? Does he overcall?
Do they rotate back?
Oh,
Gonna get caught now.
Oh, Netic.
Now they should go A.
Yeah. But lucky timing for Netic there. Back turned of his opponent.
Regali has an incendiary to try and displace the plant.
How does Regali play this? Turns the flashback well, but Lear will punish.
Oh, that's a big find.
Smoke, yeah, Netic. Oh, and what's that? An overextension. Lear was not ready for in so quick in Donut. They're a little caught off by that. That's a good catch back. There's one of them done. Vexite gone. It's Khan with the bomb. This time versus Netic.
Plenty of time to work with. Netic going towards Red to try and cut him off at the pass.
He lost his first 1v1 to Inns just running with his knife out. This time a chance to really play the round out.
Okay, it's a fake. That'll allow Netic to get ever closer. Bomb getting planted now. Netic can start peering into Donut. Where does Khan go?
Oh, he's still considering CT as an option. It's not planted for him if he elects to play the plant from here. And he has. Interesting.
I think Netic's got here in time to not consider left side sight.
He just picked up the kit.
And he has an incendiary to work with as well. No, he is considering left side, so Khan could be anywhere.
He's not planted for CT, and so he's not worried. Considering it, Khan!
Well done.
Subverts the expectation with his post-plant position, and it will be Nemiga getting themselves their second round on the board.
Okay, those deep roars come out again. And this one here, it is just very direct Counter-Strike, isn't it? A 4-1 situation. Lear gets that entry. Netiq getting this one back makes it seem a whole lot more possible. Able to sweep into Donut. Netiq does lose track of Khan.
He's too strong for you, man!
Well, that's in English. Okay, I respect a man who banters in their language. Flashes out mid. We're going to fight on Liaz.
Yeah, and it's just Liaz here. They're not doing a heavy mid defense. They're hoping that perhaps Liaz and Inns can defend this. With just a pistol in Donut as well. Not going to be fun for Inns. Vexite staying active. Smokes to threaten that he could push through and being acknowledged. No, never mind. It's being tapped. It's just a blind headshot. And collapsing in mid. Inns and Liaz both gone. Regali has managed to claw something back, and a break of the smoke does perhaps keep them on their toes for a moment longer. Slipping into Donut, Khan through main. It's Netiq with a world of hurt coming his way. Timing's everything. Oh, they're both putting out nades at the same time. Somehow he's miraculously gotten two.
Gets the reload in.
One Donut, one main. Regali in support. Bomb is on the back of Khan in main. So Xanta, he's tasked with making moves, and now he's been spotted out. Isolating individual taps. That's a good fight for Netiq. Oh, and he gets him low. 97 damage. Khan hanging on by a thread. That's a good smoke from Xanta. That really limits what Regali can do with this.
Does he wait it out? He doesn't have a kit to work with in this situation, so I think he's screwed. I'm not sure how he's meant to get back in unless they both walk through this smoke.
Like that? Oh, jump scare for Regali.
He won't expect the other one.
Why would you? Why would you? Avant-Garde. I mean, he has 3 HP on that, by the way. That he has 3 HP on that exchange. It's mad.
Well, the cache is now broken as the tech is called. Liaz has just disconnected from the server. Just going to iron out these little kinks, but that was almost a 2v5 situation that falls away, and that is kind of ridiculous with the taps. You catch that from the POV of Vexite. Netiq does very well, but this is some clumsy Counter-Strike coming out from Nemiga. They need to net up a few of these problems. If you saw what happened there, Khan's at the mouth of A main. He throws the Molotov back side, and then he needs to rotate back to pick up the bomb. So he's not pincering in with his teammates, can't make the immediate trade, and because of that, the round almost tumbles out of control. So Nemiga, we know that they can shoot, but right now it's slightly disconnected in some of these scenarios. Regardless, still going to be set up to go 4-4 with scores on the door after we get this eco. So this is the 3rd technical timeout within 7 rounds of play. So I'm hoping that it's all sorted now, but there's Mullet Man.
Yeah, is he a lucky charm or not? We'll find out.
It's very Australian, isn't it?
It is. That's what I'm thinking. You know, I think you guys kind of you were doing mullets before they were back in
I think they were doing, yeah, well, mullets were big in the 80s.
They were.
And same as the stashes, if people would remember our cricket teams.
Yeah, but then they fell out of favour because of the whole, you know, David Beckham. We all wanted quiffs.
That's true.
We all wanted a quiff.
Gonna have to blame Posh Spice for a lot of that. Yeah. She definitely influenced him.
Nice one, Vicky. Bex. And forced to sit in silence. After all of your loud cheers and jubilation, you're forced into silence. And there you go. Now the mics are unmuted, and you can get back underway. So that tech pause rather quick.
Oof. If you want to go check out the mainstream right now, being brought to you by Scrawny and Launders, Betman versus Wildcard. That's for a spot in stage 2. There's no elimination on the line for that one. So whoever loses will be playing again tomorrow. Same stakes as this one right now. It looks like the second map has gone the distance too. So that series is delivering in buckets and spades. As Urcast, the Mongolian representation, the FlyQuest jersey, is going to take a tactical timeout to have the conversation. Now, this will not be a buy. I would be very surprised with about 2K across the board, 2 6s at the high end, to see him informing them with a purchase. So this is where if you looked at tactical timeout efficiency to round conversion, you wouldn't be counting this one because your team's going into an eco. So we'll see what that means for the next rifle round. On the other side, it's going to be Box, former member of Nemiga once upon a time, now turned coach. I am working on my Russian. I did hear smoke. So,
wow.
2 MAC-10s, 3 AKs, and probably another direct play considering what we've seen so far. Yes, indeed. Over towards B. Red smoke lands. And they're just running in. They've sacked B on the eco.
Yeah, they're not messing around, are they? Running into these USPs, and the flash is just long enough for the MAC-10 to close that gap, run them down. You'd love one.
Just if you bought a D.
Force a rebuy, you know, but not going to happen getting jumped at by those pesky MAC-10s. Lear will leave with one as well. Extra $600 for him as the game gets tied up for a piece. Pistol went the way convincingly of FlyQuest, and so from 4-1, we're tied up 4-4. 3 on the trot from Nemiga.
I wouldn't mind seeing them go direct again, to be completely honest with you, just because those MAC-10s are in the mix. They've actually thrown one away, or have they? He did, and then he didn't. So
will they, won't they?
And they've now taken the tactical timeout. So turning to the coach, who he's not talking. Is he talking? Are we talking? He's not talking.
Okay, genuine question here. Regali's elected to go glass cannon AWP.
I don't mind it, especially if they're playing heads-up CS, right? Yeah. If they're playing so fast and direct, having an AWP on the line, you should be good for the first, unless they have a perfect execute and their util is on point. But I don't mind it. I think this is one of the problems, and especially in MR12. The AWPers, they're having a tough time now because players have better crosshair placement than ever, and we also talk about the swing factor of CS2, right? The way that players are stepping into these angles, they're wide swinging, seems to favor that with the rifles. For AWPers, if you don't get the AWP out, right, in your first rifle, and if things aren't going your way, you don't win the pistol, you don't get the conversion, you're not bringing out the AWP. Think about this. It's round 9. This is the first AWP that we've seen. And this is an AWP. So now, these days in modern Counter-Strike, you need to be able to rifle as good as you can AWP.
Yeah.
Right? We don't, no more JDMs, right? This is the thing. You need to be able to deliver on the rifles. You can no longer rely on getting those AWPs out.
Plus, you know, you don't never know. Maybe your AWPer is actually a rifling superstar. Look at
like Nikados. Yeah, this is the thing. And I think he's the perfect example. But if you... Man, they're doing like, their comms are loud. I really wish and high five too. Not a low five, not a fist bump, a high five. Liking what I'm seeing.
2? Oh, no. 1 MAC-10. It did get thrown away.
Barely even a buy, isn't it? Look, I understand they have an AWP and 2 M4s, but it's 2 MP9s to complement that. So FlyQuest really struggling to get the purchases out and about.
Oh, we're going to get a bit of friction mid.
It's so direct.
Waiting for the
so direct.
Smoke.
Like, there's no map control. They're just going to try and pounce through this.
Enetic in that false sense of security.
Just crept through.
Okay. Oh, messy.
Right through a mid smoke.
That's
insane.
Right. That's right. Chain flash, backside active, pushes through, does deliver some damage. Oh, and an 18 kill. That's real chaos.
2v2.
Santa with the bomb, risky holding main. All right.
Oh, you get yourself into a mid-round at least, so how do you look for the finish? One of the issues for the CTs, no kid and lucky util. So right there, getting those fights, and that TK coming in does help out FlyQuest an awful lot. Polar opposite sides of the map. Regali over to Temple, Ins, passive over towards the back of B. Santa and Risky Bob, they're just hanging around hoping for a re-aggress. They get 60 seconds on the clock to work this one out, and they have a full bag of util on the likes of Xanta. Molly 2 flashes HE. So they have utility to finish. Looks like they'll mantle up the Tetris box. Telling of a B excavation, or excursion, excuse me.
See what they can excavate. Maybe they'll excavate Inz's skull.
Might be bad timing here for Inz. He's creeping down the ramp, and as he does, they can waltz in. So if they don't make any sound cues, Inz... Oh,
he's in a good position.
He's coming back.
He is in a good position. As far as your angle clears go, you know, some likely ramps at the top of your list. Oh, not for Risky Bob, though. He is ready. Swings on out wide as you like.
Round over. Yeah, no way for Regali to get back into that. You highlighted the fact it was glass cannon. There's no AWP. If they throw that away, the game's just going to continue to spiral out of control. So really well done. And Risky just goes super wide there, trusting in Xanta to get the trade. Comes out, swinging very, very wide. And that's going to be the 5th. So Nemiga are going to take the lead. And 4 consecutive rounds, this time with the bomb going down. Not going to be a full elimination.
That was a tough one for Netic.
Yeah, and again, it's about the weapons for the job. 2 MP9s.
Yeah.
Right? That's not great. And then light util across the board. So it is a really tough situation to find yourself in. At the moment, if they can salvage 6 rounds on the half, I think that might be the best that FlyQuest can do. It is going to... Okay, so they're going to have to take the partial.
Mm-hmm.
Did Inge just say, let's buy? I don't think this is a buy situation. Another tech. Okay, we'll keep the techs coming.
It was really, like, it comes down to a 2v2, so just thinking about, yeah, an MP9 responsible for that, and just looking away.
Yeah, like, In's not being able to track him there. He feels like that should probably be his kill every day of the week.
Yeah. So headset's misbehaving.
We're going to get him a new headset. All right. Production told us that. The admin said that. We're hearing it all.
We are definitely getting at you.
So that's going to be a moment. I'm going to get my chair.
Yeah.
All right, 1 second. Here I go.
Flom's here again.
Is he?
He's watching.
Why is he watching this one? Is wildcard game over?
He just loves the B-Stream Bandits, man. No, it's not.
The wildcard game's still going.
Yeah, that is. We were watching that Anubis game before our game even started.
Yeah. We've done a couple of the wildcard games so far.
I've been very, very impressed, actually, by both of the Swedes.
Yeah,
and,
me too.
And JBA, excuse me.
Yeah, well, look, you've got that.
Just has put this
in your head,
brainworm in my head, yeah.
Because we first were saying JBA, and then we're like, no, they said, no, it's Jaber. And then we did it, and then, no, he said it's JBA. So, you know,
I think both. I think it's fine. You know, we've got Jimmy, and we've got Yimput, and then everyone else calls him Jimfat.
I hate that. Don't.
He doesn't like that.
He can't like that. That's not his name.
No.
Just call him Jimmy. Jimmy P.
Jimmy
P. King of the Gooners, right?
Yeah,
like,
whatever you want to call him.
He probably likes that more.
Maybe.
All right.
Fist bumps.
Problem solved.
Love that.
All right, so this will just be a partial around the AWP. And then next round, we're looking at the max loss bonus, so there will be another buy. So it's a half buy from FlyQuest. Da means yes, in case anyone was interested.
Da. And a CZ.
Ooh, it's looking more like a standard round. Can't over towards B.
That's out.
Yeah, very easily. So no resistance whatsoever applied. Regali starting in cave, will be molly back, so the AWP doesn't take a shot. Fortunate. Doesn't give up the position immediately. Going to stay in the mouth of cave, taking a duel. Really needs to insert himself into this round with a saved AWP if they want any chance of winning it. Good
awesome way, yeah. The util layering has gotten them into cave. Now it's time for that finish. Quick smoke on short, starting to apply the pressure, apply the pinch. All 5 members of Nemiga congregate towards B. That's the shot from Regali, just on the very edge of that long smoke. Leads to the end of Xanta. Oh, back turn. That's a nasty catch. Can't put Netic in a grave. Vexite's blocking him in the smoke. He does very well for the first. Relocates, back turned. He's gone away. Oh, and they peek into the AWP, chasing the SMG, chasing ghosts.
Clears low.
This partial investment looks to be converted. Oh, and the dunk as well, making it harder for Risky Bob. A 1 versus 4 demanded of him. Sure, no Regali anymore, but are you ready for Inns? He confirms he's safe in cave. Okay, he's out. Knife out. Now it's a race.
Inns is cutting him off.
Not the weapon for this fight, though. It's a CZ. So Risky's running its way. Vexite should have beaten him. I think he has.
He'll get there on the timing.
Goes towards the temple. You try and plant. Vexite will run you down. Oh, fakes it. Heard the steps. Vexite doesn't reveal his position. Now it's a dead man. Lovely work. FlyQuest, partial investment. They leave with AKs. They leave with the 5th round.
Okay, that's nice. So the fact that Regali's AWP is able to find some impact, he's getting himself up to 5 kills with these 2 mandatory frags. The smoke wasn't good enough there. I thought he would have been completely cottoned off from that line. He gets the double Vexite, the nuisance in the smoke. Now it fades. Then Regali gets to activate. The nade is perfectly placed by Liaz. And then Risky Bob trying to win out a 1v4 situation. Well, not on their watch. 5-5, all tied up. 2 rounds left first half. Map 1. And a 2-1 game. Tactical timeout called. I think, isn't this the second tactical timeout from Nemiga?
Yes, yeah, you're right.
Okay, so potentially disregard the counter in the top left. I'm pretty sure that's Box's second. Back in your box, I'd say. Okay.
Oh, that's the gold. That is the gold.
Yeah, that's what you want to hear. Like, people think the rounds are just set from spawn, but you know, you need to have these nuances depending on what gets delivered your way. And again, more of this direct calling. Xanta over towards B. Zwei and Risky going to come out the guts of mid here.
Okay, well, Vexite's going to be active in cave. He said, can you give me the flash? Can you offer it? AWP is on that donut line. Vexite ready to extinguish. It looks like he wants to fight. That's a deep heaven smoke. Swings in. Xanta's ready. Where's that ramp push? Netic's on his way down. does deliver that belated trade. Now, Bomb walking A. Regali in the donut, and Risky Bob's about to ask questions of him.
Oh, this is going to be tough for Regali.
He's going to get walked through.
Yeah, the timing.
Oh, his attention's drawn. He's worried about A main, understandably.
If he gets out and into the site, he's a whole lot safer. Risky Bob hasn't...
Spotted on the boost. There's where two of them are. Now they know where they all are. Okay, Khan picks off Regali. Orb's gone, and bomb site will be taken.
Couple of smokes and a flash for the retake.
3v3.
Kids in play.
Netikins, partner up Temple.
A-main's blocked. They don't have to worry about that. Here comes the flash.
Here comes Netik. Spots out Donut. Forced away his ins. Isolates one of them from the other, but no one shooting.
One more smoke. They can drop it Donut.
Oh, that's exactly where it needs to be placed. Onto the bomb will work as well. It's just about the angle of that defuse now. Ins. Trying to find an angle. An unorthodox one at that. Fakes it out, waiting for Donut players to go swing it. Needs some cover. That's a lot of cover, but that's a good spray. Lear gets him down. It's just Netik now. Holding it down, running out of bullets is Lear. So close, running with the knife. The defuse comes out. So many bullets connecting. Finishes it with the Glock, but the round is FlyQuest.
All right, well, you take that. You're going to have money for the buy because it's back-to-back round victories for FlyQuest, so that isn't going to hurt them as bad as it could have. Fortunately, again, the Regali AWP opens up the account. We find ourselves in a 3v3. And it's actually going to be that of Nemiga, whose cash money is in question for the final round of this first half.
He had a lot of bullets and started concerning himself that he's missing that initial spray, overcorrected to the right side.
All right, default looking around. Xanta Heaven, Lear behind, can't throw U-tilt, was weighing Risky Bob out mid.
Yeah, okay, they're going to be taking mid multiple different vantage points, and just Regali responsible for this. He's mixed up his angle. He's playing close right this time.
Yeah, committed, isn't he? Searching.
Oh, spotted. Spotted a lot there. Nice, consistent shooting. Oh, Regali! And they line up through the wall. Next side active, knows his wall banks, knows his angles. Oh, Nate, got to get away. Oh, and Regali's still racking him up in mid. Sway went looking, finds nothing but trouble. And Khan's Desert Eagle is one to be feared. Covers an AK. Isolating Jules, not possible. 7-5.
Regali's AWP comes out, and in 3 consecutive rounds to close the half, he finds the opening kill. The Romanian drives them forward at 7-5. We'll take a break.
We're coming towards the tail end of Stage 1 for the Blast TV Austin Major, and teams are looking to lock themselves in for Stage 2. That's what this game is all about. FlyQuest on one side, Nemiga the other, and, well, separating them from picking up a spot in Stage 2 and a couple of days off if they pick it up today. Winner advances to Stage 2, but they will be played completely sequentially. Stage 2 kicks off as soon as Stage 1 concludes. Let's see if who's going to be picking this one up. Nemiga one side, FlyQuest the other.
Yeah, 8 days of Counter-Strike before we bring the big boys in for Stage 3, and direct from FlyQuest. They're going to head straight towards B.
They're hitting him with the same strap.
Short smoke.
Cave push. Yeah.
Seen this one before.
Yeah, push down ramp though. It's Xanta who's he thinks it's a fake. He thinks he's overlooked it, but look at how easy it was for Xanta to fall. Regali brings him down. T's are now pushing Khan, and he's cleared out another. Great work from Khan to pick up where Xanta couldn't. Bomb goes down on B. Next site, Netic supporting. This is an important duel on long side here, and oh, he's over at step the mark. There's Lear. No availability for a trade for Risky Bob, and now actually Zwei making it interesting after all. Needs to hit some more headshots with those dual Berettas, and unable to do so, doesn't provide a thing. Risky's got no health and no hope.
Okay, both pistols, and that is going to be Netic and Vexite delivering again. That is the rifling power of this team on display in the pistol round. And the fact you've gone 2 for 2 in that department means you should probably be picking up this map.
How interesting was Xanta's push down the ramp, though?
You know, I didn't mind it because we joked in the first half. You said, oh, they were doing the Magnajez, and then I joked about the Hugo. They were doing the Hugo?
Yeah.
The Molotov was there to be thrown onto the plant spot. And Netic lets out a roar. Had some time on Talon, got to live in Malta, playing some European Counter-Strike to get him ready for this. From Rooster to Talon, now to FlyQuest, the flagship team of Australia. As a New Zealander, we had Gratisfaction once upon a time, but you could draw a line straight down the middle of the map. It's going to be a B stack out of Nemiga. That flash will not be necessary. And if the timing works in their favor, FlyQuest can get in without any dramas whatsoever. Netic's going to throw the U-Tug for good measure. And then he's just going to have to worry about the flank. So how many is he going to get? That's the question on everybody's lips.
That's a very valuable Molotov. We'll clear out any jokers.
Oh, that's a missmoke.
It is.
Yeah, okay.
Just need your Mac 10 to farm, right? Vexite's going to get himself a couple. He could put his nades away for a second. Good clear.
Hey, there we go. The Mac 10's doing it all. 4 kills. Make it 5 in a moment's time because that's going to be farming up all the cash required. Oh, Inz is even picking a pistol of choice. Pull out a card. 3 on his screen as they round the corner. 9 to 5, 4-round gap. Now to talk about the CT setup to expect right now from Nemiga. You're going to have Xanta dealing with B long. You're going to have Lear over towards Cave. You have different combinations of Risky Bob alongside of Zwei to lock down mid. And then Khan, he might chip in to help them, but he could be AWPing A, could be AWPing B. He gets the, I guess, CT side rotation point with the big green in his hands, but it's going to be some time before we see that come out because CT side, not enough money for that yet after the pistol round losses. Netic with the cave smoke. Oh, and direct out of FlyQuest. So they're not going to go for the default spread as the odds on screen continue to favor the Aussies.
They've faked that they're taking mid by breaking the elbow smoke, and so on high alert that mid is lost.
But look at this. Khan, I mentioned he's going to be here, there, and everywhere, rotating back over towards A in time. There's 3 players. Look at this from Zwei.
Yeah, it's a very powerful angle, and you can see he's spotted out Regali's legs.
Do they continue with this? They're about to get blocked.
Sure. Do you feel like a cancel's in order?
I think so. That's a lot of utility thrown your way, as well as seeing bodies earlier. They didn't go full mid-press. They didn't take B lane. There's still an opportunity right now for Inz to call it off, reset. Over a minute left on the clock. Plenty of util to do so. Cancel plan, make a new plan. Biggest issue at the moment for this is going to be smokes. 1 on Inz. So what space do they want to take, or do they want it for the finish? Right now, could smoke over towards red, get out middle, come in through Donut. He's got the smoke at the ready. That looks like it's lined up for either Donut or CT. Here, ricochet off the wall there will be Donut. So they're going to try and either pipe through red to force some rotations. Yes.
Not bad. I mean, that's going to have Khan worried about his flank.
4 players through red. This is out of the box.
Yeah, they get past the sightline of Xanta. Like, he's just letting them know. Guys, you have to worry about your flank. Khan is going to be ready. Mac 10 goes down. In's gone. Trade by Netic. Swung through. Khan solid. Goes down for 1. It's Zwei. In that brokey corner, nice nade, and it's actually Lear. Chips in, all the way rotating through CT. It's the headshot necessary. Zwei puts the cherry on top.
He's sharp, isn't he? Youngest player at the major, and he hits hard. When you talk about Nemiga, you have to mention Zwei. Impact on A, good stack on the site, force the reroute, and still trying to finish towards the A bomb site. Not going to work out for FlyQuest. Some good trades on the way in, but that's all they were. Zwei forcing them into 180 degrees worth of jewels.
I didn't realize Leo had committed through a Molotov in order to find that flank.
In-game leaders love taking a risk.
Yeah, love that.
Okay, tactical timeout called. This is going to be the second from Urcast. Arms crossed, motor mouth. Money available for the bite. Regali and Vexite, they're the two in trouble with the finance department, but they should be able to get out at least 3 AKs, a Galil, and then potential pistol upgrade. Keeping the comms calm. Well, in agreement there. P250 for Vexite, Galil for Regali, and away we go. Not the strongest mid defense from the CTs. It looks like they're happy to give it over early. 4-1 split of the offense.
This feels like it's going to be quite a quick beat. Pushing down lane.
Good flash.
Yeah, to set up for success.
Oh!
And he actually finds a second. Quick adjustment into wins. Bit of a jump scare, but gets it. A clawback from Regali, but smoked off. That weapon no longer retrievable, certainly not in the near future.
Well, the onslaught keeps coming as Xanta and Zwei press further down B ramp. With the door smoke, there's no way through. They're going to make sure this is fortified and even try and grab back a little bit of utility. Vexite would love for the smoke to fade. Then they can try and flash back in and get him a rifle in hand. He knows that there's something in that B lane that can be his, but they do need to get past this. Another deeper door smoke. That buys another 20 seconds as getting up close and personal. A little bit playing anti there. You can see him aiming at the floor in case a flash comes over. Should be able to retain his vision and flick up into this. One of the problems that you can tend to have if you do hang around like this on the smoke fade, if there's a good flash from the T's, you can get caught off guard. So it's going to be a crossfire from Zwei towards Heaven. Xanta's path a little bit further back up the ramp. More util to slow them. 35 seconds.
Oh, my goodness. A single bullet out of the AK. That's why he scavenged it away. That would not have been lethal.
Round feels done now, doesn't it?
Yeah, that shot from Xanta has really sealed it. This is just his round.
Well, do you save or do you give it a go? Regali, he could hold on to the AK, but remember, Vexite just with now a Galil.
Okay, they're going to have a go. 15 seconds, you're still getting kept at bay. You throw out a smoke, you'll start to push. You need multi-kill quick. Getting wall bang through. A swing from Khan. FlyQuest make very little impact into B. Oh.
I think that's good banter. I like it. I like the banter.
Yeah.
I like the cut of his jib.
Especially because you know that that's a conversation FlyQuest were like probably umming and ahhing about. Yeah. Like, do we try this?
He's right. The issue does become flow-on effect, right? Okay, so no, that's sharp. Look at that on replay. Bang, bang, bang.
Yes, what are you doing? It's 10 seconds left. You need to save, you know?
That's free advice, guys. Free advice. That's free advice. You're happy to take it.
I like it.
Okay, well, it will be the economical. That was 1,900 loss into this one, so only very light investments available for FlyQuest. Xanta sits Regali on his ass again. It'll be 2,400 into the next before the buys come back out. It's just being peeled apart one by one. This is about to become a one-round game. Right now, you are getting a standard CT approach, right? You're getting the mid control, you're getting the B lane press. This is classic Ancient on display. As Netic just adjusts his headset. But this is a 2-0 start from FlyQuest that is about to become a 2-2 if they don't convert this best of 3 today. And then all the pressure on tomorrow, where only 3 out of the 6 are able to make it through to stage 2. And considering the field, you heard from Bait in an interview, they were like, yeah, well, kind of expected to make it through the next stage considering some of the teams here, huh?
Yeah, dude, that was a baller line. Well, FlyQuest should have a similar aura about them. And Nemiga with a point to prove. They are up against a favourite to be making it through this stage. Both teams, however, with the golden opportunity right in front of them. Like, I don't know, there's something tells me that FlyQuest would get stressed in a 2-2 game after the history they have.
Oh, for sure. They're stressed now as well. I think the same is definitely being felt from Nemiga. We've spoken about a few of the rookies, right, with the 32 teams.
Yeah, how many are they rocking? Quite a few, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be all 5 of Nemiga at their first major. Xanta, Leah, Risky Bob Khan, and Zwei at their very first. It's only Netic and Regali for FlyQuest. But here we go, guns back out.
First major, that blows my mind. Makes sense. been on our screens a while, though. Risky playing forward. True to his name. Up close and personal. Takes a risk. Rewarded. Zwei onto wins. Big fight in mid. Khan will win it out. Vexoid watching from the sidelines. And again, just 2 players left for the primarily Australian squad.
Yeah, this one's over.
That was an opportunity for Liaz just to take the fingertips off a risky Bob. Now they need to back away. Liaz knows that, wants to try and punish the recede of Khan, but gets away.
I hope that they think about the save this time, because now the loss bonus is starting to build to a point where maybe it could be helpful going forward. But we need to start talking about the potential responses available now to FlyQuest. So they've tried to fight fire with fire. If a CT side team is going to go for the mid press and B lane, right? We're talking all 5 of the players. It's a couple through mid, a couple through B, and they're really just going to clamp down. You need to hope that your timing of when you come through the smoke, when you group up with the Heaven player, the flashes catch them. Oh, that's a nice shot from Liaz. Still 40 seconds on the clock. If they get another, we might focus in on a potential round win. But right now, it feels like they might just be slinking to their demise. So do you now decide in your next rifle round to play slow? Right? And the other counter to that is a fast A. Okay? If they're going to play heavy mid, heavy B, you go fast A and they'll be out of position. But Nemiga know that as well. So you're going to take a look at their next CT-sided setup as just glance at the radar. This is quite the gamble from Nemiga. It might actually facilitate a plant. There's still decent utility available on the FlyQuest side to get into this site. Short smoke out, flash 2, mollies as well to delay this.
Yeah, and Lear reveals like, hey, I'm miles away. I'm behind the smoke, and now you can plant. Oh, bullets did connect onto the plant, so Regali healthy.
Another molly available. Are they going to get it in?
Liaz is worse for wear. Allows Regali to slip away into cave. Okay, this is starting to take shape. Not the 2-on-4.
Is he going to use the molly for the bomb? Smoke's on cave.
Okay, no, he'll use it to just thwart long. Yeah, not great. Not great. They can swing behind it. It gets awkward very quickly. Regali doubling up on the ramp. Yeah, they've got 2 kits. They know where he is. He has got the first, but there's Khan. Good impact from him.
Okay, looked risky for a moment, but that was the comfy result we were expecting when it was a 2v4 situation. So all tied up, 9-9. Loss bonus means that it's half by territory right now for FlyQuest. And actually, that is going to be the 3rd tactical timeout called. This is essentially talking about the finish of this half. How do we get back into things? Because right now, we've picked up both pistols in this map. We had the bookend of the first half, but right now it's 4 consecutive rounds out of Nemiga, and they are just punching us in the jaw. Right? There's no secret of what they're doing. They're in our face, they have mid control, they have lane control, and they're not letting up. This is where you need to hope with a half buy. You have a nice pocket strat and you get a good timing. Then the molly comes in, you're ahead of it. The extinguish is perfect, the flash catches them. That's what you need in a situation like this.
I mean, I will also say that we saw it from Regali in the first half that the AWP and Khan could be a difference maker just to for Nemiga to run away with this now. We saw the impact an AWP can have on the CT side of Ancient in that first half. Will Khan be able to replicate that? Nice shots from Liaz, sure, made it a competitive one.
Yeah, it felt like that round had 2 pieces to it, didn't it, right? The initial exchange in middle, then it simmered out into the mid round. But here you go, there's the partial. 2 middle, 3 towards B. Mid harass utility, In's heading towards Heaven.
And Lear forced away on cave. Uncomfortable position for an M4 versus a Mag-10, so he will deploy his smoke to buy time and allow a retreat.
Yeah, okay, wise decision being made there. Now the util from FlyQuest was just to get them into this basic space, right? They've extinguished on lane, they smoked red, they harassed middle. That is in a... Oh, Xanta.
Flirting with it. I think he just wanted to clear that close left like Beehive.
And that does alleviate a little bit of pressure. You don't want to get too aggressive against pistols and give away an AK, especially with some of the shots this kid's been hitting. 10 kills so far. Khan, a quiet 21.
Yeah, hasn't it? And this is a nice kind of up-down setup.
How are you meant to beat this?
Not with a Tech 9 Mag-10. Not happening. I will say that Netic and Liaz kind of poking their nose out mid has given them perhaps an alternative.
Another smoke stalls things out longer. 50 is about to greet the clock as this is going to be a block from the risky Bob. All right, get that down. You're late to this. Okay, it's even deeper. Running through.
Oh, there they are going to swing in. And he's ready. Perfect time to flash. Well handled. Risky Bob. Calm as you like. Oh, and a chance on the dink onto the AWP.
Oof, okay. There's some venom behind that, isn't there?
They sound like warriors. Ready for battle. 10 now in their court.
Okay, nervy for FlyQuest. That was a partial, and probably one of their best opportunities yet.
Really well handled.
Regali gets out his T-side AWP. Remember when it came out on the CT side first round, sure it was a save, but the next 3 off the back of that, opening kills. Damn. He's got back to the bloody prehistoric ages. Look at this, Sway can't push in main. I love this. Keeping it dynamic on the CT side. Beautiful work from Nemiga.
Ian's asking questions of Santa, gets the early info, gonna isolate the duel, gets that headshot, B site open for business. Cave smoked off, they know where he is, Lear spams away, empties his mag into the wall. But the FlyQuest boys flying their flag on B. Oh! Smoke, headshot through the wall, Lear just gets in, out, knocked out, and now Sway chips in, it's falling apart, FlyQuest are in trouble, he can't do anything, run down, caught with the inaccuracy. Couldn't even get his AWP out in time after the plant, and so another for Nemiga. This is looking, oh, look at the face.
Yeah, look at the body language. It should never be in that situation, right? Because Inns gets you the entry, you go 1 for 1, and you essentially have the site. Inns' death is a little bit unlucky, sure, but Nedic getting caught on the jump up, Liaz not getting anything over towards long, and then Regali, I can understand, that is ridiculous.
What an angle. He heard the reload and he just nailed it.
But they don't win any of their duels, and for Regali, I'd be facepalming too. You're into B. I don't even get a chance to use my AWP. I'm planting, you're dying.
Yeah. Can we take long or cave? One of the two.
All right, well, the pick looking good for Nemiga now. It is at least facilitated another buy. Lost bonus, bomb plant. But now 6 consecutive rounds. When will this run stop?
They're asking questions of middle, at least they considered it. Respecting the elbow smoke for now. Will they do this kind of late walkout we saw from Nemiga's T side? That felt a little unusual, and yeah, they will with a nade break. They take middle. Risky Bob and Zway having questions asked of their mid-hole.
Need a fire starter on this T side. Someone needs to step up and deliver. Xanta always feels like he's just going to have a walk in the park down this ramp.
Yeah, he doesn't play scared, does he? I think this angle from Vexite should favor him. Oh, tip of the head. Did he spot it?
Oh,
nope.
No, Xanta saw him.
Easy. Well played. He's managed his angles very well frequently on his ramp progress, and now calling lane clear. What a valuable piece of information.
Yeah, looking out of sorts right now, FlyQuest.
Headshot needed. Ouch. He actually faced one. Netic does go low. Regali saves him, and they even put another one on notice. Lear forced away.
And Zway not afraid. He's going to step out off the back of a teammate's flash, pivoting all the way through T-spawn and staying quiet, even though that lane control and mid control is not close enough to hear the steps. 40 seconds on the clock. And that cluster of CTs now just fanning out. 1 to worry about A, 1 to head towards B, and 2 now they've dealt with mids. Zway can jump up in time and ruin this whole round.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a real farm fest for Zway here. Just 11 frags, but he could find an awful lot more if he does take that fight. Looks like he's about to glance. Does catch the tail end. Netic hits the shot. Khan does 2, though. 20 seconds, boys. Where are we going? Okay,
you should go
just gone through the wall.
Yep, Netic. He set this one up.
He's actually made this round really realistic. It's risky on long, all onto him. What can he do? AK in hand, catches Netic, trade his leg, doesn't find him, needs to plant. Oh, and the cover. Risky Bob catches Liaz. Inns in the clutch. They're low. He can do this, but not at the hands of Risky Bob.
I really hope he's doing it in Russian then English, because he's live translating. And we need an in-game leader who can do that. Right? I'm really having a hard time understanding some of the decisions coming out of FlyQuest in these situations, right? So in that scenario, Nedi gets you the kill through the wall. Okay, we're now going B. That makes a lot of sense. As soon as the individual is in the site trying to plant, why is Liaz parting in front of the pole here to take that fight? Right, you can sit, I guess the smoke may be covering it off ever so slightly. It's a chaotic moment, the clock is low, but right now...
Gets the boys amped up as well.
Yeah, they're having a giggle.
He's not doing it just to
they've just double smoked red. FlyQuest are cooked, Alex.
Oh, they look cooked. Inns and Netic, medium rare. You're dead. You're so dead. You want to peek me? Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's not flowing. Like, if you're ever double smoking red, especially on a round where you don't have a lot of utility, and right now this just feels desperate. Running to your demise, Nemiga, they're looking good.
Khan gets put on notice, but
everyone's here.
Yeah, rotations here. Angle still held by the AWP. That volley's achieved nothing. A nice little boost for a headshot, but Khan will put this one away. 2 versus 3, make it 1 as Khan keeps racking them up. Quiet, deadly. Khan 27 frag haul on their map pick in pursuit of stage 2 of the Blast TV Austin Major. And it's looking too good. It's looking almost indomitable. FlyQuest have really floundered. With both pistols, to be losing a map like this, it is certainly not filling us with confidence of what to expect coming into map 2.
It's not even both pistols with conversions.
Yeah, so what, 6 of your 9?
Yeah, it was four guaranteed because of the buying patterns that Nemiga went for.
Right.
But still, that's the starts that you're looking for as Inns is in an unwinnable scenario. 1v3, Bomb on his back, low on HP, 30 seconds. They've triangulated his position, or at least they had a great idea where he was. He'll give it away now with the underarm smoke. And that'll be that. Khan to finish things off. What a performance from him. 28 kills in total from the Kazakh. Nemiga 1 map up in a 2-1 series. Stage 2 awaits.
It certainly does await if they can take the next map over the line. This is normally a good map for FlyQuest. Nemiga picks into it. They come in with some strong confidence. They start off very badly, and it goes in the favor of FlyQuest, but they fight their way back into it, and largely because of Khan with his AWP and mastering the server.
That CT side from Khan was just impossible for FlyQuest to find answers for. I mean, this felt like a pretty close game for the first half. I mean, we were watching the other one, and we kind of tuned in the second. And
it was close when we tuned in.
If I only watched that second half, I would think Khan is the best player on the planet. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, he was just he was hitting every single shot. And I also think that FlyQuest at times felt a little bit bothered. They felt like, I mean, on the very last round, they double smoked the same position. I don't know if they were necessarily always flashing him off of every spot, but man, he got it done with just about everything in this one.
And I think it's a cool contrast between the two teams, because I feel like, you know, Nemiga is one of those teams that we saw them at the last major kind of stumble at the final hurdle, like getting into the major, I guess. And now FlyQuest hasn't, and they come into this Nemiga and they've kind of figured things out, right? They've improved that experience. Like, the change has come not through a roster change, it's come through like the experience that you've gained and the adaptations you've made because of that experience. FlyQuest I feel like haven't gotten that piece yet. They're like a team with all these different roster changes they've had over the years, still haven't been able to figure out when they show up to a big game with big consequences to deliver and perform in that moment. And it feels like potentially Nemiga might have figured that out at their last failure, and it's looking great here at this one.
Yeah, one thing I spoke to Lynn during the pre-match interview, and what he said was this trash talking that you saw from him.
Sure.
He wanted to keep this going, not so much as disrespect to the other team. He made that very clear. But he says it's helping his teammates. He's helping hype them up as well, and it's giving them some spirit. He said he's been learning just across this event what it's like to lead. He feels like he's growing.
So the disrespect is just like the cherry on top.
Yeah, it's just like an added
bonus.
I mean, let's be real. Nemiga they are onliners. They have practically proven nothing on LAN. You know, even at ESL Pro League earlier this year, they were losing to NRG. You know, they were having a really tough time at the Shanghai RMR. They collapsed in a way that their online results would not have thought that would have merited.
Right.
So for them to just kind of continue that with energy, it does instill a false sense of confidence that we've been here before. When in fact, no, you've failed every time you've been here before.
Yeah. You have been here before, but not finished that sentence. We've been here before, and it ended in abject failure.
And this would be a massive turnaround for a team that has been struggling even in some of the online games. If you look at their online games, it's been very up and down for the Nemiga squad. So for them making it through, would that be a big surprise for you, or was there always a chance?
They were more of a 2-3 team for me. I would have had them right on the cusp. Technically, I didn't include them to make it through, but I didn't think they were going to be like an 0-3 or a 1-3 team. They've proven way too much online, and it's kind of similar in vein to what's happened to Bait, where once you qualify to the major, all of the pressure is lifted off of your shoulders. You can play much more of the game that you've ironed out over 11 months of being the same 5-man lineup. That is an impressive amount of time to stick together when the results aren't going your way.
Nicely done.
And they're doing it without any kind of like crazy experienced players either. It's not like they've taken a piece from like a former CIS team who was like really strong. They didn't like bring like Electronic or anybody in, like none of those guys who have kind of fallen out of those rosters. This is just them being like, we're young players and we're just figuring it out as we go along and seeing the results of some good work.
Grinding their way through it. For FlyQuest though, we obviously have been, when we did cover some of their games, be very positive around Netic, but even in this, right, I'm looking down the scoreboard of this because like we said, we only saw the half end of the game, but Netic, Vexite, Regali, all doing things you want to see them do, but even that's not enough. And this was a map that I remember FlyQuest like wanting to play.
It's basically been one of their 2 favorite picks, I think.
Okay.
It's been this and Inferno. Those are basically the maps that I usually feel like are home maps for FlyQuest. So yeah, it looks like first half Netic got a lot done. By the time we got into the fray here, we saw that he had 14, 15 kills. But he was being sent to his death, unfortunately, in that second half. Like, running out mid, taking a ton of utility damage every single time. He wasn't taking fair fights in that second half.
And well, I mean, that was also something we highlighted when we saw him perform as well. Is like, yeah, he's hitting these banger shots, but these aren't cool fights. Like, those fights don't look that they should go the direction. But also, add into that on the T side especially, you got to imagine you're facing up against Khan with the AWP, who gets 28 kills and has that monster second half on the CT side. If you are the most aggressive player on your team, you're probably meeting that AWP more than anyone else. You're probably turning the corner first and meeting that bullet straight on.
Maybe some extra flashes, some extra help to get him out there.
Yeah, potentially, but who knows where that AWP is? You never know which corner it's at.
Try to go, oh, corner. No, there's not enough flashes for it. That would have worked a million times for him. It would never work out. For Nemiga, though, right, now going into this, okay, you won your map pick, nicely done, but that confidence, that hype, if they can carry that through going into the second map, that's going to be very positive for these guys.
I mean, Lear has been yelling at every single game that I've seen him play. I mean, he's been one of the... I thought it was just
going to be Bet Boom, honestly, and then, yeah, he keeps turning it up.
I know. He's been yelling. Every time I'm hearing yelling in the studio, there's a 40% chance that it is Lear, whether he's on the stage or not, apparently. So he's been sick. I mean, he in terms of just leadership, I think we have one round 16, where he even leads by example. Like, he's going right into the fray. The utility is set up so well for him to take control. Everybody from Nemiga knows exactly how they want to set the tone. This is what a game plan looks like, okay? In contrast to what Wildcard did in the last one we watched, like, this is getting in your opponent's faces with good set utility. Like, anybody could have been set on the path that Lear was there, and then everybody's also following up with great shots. They're so emboldened because their IGL just says, give me XYZ play, I'm going to run them down, and he does just that.
Yeah, and I mean, just great coordination as well. Two players segmented off in the double doors from that smoke. Yeah, it's beautiful.
Can we get translations, though?
I would like that.
Can we get some translations?
AI has got to be good enough to get this done.
We've got these earbuds now that can actually put in and they translate as you're talking. So, yeah, we need to just get that going all the time. That'll be epic. I'm so down.
Maybe we can put it in the microphone. Maybe it works.
Ooh. There we go. That must be possible.
Yeah. That would work.
No, that can work.
I don't know if it should go like directly to air immediately. They're saying a lot of choice words in those kinds of heated exchanges.
We translate it.
I want to know. I don't care if everyone knows. I want to know.
If you know, everyone deserves to know. We'll get a translate into some stars added, and then we'll know everything will be fine. Be a lot of stars, though, I think.
Probably too many for a single broadcast to handle.
Yeah, I'm trying to think how many words would not be. Just be connecting words, really, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You are...
Okay, are those the only connecting words you've got, James?
No, I'm just missing out all the bad words in between. That's it.
Blank. Yeah, I don't know what kind of slurs you would hurl at Australians. Regardless of that fact, I feel like FlyQuest feels a little bit shell-shocked there, because that was going pretty well for them in the first half, but then for their T side to just get stomped out like that in that fashion, it felt like Nemiga was just way better, like almost light years ahead in terms of game planning. Like, the utility usage just looked way better in every round that I saw. I
mean, for me, there's maybe one player who plays on a rifle who can match the dominance of an AWP getting 28 kills, and that's Donk entering with the rifle. But any AWPer who drops 28 kills on you in a map, you're going to have a really, really hard time overcoming it. You just are.
They really did, and if Khan stays that hot, it could be struggles for them on Inferno. It is the pick of FlyQuest coming up next, and that'll be here after the break.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think?
What do you think? What the hell? Too small. Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo.
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
Yeah, the Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction of the Paris Trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it. You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one. So, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I wanna, my idol Monastic get hit.
Whoa! The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
We're moving into Inferno, maybe the pick of FlyQuest right now, but I want to see what can happen here with Nemiga getting some momentum behind them, some confidence that's for sure being shown, and if FlyQuest can bounce back from this, especially when they kind of had the game in their hands.
It's gonna be an interesting map because Inferno is gonna play out a lot differently, right? There's not always that kind of like early contact that you get, like on that highlight clip of like taking control of B outside on Ancient, that B lane. Sometimes Inferno just kind of stalls out and you have the first 30 seconds where it's chill. So if you're FlyQuest, you might be able to avoid a lot of that aggression and taking those early losses and just play the mid round. So you might get a little bit of a reprieve early on, and then you got to figure out how things are gonna work.
I'm just kind of curious what side Nemiga picked. We probably don't know that.
I would assume CT.
Okay.
Actually, I would assume.
Okay, if that's the case,
I would assume it's a big assumption.
Funnily enough, according to the stats, both teams then would be better in the second half, including Nemiga. Nemiga are better on T side, FlyQuest are better on CT side, and so don't count either team out, I would say, if you're down 8-4.
Also, don't put any stock into my assumption, because a lot of teams are picking to start on T side these days anyway, so, you know, it's
that's why I'm asking. You know, that's why I'm asking here, yeah. I mean, I think that this is a map that's a classic in terms of ints. I mean, oftentimes called Inferno because of the antics that he gets up to on the map, but I feel like he's given up a couple of his...
Inferno?
Yeah, I've never
You guys aren't following the Australian scene. You guys aren't following the Australians. No, the Aussies.
Me and Jason looked at each other like,
I've never heard that word in my life.
Inferno.
In their ESL Challenger Atlanta run last year, I mean, Ints was a propelling force.
Such an iconic event.
Yeah.
Alistair Grand Final Merchant, many such cases. Okay, unfortunately he's not here right now.
Did you co-stream this?
Yes, I did. Yeah,
that explains all of this.
Yes, Inferno, Alistair Grand Final Merchant. Unfortunately, he's not. Yeah, but Regali on this map, I feel like has had some pretty good moments of actually opping on the T side. I've actually noticed that they're good enough at taking space that he can just lock down an angle, allows people to come in to the bomb site hit. One of the guys that doesn't just rifle every single time. Like, he's proficient enough with it, but if they get the economy rolling and everything like that, adds another element to their offense.
And as we like with Nemiga as well, like you have to remember, like everyone's calling this Conferno as well, so it's like he's just gonna bust out
Conferno,
just run around and
Zwayferno, yeah.
You can do it with everyone.
Learferno, yeah.
Inferno is the most adaptable map out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Everyone can have a moment on Inferno, including these players.
Risky Bob Furno.
That's the stretch as far as you can go with that. On a serious note, though, could there be some sort of nerves on the FlyQuest side to be this close to making it, and then them not being able to pull it back?
Yes, because Ints has only become a leader recently, okay? So we've looked at so many of the more tenured IGLs at this event. I'm talking people like Boomich and people like Stanislaw.
Yeah.
Everything is cool, calm, collected. They have an approach for every next round. On the very last round of Ancient, they double smoke the same position, okay? That's not what I want to see from a team that's supposed to be the favorite going into a map that they are comfortable on. They should be ironing out who's throwing the nades. Like, that's something you discuss in the 20 seconds of freeze time before you both throw instas for the exact same position. I think FlyQuest are a little bit shook.
It's a good point as well, because I think if you talk to any in-game leader in the scene who's experienced, they'll tell you those first like majors where like you're on that verge of qualification or eliminate. Like those games as an IGL are they're just different. They hit a little bit different when you have to lead the team into like a high pressure, high stakes situation like this.
Well, let's hope they don't crumble when it comes to this. Let's hope they can hold their own with it. Who are you looking at, especially on the side of a FlyQuest, in order to be doing the heavy lifting? I know we're talking a lot about Netic, but he's one of the least experienced.
Oh, give me Regali. Give me Regali. I want to see if he gets the op in his hands, what he's capable of doing.
Let's see what he's capable of doing. Let's see what's going to happen on Inferno. Machine Sponge, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. Yeah, very excited for this one heading into map 2, Inferno. It's going to be intriguing. Will 5 major rookies in Nemiga pick themselves up a stage 2 berth in their first ever major? I mean, that would be a huge accolade and achievement. The desk discussing how the shortcomings of Nemiga in their previous ventures onto LAN, it's certainly been easier for them when in the comfort of their own home, but they're doing it right now.
Yeah, and they're used to playing against better opponents on a more regular basis, similar to Bait in the conversation we had around them yesterday, right? They're farming online Tier 2 Counter-Strike in Europe, and that's where the best CS is played in the world. For FlyQuest, they're here, there, and everywhere when they can beat. But when you're stuck down under, the level of practice, it is what it is. Pistol rounds have not been a problem for the Aussies. So let's see if they can kick it off with another on the T side. It's going to be quite a heavy start. 3 over towards B, as Khan plays for info. Classic, and even going to take a fight. Risky, and not Bob, as Zway's got the kill down mid. So we go 1 for 1.
Fantastic start.
Forces the rotation. Lear's going to join Zway over towards A. Risky, Bob, and Xanta staying on B. Inza's dead. He can in-game lead from the grave now, the Puppet Master. Zway staying active.
Yeah, he's not playing scared. He needs Lear to cover his bulk, but Lear is just starting to gamble B, so it's all onto Zway.
Normally there's going to be a sound cue out balcony. It's blocked by a smoke for now as well, so they know that they can focus fire elsewhere, and really, Vexite needs to wait this out. If that molly's destined for Pit, he might go down overlooking this porch position.
Oh, well, he'll get the kill. It's facilitated by a flash. He has the extra confidence, but now they're calling Pit clear.
Still use the molly, even though the Pit anchor goes down porch side. So the diligence is there, but 2 up mid, Risky Bob through CT.
Yeah, this should be FlyQuest round now. They have that man advantage. They have the bomb down. Can Xanta disrupt that? He's partnered up with Lear. And a short swing. Vexite, first challenge, well played. Nice control, nice pre-aim, but quick find from Liaz in response. Risky's behind a smoke. Lear does inflict a bit of damage back, puts Liaz down to 5 HP, but Risky Bob down to 1. Headshot was found. Regali's hit a couple of banging headshots here. We actually leave with another one onto Lear. So 3 kills for FlyQuest on the pistol for Regali.
And I'm glad we see them not over-celebrating in that scenario. As mentioned, pistols have been going in the way of FlyQuest so far.
Yeah, true.
It's going to be about the anti-forces / ecos, and then, more importantly, the gun rounds. So we had stereo kills going on, 1 down mid, 1 into second mid, so both getting some activation early. And we had quite a few technical timeouts in the early stage of the first half of map number 1. It feels like that's all ironed out now. And same buying pattern for Nemiga. When they lose the pistol, they take the full eco, which means the rifles come out into the next. 4-player A stack right now. It's just going to be Xanta. They're leaving over towards B. Bomb down towards T stairs. Don't have to worry about that too much. Now, someone will have to dip back and get it, but they're going to be sending at least a few players through the apartments. This could be problematic when going in towards an A stack, because when you come out of balcony, normally the first player is trying to buy some space, and they'll be... Oh, okay, they're not actively watching halls.
Yeah, they're not at all.
So this will actually allow FlyQuest to be diligent with utility, right? They can get the molly pit, they can get the flashes in. So this should be okay.
Bodies found and down.
Yeah, just the approach there. I think if they went a little bit quicker, right, and they didn't have the nades to clear out a couple of those corners, then they could have been in a little bit of trouble. So likely to keep 4 players alive. Can't really expect too much from Xanta just with the starter pistol here. So that is now going to be 3 from 3 pistols with conversion.
Yeah.
The difference maker will need to be FlyQuest winning the first rifle round, because so far in the 2 halves of play on Ancient, Nemiga, once they bought in, they became a whole lot of a different force to deal with.
But by virtue of buying round 3 and ecoing round 2, does that not mean that you're kind of having this... Oh, what's he going for? I just want to try and keep someone close to that bomb radius.
There are limitations of the buy, sure.
Right, it's like M4, Kev, and a smoke. Like, you're not getting everything.
And something else that the desk brought up, I believe Jason was touching upon this, on a map like Inferno, it's not going to be easy for them to lock down like they did with the full B lane and mid press, so you can't just aim map in the same way. You are going to be a little bit more utility dependent for banana control, as opposed to just going for M4. So we're likely to see that reflected in the buy now. You've got Xanta alongside of the legend Risky Bob holding B. Lear will be the rotating rifler between the sites. Zwei to be the anchor over towards A/pit side. And then Khan, who had a massive performance on map number 1, will be your AWPer. Again, they do go rifle heavy. It'll just be Risky Bob with the util. Now, as mentioned, he's going to be using those nades down banana. He gets the support of the third piece, Lear, alongside him and Xanta.
Oh, that hurts. 50 damage inflicted to Inns or thereabouts. Risky and Xanta going to be tested for this top banana control.
Here comes a flash.
Pop. Xanta unloads his mag, gets away scot-free. Risky's not playing scared here. Quite the opposite, in fact. He's going to throw out that half-wall smoke and just beg them to try and boost on that half-wall.
They're staying staunch. I think on the, not fade, but as the smoke starts to fade, they could even go for second wave banana control if they'd like a deep smoke and then try and clear. They don't have utility to clear out logs or over towards Broom, and they've actually backed off. This is all going to be the timing right now as the rest of FlyQuest start to peer up middle. Util being lobbed out by Nedic. Remember, Zwei anchoring down and Khan is his support.
Yeah, this is a deadly duo on A. It's going to be hard to break. They shoot hard. Zwei on that pit side, throws out a smoke to block. And a very aggressive from Lear. Netic's hearing all this, but very low HP. Fortunately overlooked on Lear. Swing. A second getting a bit greedy. Xanta punishes.
Chasing him down.
Chase. Yeah, they're looking for him. They know he's kind of gone far. Oh. And nice find from Inns in the meantime. Xanta's been tagged up. 3 HP, but he's still defending. Quote unquote defending. B, here they come. Oh no. Oh no, Xanta. How has he gotten 2 there? He had 3 points of health.
Smoke for CT. Khan's going to be blocked off from this line.
Yeah, it's going to spam or no. Knife out. Just going to try and catch a timing. Hope they delay the plant, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to disrupt it.
Okay, Zwei's going to come through spawn as well. Inns, if he can get himself into a rifle, that's going to be a whole lot better for this post plant. Default for barbecue. Inns in banana. And I think both players are peppered away from spawn. Inns is now going to find himself a rifle. Bang. Check the ammo on that one, mate. You need a reload.
Okay, so he's going to have to push through this. Reveals himself with the spam. Khan comes Coffins. It's looking great for FlyQuest to take this first gun round. Especially now, Khan swings into the crosshairs. Comfortable collection. Regali, a strong start. 6 and 0. Triple kill in the pistol. Triple kill first gun.
Well, Maui was saying he's going to keep his eyes on Regali to step up in this situation. And you've just touched upon the impact he's had. And this is not with the AWP in his hand. So beautiful work. Nick does well on the first. The spacing wasn't there. This one, you're expecting the trade. Vexai unable to convert onto Xanta, who almost ruins the round for the Aussies, but the Romanian, he makes it count. And Nedic lets out a roar. You're not expecting the newest addition to the team to bring in the at least the voice, but I don't hate it. I actually quite like it as we get underway with another 3-2 split of the CT forces. It's the same 3. Xanta, Risky Bob, and Lear over towards B. Keep your eyes on Lear. He's got these flashes.
Ooh, Nedic under a lot of scrutiny despite these 5-7s coming his way. Yeah, that's deadly. An important catch from Inns that actually finds Risky Bob down to the flames. Zwei reveals his positioning. Oh, Khan gets aggressive. That 5-7 swing completely blindsides Vexite. Now Regali has to stay active. Oh, there's help coming from short side. He could be completely sidelined. The distraction, the team play. You're seeing it live and direct. Nemiga working together to get the job done.
Yeah, these 5-7s just deadly. And getting these isolated duels. Now Inns just going into B, and Lear should have him every day of the week. A defensive smoke to try and plant in. You got the first rifle round, sure, but you couldn't get the follow-up. You did the hard work and you lose to the pistols.
Yeah, that's a nightmare for any Counter-Strike team.
He's not boxed in, but he may as well be. 19 points of health, doesn't know where the 3 members are. Now rotating back, and, well, Zwei will be here in time.
Yeah, he's really burrowed into the A site as well, making it as difficult as possible for Inns to find an angle of assault.
I'm going to try and go mid to B. It's 11 bullets in the M4. Zwei's just missed him. Might as well go through his own smoke. The best I feel he can get here is a plant, and then Zwei is going to clamp down. Yeah, Zwei can just...
Oh, he's going to kill him before he
saunter over. Bye.
Oh!
Okay, you'll take that, sure, but really, that's a bad round to be losing, all things considered. Inns gets the double up. For some reason, they erratically start moving towards A. Liaz on his own in halls gets isolated. They lose the AK. Then in middle, Vexite goes down to a really nice shot from Khan, to be fair. Regali feels he needs to make the trade, can't find the kill, buys time. Zwei comes back, and at that point, it's just Inns up the creek without a paddle. The in-game leader not looking too happy in his chair right there.
Yeah, that was a real nice pick.
This one,
here.
Bang. That one was beautiful. Look at how rapid that was. And it appears around the corner, the 5-7 of that range. Beautiful work. All right, just discussing the purchases there. You heard Vexite asking Inns for a Galil. Is going to get it. Regali gets out his AWP. So 3 Galils, 1 AK, U-tilt. Regali doesn't have head armor, but there's 3 AKs on the board and an AWP out for Khan as well. So unlikely to cost him. Zwei, aggressive apartments. And Liaz with no support, so if he tries to take this space on his own, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Xanta is not scared. He might be now. He's lost his support. Risky Bob beheaded. Traded. Xanta goes down. That's a massive frag from Inns. Does he want to accelerate on this? It looks like he wants to at least ask questions of B.
Now Inns has to mid-round.
Zwei. Pushing out abs. Oh,
he's sharp. Lear's coming through.
Oh, Lear pushes through. Another impactful one from Inns. Okay, Khan comes through. Ruins knife out. Vexite should be able to plant uncontested unless he goes for a Hail Mary on the wallbang. Which he will. What? Just shy.
Now you want to be saving.
Yes, sir.
The fact that Re-Smoke's in the left Zwei can buy you a way out. This one's going to be tough. The smoke's still present for now. A HG to soften things up. Unfortunately for Khan, he hadn't walked through that door.
Yeah, that would have booked him. That would have been a very nice nade dunk.
And it's really important that they get away with these saves, right? The loss bonus for them is 2,400, but they had one on a lighter buy, which meant they were saving for the future round anyway. So right now, they had the luxury of carrying 3 AKs through. It meant they could buy that all. If you keep these 2 players alive, Zwei can drop one for Risky Bob. Xanta and Lear will be able to buy themselves. So some important kills for that banana control. Oh, Zwei, yeah, instead of you stay alive, that is. And oh, he's tucked away to bench, and he'll be afforded his life. So doing more financial damage to FlyQuest, but 4-1 as far as the score is concerned. Nemiga, tactical timeout, box on the mic. Lear and Risky Bob yet to frag. Only 1 for Khan, 7 for Zwei, 6 for Xanta.
Oh, that's quite the contrast from the way in which the frags were distributed on Ancient. Of course, early days. Just 5 rounds into this cast on the microphone as well, by virtue of the Nemiga timeout.
And we discussed the importance of the pistols in map number 1, and FlyQuest weren't able to make good on that. This time round, it is going to have to be the hard work done in the rifle rounds. They've already slipped on the banana peel as far as the 5-7s are concerned. And if you're Urcast, I'm sure you'd want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So that timeout taken by Box actually gives him a chance to inform his troops as well. And interestingly enough, Inns has opted for a MAC-10. I think there would have been drops of at least a Galil available, so maybe we get something a little bit more pacey. And if the team's taking a timeout, they're making the adjustment. So how do you unravel that? Is it fast? Is it a set piece? Well, you have an AWP. It makes it harder to do so. Oh!
Khan just immediately started off with a pick. Regali's AWP now fills the feed. Okay, AWPs are in play. Zwei finds another one. It was Inns asking questions of Abs.
I feel like he's overqualified to be an Abs anchor, especially with his aim. But if he plays it more like Robs, very active in your face.
It can be a nightmare, can't it, for your T-side Apps duo.
And I think right there, nameplating Inns in Apps that early, that actually helps inform Nemiga's defense right now. So 3 players currently over towards the A site as the remaining 3 for FlyQuest start to slink up Banana behind Regali's AWP. It's Khan on the line and the utility available to flush him out. There are flashes. If they just step in on the smoke, Khan's likely to get that first kill. They're not going to flash, they are just going to contact.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be an AWP clash with heavy advantage to Khan being on the angle already. Looking good. Should be comfortable. 40 seconds. Khan's calling for the cavalry. They're coming to lock the doors behind them. There it is. Catches Vexite. Liaz gets 2 with the spray. There's Zwei.
35.
What can he do? He knows where both of them were. Elects to take the AK into this one. A 1 versus 2 clutch for Regali. He's had incredible impact in 2 rounds already. Now looking for his third. And not gonna happen, denied by Khan's AWP. That's what you want to be seeing. Khan equipped with his signature weapon and racking him up.
Yeah, cheeky from Khan there as well. Not staying active from Nubox. He's hiding, he's waiting until Regali announces his presence, then steps out and deletes him. Here's the opener. Beautiful work. This is great from Zwei as well. In the meantime, Regali got another one back, Banana. It's this Liaz double. Fortunate to catch them on the lineup, but there's still no way out because 3 players channeling down mid to secure that Banana control.
Yeah, Khan's AWP looks really good, especially from that POV.
Oof, okay, we're going timeout into timeout here.
I just told you, I just had 30 seconds with you.
Well, look, if people go back and they reflect on, I think it was the Shanghai vlog. I know we're going back to last year now, but the way that Urcast was talking to the team, he's really starting to step into this coaching role. I think once upon a time, especially when they were Greyhound, it was a bit more matey, right? It's definitely changed the tone. This is serious business. FlyQuest are not messing about. The fact that they've been willing to make roster changes, bring in a European AWPer, pounce on talent like Nedic when he's available, they're building a team to win, not just to be in attendance. So right now, sure, 2-0 to start. This is a 2-1 game. You could go 2-2, and then tomorrow all the pressure's back on. There's higher expectations for the team than this, as it is going to be an all-in. They know the finances are a little bit bleak over there, and with the loss bonus, this is the most informed decision. Tech9's Mac 10, and AWP on the line. Khan, aggressive.
Guy's holding that nade. Like you're gonna flash for ins, but no one's home to receive it, so we'll see how necessary the util is. 3-2 division of defense. This is what Urcast wanted.
It's gonna be a B execute, but it might be unraveled.
Yeah, Xanta gets flashed up and should have a free one onto ins. Oh, he was ready for the follow-up. Okay, not bad output from the M4s. Combat versus Tech9's up close and they win it. Xanta, he's done so much already, but he's actually getting flashed in by Lear. The team play we're seeing from Nemiga is filling me with confidence that they can make it to stage 2. Whether that's today or tomorrow, that remains to be seen.
Oh, a bit of a chuckle there. That one couldn't have gone better. Perfect timing. Ins just caught out. Thought he was on the cusp of the smoke. Spotted. Deleted.
It's a recurring theme. Just want to highlight Xanta, because we were talking about his ancient B ramp walks. And
a lot of aggression.
This has got that same energy, where he's just like, you know, what is it, 1 minute 10, I'm just going to kind of contact back into top Banana with that half wall smoke up, not announce my presence, just be annoyingly positioned and having a lot of confidence in his own decision making.
Yeah, and now they get the opportunity to tie up the game, so maybe we'll see even more of that aggression, as it is quite truly 5 Glocks. FlyQuest will not invest a lick right now. Next round with the 2400, we can get the guns back out, but whether or not Regali wants to go glass cannon again, that'll remain to be seen. Unlikely in a round like this that you get even a couple of kills.
Sorry, just thought it was funny that Ins was backing himself against 2 rifles.
I think Ins needs to cool his jets a little bit, if I'm going to be completely fair. That's going to be his 3rd opening death. I understand this one's only with the Glock, but you don't want to just be forcing the issue too much. And look, FlyQuest, they're not the most fire-up boys, right? You don't see him. They don't have Alistair anymore, who was great for that. He was definitely the talisman of the team as far as the energy was concerned. You saw Nedic trying to bring a little bit of it, but they try and keep their comms calm, and they try and stay quite stable, and that has its pros and its cons. You see Lear on the other side. He's going back to the caveman days with his type of yells as Lear gets 1 kill.
I don't know about caveman days. I know about the Vox Eminor days, though, Mr. Birchall.
Yeah, but it was one of my biggest plights as well. So Gomez is only a couple of rooms away. He'll tell you. It's great when you're playing well and the momentum's there, but as soon as you lose it,
the
room gets awfully quiet.
Right, the absence of the G up. Well, Lear, that's a lovely little spray. 4 kills in the 1 magazine. Up against the Glocks, you'll take it.
Okay, so there's been a lot of 4-1 with Banana focus out of the FlyQuest camp, and they're doing it again. So they put a lot of pressure on Liaz in second middle to just be able to deal with any window pushes and apartment pushes, and Zway's quite active. Nedic half wall.
Okay, well, they put him in this team to open up rounds on the T side. And open up, he shall. Oh, and gets info on Risky. That's a nice one.
That's twice now they've done this. They've obliterated the B defense on 2 of these rounds. Now they just need to follow through. Lear spams away, and the most informed choice right now, if you are Nemiga, there's still plenty of rounds of Counter-Strike to play, safe.
Yeah.
It's Inferno. We all know how it goes. It gets the most exciting when we get to round 11-11 or overtime. But this one's definitely been playing with a bit more of an aggressive flavor.
Well, I mean, that's just the other side of the coin. Just as we were highlighting Xanta and his proactive clears of top banana, but if you don't win the duel, which you're not going to do every time, it does leave a red carpet open for your team to, or your opponent rather, to just flood into that B site. Round ends just like that.
Yeah, and if you're FlyQuest, you want to keep all these bodies alive, you upgrade 2 of those Galils into A1Ss. So, look, it's better than the Galil, but definitely not better than the AK. Khan will hold on to his AWP. There's residual cash to work with. Loss bonus on the CT side is bottomed out, so that's what the importance of this save. Xanta has enough to buy himself Risky Bob as well, but it's more about the stretch. And that 3-round streak has finally been broken. So you need to win another one of those if you want to ruin the cash completely. And that's assuming that you're able to hunt and take away the guns. And at that point, the floodgates can open. 7 or 8 rounds then become available for FlyQuest, and they can be very happy with this half and pushing it to the 3rd of Anubis, which is the deciding map of this series. This time, Leah back over towards Banana again. And that was a round where they didn't start 3B, and it fell apart. Let's see if his presence is the difference maker.
Oh, the spam. Xanta backs up into the flame.
Back-to-back rounds for Nedic with the openers.
Might have another one on the cards here. Perfect. Oh, the damage. He gets him through the board, and confirmation of Risky Bob's position as well. The Glock. Does he dare? He lets him go. He lets him retreat. 20 HP.
Yeah, the New Zealander definitely finding impact on Banana now as Sway. Active in the window room. If he finds Liaz, there's a chance back into this round. Liaz doesn't have the most glamorous role and can't deliver. Sway, he's not messing about.
He's a beast.
Yeah, he is sharp. 11 and 3.
Oh, Regali's got to match the output there.
Okay, that is necessary. Be a save again right now.
Yeah.
The bigger question for me becomes, does Inns allow his players to hunt, right? Does he call them off? Because you can hold off on the plant right now. If you're diligent on the clear, you make sure no one's in pit, then you can start sending players for this. Now, Nedic is low. He will have also come that he got Risky Bob down to at least half HP. And I think that in this situation, with the residual cash and where you are in the game, I wouldn't hate the idea of a hunt, but it doesn't look like they're really heading with swiftness to pull that off. So probably just happy to secure the 6th. And I think that if they were able to take it away, the buy would be really wonky, but the buy is going to be fine. Khan's going to be able to drop a rifle. Zway's going to be able to buy himself. Risky Bob will also be able to drop an M4.
This is actually a perfect example of like a half-hearted hunt. Like, look at Regali and Netic. Like, they are clearing and they are progressing towards that B-bomb site, but there's just a little less cavalier attitude. You don't want to be giving too much away, and so not much in the way of a hunt. So drop will be facilitated. Chad has highlighted a full buy will be available.
Yeah, especially when Khan literally had a full belt of utility as well, right? So you're in such a great position if you get to hold on to that. Second tactical timeout called from the CT side, and this is the openers. It was the molly first, then the spam through the boards. This one right here from Zway was great, but this one was even better from Regali. It secures the round, removes any doubt, and they've guaranteed themselves 6 on the half. So all the drops will come through. Fully fledged buy. 3 defuse kits, everyone has a rifle, the AWP still in the mix, and still residual cash for Khan. And all the meantime, the loss bonus trickling up 2,400 into the next. So as long as they keep saving, they can stay threatening. But they are allowing FlyQuest to get closer. So in these last 2 rounds of play, at least one of the 2, we will see them attempt a retake if they lose the site. But the flow of the game shifting now. This is really with the limited contributions from Vexite. Just 1 kill for him so far.
Netic starts to once again turn up that early pressure.
It's the same every round.
This time they threw a CT smoke, but he hasn't played scared at all. He's confirmed that they've got top banana control, just like that. Flash, little swing, cautious of their smoke, and understandably, would be hate to be disrupted by a little MP9 hiding out there.
Okay, well, they get the banana control, and traditionally what you'd expect to see in this situation is the team pivot back for brackets, and if they do, there's 3 players waiting. Leah's tucked in towards the pocket, Khan and Zway over towards porch side. And they are coming back. They're assuming this is going to force a big rotation because of the B successes, but without the kill, they've stuck to their guns and they've rotated a 4th man. Great call from Nemiga.
Yeah, this is perfect. Oh, it's so perfect. It's like got everything covered. 1 person make 2 players anti-AWP to take the first shot for info.
Ooh, hold up. The way through could be apartments, and they've actually got multiple bodies here to deal with this. So if mid utility is thrown, they're able to waterfall out and get pit control. The dynamic of these fights will shift.
It's up to Regali to try and sell mid without dying.
The long smoke now deployed.
Okay, everyone's attention still drawn. They start to contact out the apartments. Khan hears it now. Penny drops. Now his attention drawn. Regali hits his first. Risky Bob solid onto Liaz. Oh, and FlyQuest, just like that breakthrough. Apps was the answer. They had 4 players on HAD. How did they find nothing?
Yeah, that right there, if it was just the standard, go up mid, we do the Molotov porch side, smoke off long, go for control, they would have been absolutely rumbled in that situation. But the fact they're able to pip the gap, thread the needle, and go out in towards pit, you see the dynamic changing now. Oh, shit, I'm pinned under porch. They could be boiler, they could be mid, and they're definitely in pit. As Xanta wants to save, and this time the hunt is active. His position noted as he takes down Ins. The escape route, is it Banana? No, he wants to stand and bang. How many more can he get? Nothing, says Regali. Wiped out. 7-4 and 7-5, well, that's going to be hard to work for if you're Nemiga. There's still a couple of players with cash into rifles. Khan could either drop an M4, then buy one of his own. He could go for the AWP. So some big choices in the buy is that looks like we are going into a quick tech. But Regali alongside a Netic, those two have been delivering some important kills so far. This is it, right? You're a man after my own heart. You get out of the chair, you yell a lot, and you're just putting strain on those audio cables, bud. You know, you're plugging out, pulling them out every now and again. And
he's got very fancy in-ears, though. I will say that.
I would recommend anybody who ever wants to be a professional Counter-Strike player, get yourself some top quality IEMs.
Yeah, yeah, the ones that are like molded to your ear as well.
I think Big did that, but where are they? Doing press conferences.
Yeah, I like the shiny metal look. But you just want to make sure that they're comfortable for your ears because they're going to get clamped. And I will, like, that is perhaps under-discussed, but these headsets they have to wear, the noise-cancelling ones, they are tight.
Yeah, right.
They are, you know, they don't want any sound to be getting in, so they have to be really quite tight on your head. So for a long gaming session, obviously in pursuit of integrity, competitive integrity.
They're pretty close to each other as well, right? Yeah. If you go out there on the gaming floor, we've got the smart glass between the two of them, which is going off once the rounds come to the conclusion. Shout out to Jordan Nothing Gilbert one time for bringing into everybody's purview the idea of, hey, if I throw a random flash and I see it appear on the other guy's faces that it's white, we know where they are.
That was, yep.
Yeah, so
back
thanks,
in the day.
Thanks, Jordan.
Cultural impact, though.
Yeah, definitely so. I did find myself talking to Gomez the other day when I was at the dinner table with the FlyQuest boys, and we were talking about some of the rules that when I was in Vox Emma and Renegades that some of the events had to bring in because of the way we were dressed. They made sure you had to wear closed shoes. We'd always wear flip-flops and shorts. They made us wear trousers. And then we had the infamous timeout rule. But we're getting back underway with this one.
Ooh, a little cliffhanger. Okay, next tech, I'll be asking about that one.
All right, well, here we go. 4 M4s, 1 MP9, light on the util. Will it be 8-4 or can Nemiga salvage something before the halftime break?
Let's find out.
Aggression.
Yeah, Khan, he wants to start charging second mid. In fact, the whole squad are fighting second mid, and there he is. Lee has a sitting duck plucked. Vexite one back. Lear ready to trade out. Netic the same. It's the MP9 of Risky Bob that gives them the edge, and look at Khan. Look at and he just had a glance behind him.
2v2.
Regali's got bomb on his back, and Xanta has blocked for now. Divided defenders.
Inz is just working up middle right now.
And Risky's pushing apps.
There's so many question marks. This smoke adds another one to the mix.
2 1v1s going on right now. I feel like Inz might get caught by this.
Oh, timing, timing, timing.
Yep, both of them got back turned. Oh no, no one knows. No one knows. Ship's in the night.
Regali's going to get a jump scare here.
Yeah, yeah.
Inz will call it clear, and Regali's going to run back into his demise.
Yeah, with his knife out.
And Inz is going to have to win a 1v2. 50 seconds, still time for this.
Regali cannot believe the way in which he's just died.
And we're from the future.
Yeah, I've seen it. Disbelief.
Oh, he's tucked in. Risky was going to call it clear.
Walk past him.
Barrel, barrel!
Barrel! Bomb! Oh dear! Crazy turn of events, and then Inz just goes down to his teammates. AWP, a recovery at the tail end of the half. 5 to work with Nemiga, in it to take it. Can 5 rookies secure stage 2 in 2? Map 2, teams at 2 wins, 1 loss. Winner picking themselves up a spot in Stage 2. On one side, we have Nemiga, a map to the good and a competitive scoreline here on Inferno, which is allegedly FlyQuest's pick. Some signs of life from them, though, and some absentees. We had Khan, we're dropping, what, 27, 28 frags on that first map of Ancient Amiga 4 in his CT side here on Inferno. Not easy for an AWPer to find impact, but Regali, he certainly managed to with the rifle.
You mentioned the number 4. That's what FlyQuest are looking for in the pistol department. Odds on screen favouring Nemiga, and understandably so, and it's tunneling quickly up middle. So they've gone up the gut to mid, now pivoting into second. So they were looking for duels. If you're going to have that stance, you want somebody to swing. They boost up, they get Zwei in window room. Now Khan, alongside a risky Bob, are going to make their way through the apartment. Xanta, very passive on Banana. And if we take a look at what defense is available, Nedic, Liaz, Vexite, Longside, Regali, Porch.
The setup ready to spring, and they do spring to action. Sway swings in, Regali puts him to bed. Khan out of and into the A side, but they're traveling as a unit off FlyQuest. Multiple bodies swinging through, Khan staying nimble, and he goes down. Everyone's just hitting their headies here for FlyQuest. Is it another perfect pistol? They've done it again. FlyQuest on the defuse, Xanta's disconnected, he can't even get there, can't even stop him, too many bodies in his way. FlyQuest can't stop winning pistols.
Yeah, Regali adds more to that frag tally. Beautiful work from him. If you combine the entries from Nedic, he's 4 and 2 in that department. And Regali now with him impact moments. That's both pistols where Regali has made an absolute statement piece.
Yeah.
So both pistols again.
Bang was clean on that Zwei swing.
Now the bomb did go down this time. So I am curious to see if there is a force. And well, I'll inform you a little bit earlier than that. There will be. Box final tactical timeout called. And they are going to force in. So what we've seen up until this point is after FlyQuest win a pistol, Nemiga have been taking ecos. Right now, they're going to fight for the economy. There is an AK available. Xanta has that in his hands. The rest will be subbed to complement with some pistols. And then it's about what utility is required for this round.
I just think it's crazy to be burning your last timeout so early into the second half. But then I suppose he's aware that Urcast, is going to be calling timeouts if you do get your teeth into this half.
And if you don't get your teeth in now, the game could slip away from you. So this is a coin toss situation. You know that they're not going to have full rifles. Their buy won't be perfect. But they did have quite a few players stay alive on that pistol without too much damage, which does mean cheaper head armor. We get this one underway. 2 Tech 9s, a Deagle, a P250, and the statement piece of the AK-47 with head armor and a full belt of nades. Deep mid smoke deployed. That's going to help corral some of the early moments as Xanta jumps into Banana, and we know he loves a fight. It's quite the potent combination on B. Vexite and Nedic, 2 heavy hitters. Liaz will be your pit anchor, Inz will be your rotating rifler, and of course Regali on the AWP. Right now, it's more of a case of locking down middle between Regali, Inz, and Liaz. They're not too worried about an apartment's pop, so likely this is from the prep. They blocked Boiler. They've searched mid, and that might free up the 3rd rotation piece of Regali to help out towards this B defense, who have staunchly blocked the mouth of Banana. But back and forth, knocking on either door. Nemiga still searching for a way in, and they have util for the finish. Take a look at the HEs. If they use this towards Bike, Liaz loves to play balcony, loves to play Bike, their standard anchor positions. If they're able to smoke off long, get up short, nade Liaz out of position, they could plant.
Oh, gets the info with a nade in his hands. Inz is the unknown entity right now, and he will reveal himself. He'd have loved lethality there. Khan gets away with the info, and now those nades have just booked him. Tries to go active, does Regali. Swings in, light on ammo. Still tracks Risky Bob on the swing. Bomb's coming next. Beautiful. And down to Netic.
Bomb is loose.
Yeah, that AK though, they put that AK into Xanta. They chose to wrestle 4 rounds, and instead they all go down. It's Netic, perfect arrival. That's the B anchor coming over and dealing damage. Sway last to 4, Liaz gets his, and FlyQuest, they weather that storm.
Actually, Nedic snatched it away. So Nedic's just mauling him, but still Regali and Nedic just doing all the damage right now. 16 for Regali, 13 for Nedic, the 2 of them towards the tippy top of the server, no doubt about that. Pressure moment there for Regali, rotations there in time. Those HEs weren't used where I thought they were going to be destined for, but still found success. And it will have to be the eco now, double digits, unless we see another fumble against the pistols. Remember, that first half of play, one of the earliest rounds, actually the first CT-sided round, was a 5-7 special. Okay, nade toward top banana. Netic actually cops a lot of damage. Vexite 2. They have the third man. There it is. MP9 comes out, mows away 2 kills. It's way very low. And this one will just be the mop and bucket as some sketchy aim short. But it is just going to be Xanta with the dig. Let's see if he can put his aim on display. No, he can't. Ins gets the job done.
A message from your sponsors, Underdog. I want to let you know that Underdog offers real money fantasy games on all of your favorite Counter-Strike events. Get up to $1,000 in bonus credits with your first deposit on Underdog when using code BLAST.
All right, let's get into the first gun round right now. It is going to be the AWP equipped. So Regali gets that out early. Remember on Ancient, it took a while, like round 8 or round 9 before he could bring it into play, but this is going to be early in the second half. So 3-0, another pistol with conversions for FlyQuest. This has to be their map.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, 3 away from taking us the distance. Will there be any resistance? Regali Zorp looking for anything, not giving anything away is Khan. 5 AKs though. Zwei working on apps with Risky Bob's help.
Yeah, so different from Liaz, who's left on his own, and Zwei's been backing his aim all day long, so you can see him just so much more confidently trying to apply pressure on this side of the map as Lear gets the top banana control. Vexite Splash can't get the kill.
So blind, Vexite didn't stand a chance. Good catch, Lear gets his. He's low HP, so likely wants to kind of be traded. He's going to try and take some space.
Gali has to be careful on his porch side. Zwei and Risky Bob are still close. It's not a B commit. Trying to bait out as much utility as possible, and they forced out another smoke. Regali, as just mentioned, if he overstays his welcome, can get blindsided.
Yeah, he's looking for trouble. And now his position is noted. Zwei's got him, hasn't he? Coming out boiler. He ain't playing scared. Confirmation that Regali's there. Oh, he gets away, dips behind the smoke in time.
Wow, Zwei, I thought he would have swung there, definitely, but worried about more bodies up close and personal. This could force them back into a B finish. So 2-2 split of the defense. Ins, he's over towards the Coffin's position. Netic, new box. For the execute, we got 2 mollies and a smoke. Smoke CT, molly backside, and away you go.
Here they come, and Xanta, that's a pick-off, finds Netic. Ins gets active, down, and traded. Bomb should be going down here.
There's a kit for the retake, but number disadvantage. Do you even give it a look?
I don't know. You got a couple of flashes on Regali. Maybe that would entice you to get Liaz set up. But
you have such a lead. I don't think it's recommended right now. Go fishing. If you get a kill, give it a go, sure. But otherwise, I really think the save. That's the best of the 2 options.
Yeah, and Regali did have a little look. Hasn't been given anything.
If you can do damage right now on the way out the door when they try and hold on to their guns once they've identified it's a save, that's also good damage, right? Because, sure, they're going to get the win bonus, but... that's it. And they're hoping that they can drop guns to a few of their teammates in the next round. So if Regali can get anything, just like that, it's perfect. So keeping the cat, they're actually filtering out towards CT. He can get some more. Oh, hanging around, okay. Regali. I think you've seen enough.
Yeah. He's not playing scared, Jan. Okay, takes one away, but they'll actually get the AWP. That's not worked out ideally. Khan will be equipped.
Okay, so that can be dropped to Khan. Khan could actually drop an AK.
That's the conversation they're having right now.
Yeah, they can work out the buy. It is going to be missing either firepower or utility, but I think having that AWP, it actually gives them something that they wouldn't have been able to afford. So, look, he did overstep the mark there, but let's see. Regali's able to get an AWP back of his own. So locking horns into the full buys. Regali not backing down with the confidence, that's for sure.
This is a confident AWPer. Not playing scared whatsoever. Netic has to respect the flames. Thrown out by Xanta.
Molly no good.
Oh, that's a lot of info. He knows. Oh, he knows 3B. Risky in his way. Start to cook on apps.
Oh, they're just being blocked. Well timed from Liaz. He blocks apartments as that info flows through. They're going to try the path of what they assume least resistance, out boiler. So Khan, the only problem is right now he has the bomb. He needs to join the team or give that over to Lear because now they're out top mid. Inz is rotated over. 3-man A defense. Oh, what 2-man A defense now.
Yeah, Liaz just evaporates at the hands of Zwei. That's the trade. Risky Bob gets it. Inz is gone, but Regali, he's hard to hit. Not for Risky Bob, he's not. Why is his Galila laser beam?
It's another 2v3 retake. This one's going to be tough. they're not going to expect Khan down middle.
No, you're not.
And as he peers back, he can make sure they can't go bracket side. It's going to have to be another save.
What a shot from Zwei onto Liaz. He's going to be... I mean, I wonder if we have it. I don't know if we do, but the Liaz POV of that must be pixels.
Just absolutely deleted that. Yeah. With another great shot. Impactful one this time round. 15 kills for him, topping the scoreboard for his team.
I mean, it's stepping up when they need him most, right? Your opponent's on 10. It feels like it's almost a shoe-in. You're going the distance.
I do like this T-side more from them. I understand that they won the first map, but it was so direct, and it was quite sloppy Counter-Strike, I thought, with the way that they were approaching things. They get the win regardless, so it's tough to be critical in that environment, but those conversations start with the analyst desk in the next stage if they can get the job done either today or tomorrow. But right now, they're back in it. It's a 3-round gap. Those 2 rifles saved. That's now 2 consecutive rounds. And FlyQuest take a timeout, so they have 1 left. Remember, Nemiga have burned all 3 of theirs quite early. Yeah, Leah's wondering, what the hell do I have to do? This is beautiful from Bob. Bobby will be here in the next stage, one of Alex's favorite players.
Love me some Bobby.
3D Max. That's body for those of you uninitiated, but you'll get your full feed of Bobby coming up soon.
Yeah, it's because Chad delivers it like it's totally normal, and it makes me chuckle.
Yeah, it is a funny one. But
it is funny.
2,400 lost into the next, so right now with those saved guns, don't overinvest. But what you'd want to do with them is insert them into the round in any way you can possible, or gamble correctly. It's one of those 2 options. Both of them are the B defenders. Nemiga know that. Okay, Vexite, Netic, they save the guns. Those guns traditionally would start B, but in a round like this, you can do whatever you want. So do you want to find some aggression? It looks like it. They're going to be sending 4 players over towards A early. Inns will try and block B. Netic short side, Vexite, sorry, Netic long side, Vexite short side, and okay. They're going to creep up mid into the stack.
Yeah, and your rifles are ready. Khan goes looking, spots a jiggling USP. That's what you want to see. Vexite, a good catch.
Call it off now, don't give anything else away.
Yeah, Xanta's already starting to try and ask questions of Top Banana with the information relayed.
And he's trying to cut him off with the pass.
Vexite's active. Netic as well.
Oh, Inns just blocked them Top Banana. They're going to have to cancel for now, Nemiga.
Can't.
See the feet. He sees the feet under the truck.
He knows. He knows. He knows exactly where you are. Stop wiggling your damn toes.
That's a pedicure.
And then the dunk. Can he dunk him? Oh, the Glock to chase. He forced his fight.
A's open now. That was the 1 rifle. Netic got drawn back because of the Top Banana rotation. And now Regali with just a USP. He will be fish food for Xanta.
Oh, mate, just the way Khan played that. Really cool. Gets the info, has the patience, nade to force the swing, chase with the Glock, like,
Hey, get your gun in your hand! It doesn't matter.
It's kind of, that kind of moment in Counter-Strike is like chasing a ping pong ball. You know, it's just humiliating.
Yeah, no, I see what you're saying there.
It's that same feeling. No one looks gracious tracking a jumping T with a USP. That's all I'm saying.
And now it's just a 2-round gap, Alex. Nemiga are back in this one.
It really didn't feel like it was going to go this way, considering the way in which these pistols continue to go their way.
Yeah, what, if you win all 4 pistols over 2 maps but lose 2-0.
Boom, Glock, bang. Just lovely. Great decision making, forcing fights. He's a gamer.
Harosh, davai. Keep doing Carrigan?
7th.
Say keep doing Carrigan? Is that what Netic said?
Is that what that smoke is?
No, well, I couldn't have understood Nemiga. I think that's what Netic said to Vexite on B.
The Carrigan.
I think that's what he said.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm sure that Carrigan's name is in a couple of calls for various teams.
Just don't do the boomage. Don't just sit sandbag every round and get double naded.
Yeah. No.
Oh, here we go. Apps contact. They're really abusing Liaz. They did on the CT side. Now they are on the T side as well.
He's cowering on Pit. Will it uncrouch? Sure, good find. He has to avoid this potential for risky bop to trade. Netic's gone down empty-handed. It's Vexite that keeps it level.
That's only his 5th kill.
I say level, excuse me, man. Advantage, thanks to Liaz's pick-off.
Oh, it's 2-2 again. Risky Bob still just annoying end of Apps. Was he spotted there? That's the question.
That's the kill. That's the kill. He's managed to pick off a rotation. Regali as well. That's a big scalp to post. Forces Inns away from B.
And you know Liaz is trapped in Pit. So at this point, And with so much time on the clock, Nemiga can regroup and look for the finish. I said Vexite only his 5th kill so far, hasn't had a lot of impact, and he's meant to be the 3rd piece of the star trio for FlyQuest.
Yeah, Netic's definitely got his output there.
Oh, I hate this CT setup. Inz doesn't know which side he wants to play. I feel like he has to gamble on one of the two. He's just playing Library right now. Liaz has essentially no support. Util, however, limited. He can't be smoked off Moto. So that's a positive right now, as Liaz having to worry about absolutely everything. And Inz is cheating B. So he's made up his mind, but it's the wrong call.
Oh, good find. Liaz, oh, dips away. Confirms there's more presence. It's coming A. He needs to live. He can't do it. Risky Bob runs him down, and now that A site is lost. Inz maybe spotted there on the Library side. Swings on out. A headshot available, but unable to provide it.
Don't save again, boys. You got to give one of these a go, and this is your best chance. Normally it's been 2v3. Now it's 2v2. Liaz is getting you 2 key kills. There's no kit. Time is the problem. Both stuck in the site.
Vexite just arrives now. A single piece of utility, a single flashbang. How effective could it be? He could perhaps throw one over. Vexite loud about this, draws attention, makes him look his way. Push forward! That's the impact you want to see from Vexite! Eventually they go for the retake. Vexite quiet throughout, but he's only got 7 frags, but that double kill on the retake, triple kill in total, has made the difference.
No pip out of him. It's casual there. That's exactly what he needed to deliver. He knows that he hasn't been offering up what the team requires on Inferno, and finally able to get them a round on the board. We're talking 3 consecutive. It looked like Nemiga was storming towards leveling things up. A tough round. Finding ourselves in another 3v3 situation. Props to Liaz on the pit anchor, but this is great. Vexite, he's sharp and he delivers. Beautiful work from him, but more of that required. All back out for this CT side. MP9 in the mix. 3 rifles to go alongside of that, and they've got the util they need. Both teams lost bonus 1,900 into the next. This could decide the game right here, right now for FlyQuest if they can convert.
Oh, and Vexite, after all of his heroics in the previous, stomachs an early nade. Xanta the same, but he's done well with low HP in the past. 27, all he has to work with. And Netic, go for it, gets it.
I might channel them quickly in towards A right now.
There's 3 hits, 3 CTs, and Inz is responsible for a large part of long. They're coming his way. Has the AK, well aware, high alert. Surely you want the MP9. No, he just gives it up. Vexite does better. Chipping away. Nice pick off. Risky Bob trying to open up that CT spawn route to B. And Netix feels like he's getting hunted here. You peek again, you're a dead man, just like that. Risky, huge impact. Sway as well, keeps them busy. Regali hits him on the strafe, but they're off to B.
Okay, does he give this one a look? Remember the financial situation. The fact that he's thrown that AWP away is telling that he might want to give it a Lear in. Bomb gets planted, Risky Bob and Lear. He doesn't have a kit right now, but can pick one up in transition. Is at his feet right there. Risky Bob is forward in ruins. Lear over towards Banana. And there you go. The voice of reason on his shoulder has called off the 1v2.
That's a little reminiscent of that round, at least, was a bit reminiscent of Ancient, just the way in which it was played. Like, just taking jaws. Let's fight Arch. Risky walking into CT, making the pressure just amplified for Netic. And a really good shot from Regali, but all for naught. Does he save his AWP? It looks like he's gotten away.
Yeah, he's tucked himself over towards the T-side apartments, so not a hidey hole that they're going to pry into. But remember, 1,900 for either team. There is 1 tactical timeout remaining, unless we get to overtime, and then replenishments will arrive. So Regali, okay, here it is. Regali could drop an M4, and then you would be able to have, you know, a couple of MP9s, M4 around the AWP. Or at the moment, with the 2,400 loss coming into the next, and everybody around that 2-ish mark, you could just go for some partials. Now, remember the Regali saved AWP on Ancient. He was able to get output. He found the opening kill, and then they were able to convert the round off the back of that. It turned into this like crazy moment on the B bomb site. If he's able to do it again, which is a harder map, I would say, to do it on Inferno, right? If he goes for an early pick and gets a Banana, or he gets it over towards mid, that's great. But right now, we're going to have to take a look at his spawn. He has a decent mid spawn. So right now, he could head over towards mid or go for it, or the other option, the Furious Smoke top Banana, try and pick B. Looks like the way he's postured right now is to pick middle, but essentially it's all in for Regali. Yeah. It's the only way that they're going to be able to work themselves into this round on the saved AWP.
But if you're Nemiga, you know it's only an AWP. You're probably going to be a bit more cautious in mid, right? You're not going to jump into his jaws.
Well, they do take banana control very quickly, so they understand the situation. They know that they won't be full util. Double molly top banana, so much pressure early. Inns rotates over, Regali being called to help as well, but just going to toy with this, so it forces out a block smoke, and that's exactly what you're looking for. Great to get that at 1:30 left on the clock, but all 5 currently congregated in banana. The only way that this works if you're FlyQuest is if you stack correctly.
Well,
here comes the
Regali's in the right place, Chad. That's a big thing. Vexite's got a little flash, might be able to maneuver into some chaos.
Off,
yeah, he's got no sight line. He does have the HE. Extinguish and a flashbang. Not bad from Vexite. Need Netic to hit something. Liz already removed Vexite empty-handed. A nade softens him up. He's just a dead man in the smoke. Will he really get anything out of this? Not going to happen. Khan spams away. There's the Regali AWP. How many more? Nothing. Oh, no way you'll get away with that one. Inns tries to steal the AWP back, but Liaz is going to meet a similar fate in pursuit of it. Not playing scared whatsoever. It's a one-round game now.
I like that call there from Nemiga. The fact that the top banana gets blocked, but they go, we're not expecting a lot behind this. This could just be one of those scenarios where they cache a couple of extra smokes and they try and block over and over again. And they were hoping to continue the block. You saw both Vexite as well as Netic have residual smokes. So they're not playing to have them force through like this. They're expecting Nemiga to respect the situation, and they don't. Well, this is it. The game on a knife's edge.
Not looking fantastic, is it? A FAMAS, couple of missing nades. Can't say the same for Nemiga as they already claim top banana for themselves. Xanta never playing scared.
Look at this, already prying in, and they're deadly with these AKs. Here they go.
Yeah, look how quick this is. 1:30, they're swinging pool. Vexite empty-handed, and Netic cowering at the back of ruins. 4 players have flooded in. He's just trying to lay the plant, but can't even stop that. Risky Bob punches in the code.
You know what it is, Alex.
Say it, S-A-V-E. You ain't got economy, it's over.
And take a look at Sway. He's still quite aggressively over towards A. So even if they want it saved, Sway's currently in the boiler room. So if they back off, Zway might be able to take away a couple of guns on exit here. It is going to be 2,900 as the loss bonus. So a couple of kills is actually worth its weight in gold. And right now, the cockiness is being exuded from Nemiga. They're remembering the way that they got the win on Ancient. Brute force, in your face, back in your aim, the young guns.
What's extra impressive for me is the fact that they started their major campaign with a loss. You know, you get the first taste on your tongue. Risky Bob. Oh, it goes down. 2 for 1. Buy one, get one free. Regali gets it, saves his AWP, and gets away with 4 guns.
That's actually huge, because next round is 3,400 loss bonus. So even if you lose this round as FlyQuest and you have some saves again, you will be able to get the drops coming through. You lose one player, you can get that gun across to him, and with the loss bonus of the 2,900, everybody can get every single nade. That wasn't the case in the previous round. Either team can win this in regulation. We're not destined for overtime just yet. All tied up, 11-11. Both pistols again with conversion. Still not good enough for FlyQuest. This is the change. The AWP's now been put on B. If you want to play aggressive, if you want to look for the fights, the AWP is here.
And he's ready for you. Do you dare test Regali? Yes, you do, but it's a wide, rapid swing. And Xanta takes Vexite.
They're in again.
Look at him go.
Rinse and repeat.
He is not scared. A wide swing past the AWP line, beheads Vexite. Now a missed shot from Regali, and this just comes crumbling down for FlyQuest.
You've got to do it again. You want to get stuck in. You don't want to give away 12, but you can't get into this round. You need to hold on to these guns. And right now, the hunt needs to be more aggressive. It needs to be more in your face. Zway should be let off the leash. Go for these fights.
Oh, and he is. Gets caught, though, in an awkward timing, just as he's clearing the pit. Now going to get hunted down. Liaz finds the elevator.
Still got one.
Still got one.
Everybody should search now. They know where both players are. At this moment, Lynn needs to be yelling, out of your chair. We're coming for you. We're taking everything. You got the max loss bonus, sure, but we got the game.
This is for 12. Locked in. Nemiga have the stage 2 opportunity. Just one single round of Counter-Strike away. Oh, and not going to be able to find Inns' lair. Not a guarantee on the save. There's a couple more seconds. Tucked in. Oh, gets away with it.
Buzzer beater there. Okay, 2 guns can be dropped easily. Netic will be able to buy himself. So a full rifle round available again. They need to play with some gumption. Right now, instead of giving them this banana control, get in their face, go for the control, bring 3 across, get the deep mid smoke in. They are running 4 players up banana, and they are dueling you at a minute 20 on the clock. You are giving them this space.
You start again 3B.
And it's a different opener. They're not just charging up. A late change. Nemiga, rinse and repeat. They're forcing all this utility out of FlyQuest to get the banana control, and they're just defaulting.
Oh, fumble team nade there. That deep smoke starts to fade on banana shortly. Are they really just going to do it at a later timing?
And look at the rotation. Vexite and Inns both drawn back by the 3/4 smoke. You can see it on the radar there. Library, Inns is peering forward on that, so they have to worry about arch slip as well as long wrap. And now they take the banana control. They avoid all the damage of that aggressive play, other than Zan to chip down, but still above half HP. Now they apply this pressure. Inns, the tug of war pulled between these sites, and here he goes again. This is a fake.
Oh, and that's a difference maker. Vexite flashed into the fight by Inns.
Regali and Liaz, they're the only ones here. Inns is still on the way back. The execute's coming in.
Yeah, Zway's going to be coming in from the outside. 3 players on brackets. Regali's AWP is poised, ready, desperate for OT. Nate does good chip damage. He can build upon that with one of his own, but hang on! Suddenly Lear and Zway have hit their shots. Bombs coming in on the back of Khan. Inns is gone! Regali 2! Nemiga 1 kill away. Stage 2 calls. Stage 2 beckons. They said that you could only do it online, but here you stand on LAN at your first major, and the second stage is yours. In a 2-0 fashion, established organization, shut down, shut out. FlyQuest are going to have to do it on the last day of play.
From 2-0 to 2-2 tomorrow, it could all come crumbling down, but Nemiga, they're the ones to celebrate. He's going to let out one final yell, and you can understand why. Nemiga, they've broken through. They join Heroic, Bait, OG, and Team BetBoom. It's a big win for 5 major rookies. Sure, we're expanded to 32 teams, but they were a bulldozer today, putting their aim on display and some strong Counter-Strike. It books them a spot with the big boys in Stage 2.
I didn't know what to make of the Imperial result. I didn't really know what Lynn Vision 1310 meant, but I do know that a 2-0 against FlyQuest is going to be a feather in their cap. That's something they should be proud of. They've taken down a rather big dog in Stage 1.
And the fact that you get a 2-0 victory without winning a single pistol or force by victory into the second or third rounds of play, that one there is going to shell shock FlyQuest. If you thought there was pressure today, wait until tomorrow. Only 3 more teams can make it through. Job's not done. Still an opportunity for FlyQuest, but it is going to get a whole lot tougher from this point forward. We've got the interview standing by.
After I came here.
I've got Khan with me as Nemiga make it through to Stage 2. The first major, an incredible performance of you, especially on Ancient as well. Just tell me, what's going through your mind right now?
I'm very happy. My team is just incredible. My coach, I'm very happy that we're coming to this tournament, and we were like kinda like underdogs, you know, but we all we were believing in ourselves and coming at this event and playing against maybe at Stage 1 there is not the biggest names. Fair. But anyway, it's like major. Yeah. And all teams here are worthy to play here, so we're very happy to play at this LAN in this city, and it means for me a lot because it's major.
The major is special, full of those emotions with it. I'm going to talk to you about this Ancient. You dominated. You were just feeling it. What was this switch? This was like a new Khan.
Oh. New Khan?
Yeah, new Khan. It's a new way. Bro, this is crazy.
No. I mean, yeah, it was good game for me, I guess. And it just was the game plan. It was very convenient for me, I think. The structure was like I had many duels. Mm-hmm. It wasn't like before, and their game, like FlyQuest game, was like they were coming just to me, and I had, and at T side I had a few very good, like they were convenient clashes because like 1v1s, 1v2s that you just understand where they are, and all you need is just aim. And I was lucky that I can aim.
You can aim, and the aim was very sharp. Now, there was a conversation had around Nemiga before coming to this event that you guys were considered online team, right? Do you feel like you've beaten them accusations by performing here on LAN? Do you feel like you have got over a hurdle that you can perform in this situation?
I think it was kind of true, like half true, because we weren't that experienced players.
Yeah.
It was like a bit tough to play at, for example, at Shanghai RMR.
Yeah.
I don't really remember, but I remember that it was not like before, you know. I never felt something like this. And coming at this event, I think we had more experience, so that's why we can show better ourselves, like individually, you know.
Yeah.
So like Zweig, Monster, I can show myself better, and we had no like pressure like before, you know.
Okay. So did you actually feel like there was less pressure, less nerves in the team on the server when you connected?
Yeah, of course. It was a different team, you know, like much different team, even from last online few matches.
Yeah.
It was like very different team. Everyone hyped up that we are at major, everyone wants to win, and I really enjoy playing with my team like this at this event.
And Leah was telling me before the game that he was going to be loud, he was going to be shouting like we've seen, and how it helps you guys. Can you explain to me how it helps you guys, what you feel when he's doing this?
It just feels like he's just acting like childish, but in a good way. So we're just having some fun. And we really enjoy playing, like when everyone just screaming, playing, like just, you know, like vibe. We just have good mood, not like at sometimes before. Sometime before we had like, you know, when we were losing and stuff, we were like 0-2 and you're just like...
all down.
Yeah, but here, even if we lose, our IGL just hyping us up, and it really helped us a lot. Even like this both maps, we were losing actually both maps. Like we were losing 10-5 at Inferno and losing I think like 6-9 at Ancient. So like, and our mood, I think it was like one of the key things at this BO3.
The mood was still strong. You've made it to stage 2. Congratulations for that. Here we go. Nemiga going a step further.
Yo, he had a smile on his face that whole interview. He is a happy man. Congratulations to Nemiga, to Khan as well, who had that great series. Dude, they won 8 of the last 9 rounds there on Inferno, so that's an utter collapse from FlyQuest.
Oh yeah, that's gotta hurt for FlyQuest. I mean, FlyQuest right now in the rearview mirror, gotta be thinking about what happened at Shanghai.
Yeah.
You start up 2-0 in the BO1s, you lose 3 BO3s in a row to not qualify for the next stage, and that's got to be in the back of their minds right now. But congratulations to Nemiga, a roster that's kept the same 5-man lineup for 11 months, even through some of the heartbreaks, like at the last Shanghai RMR where they didn't make it, even though they were cooking online. They even were doing well in some of the smaller LAN tournaments, but this is really them at their full potential.
It's cool seeing like Khan even kind of reference that of being like, you know, he's being childish, it's helping the mood. Like previously the mood was bad and we figured out a strategy to get over that, like have a little bit of shit talk from your IGL. You know, it's all good. I like the silence at the end too. That was stone cold.
That was brilliant.
That was Lear, right?
Yeah. Lear's
silence.
He just like stood up, silence, and then I think he needed the toilet because he ran. I was like, I'm glad I didn't ask him to do interviews. Because bro, he got up faster than I've ever seen any player. Disconnect, run to the toilet, come back, shake hands afterwards. That had to wait. So.
He just made an epic comeback. You can't play the game.
You play better like that. You play better like that.
Yeah, you know when you hold it in, you've got that extra focus. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's me on the desk right now.
Watch this. Look, they're going to show it. This is brilliant. So that's the
oh my god! He casted a spell. Someone put a Photoshop a wand in his hand. Silencio.
And then watch this. No shaking hands. Man's gone. He is out of there. And he just ran, and I was like,
we got all the shots of this.
Bro.
That's a full sprint. He really had to book it.
Yeah, that's funny. That was either going to be a disaster and a new chair replacement from Blacklight, or having to...
Look, it could have been a very nice viral moment.
It could have been.
Could have been a very nice viral moment.
Yeah. Imagine that goes to OT.
Yeah.
Imagine that goes to OT.
I want to just say one more thing as well. Khan was not stopping smiling during the interview. Like,
that's what he just said.
He's just like this the whole time.
Yeah, that's how I opened it up, because it was just like the silly little grin of victory on your face, no matter what the question, no matter what your answer is. There's always that ghost of a smile. So cool. So, like, we made some fun yesterday and some jokes about how I enjoy, the elimination games. I also enjoy seeing the smiles as well.
You're not so cold-hearted.
No, I like both ends. I like both sides of the spectrum.
Do we have loser shots of FlyQuest? They got to be disappointed.
Do they have to be disappointed?
I mean, that game just slipped away from them completely.
Yeah, I mean, just they couldn't stop anything. B hits were just getting overrun. Even 5-on-4s, they couldn't convert. Regali missed some critical shots, which is a shame because he had an otherwise very, very good Inferno.
Yeah.
Both Operas had some good performances in the series.
Now, let's take a look at a recap of today. Remember, it was all elimination and qualification games, going through to stage 2 or going home. All that heartbreak that comes in with it as well. I'm going to go to you first, Jason. Favorite match of the day, what are you looking at? What was the good one for you?
I mean, it's impossible to go against the BetBoom wildcard game. Just the overtimes that were there, like the close affair between the games. I thought, seeing wildcard get kind of battered on the first half of the first map, come back, but then lose narrowly, happens again in the second map. But, I mean, a great fight from both teams, and obviously you can never be disappointed when you've got Boomich, when you've got Exile, these guys like all making their way into the next stage of the major. We get to see them battle up against the big dogs next.
I love everything that I'm getting out of BetBoom. I mean, I had them as a 3-0 pick for myself, but I still felt so confident that the online season, which was quite turbulent, was not going to rear its ugly head once they made it to LAN, because you can see the resolve that these players have, the way that they're so composed in the late round moments, even against a wildcard team which has their own veteran IGL. I just think Boomich, he leads by example.
And I mean, my fault for not mentioning Magnajez as well, because he had a phenomenal day today. Like, eye test-wise, he was the best player on that team today.
Then for you, Maui, I'm confused about this choice. You chose...
Not my favorite.
Complexity Tai Lu. I'm expecting you to be now suddenly a Tai Lu fan? No, American there?
I know you said to him, what was your favorite for Moses? This was not my favorite, but this one had the most impact on me, okay? It hurt me the most because Complexity, nobody really counted them in on this season. You lose a Liege, you're working in 2 new rookie players, Sixy, who's kind of flirted a little bit with Tier 1, but a Nyx that is coming out of practically ESEA Advanced, ESL Challenger League. They just pick him up, and then you have to play with a stand-in. All of the goodwill you've brought forward into this tournament dashed away because you're playing with a stand-in, and no shame to Junior. He didn't even play all that badly as an individual. A lot of saves in this game, I noticed, but he's just trying to do the most that he could, and they're just thrown into a really tough situation. But on the other side, I'm happy about Tai Lu continuing more of what we saw at ESL Pro League, the individuals still popping off, playing a slightly off-meta style, but one that was able to upset a Complexity team that I thought would look much more comfortable today.
I think the Complexity loss and elimination, I think really should highlight and underscore how important Halzerk is to this team. Like, if you ever felt like, because he's had his moments where he's gone like quiet and been inconsistent, but seeing what they look like without him is like, you're like, okay, my bad, I didn't recognize your game, because it's a completely different team.
Especially after what we saw from Bucharest as well. It's a sad time right now. Does this mean you guys lower the flag a little bit for this day?
No,
still believe in NRG?
Still way up there at the top, baby.
Still believe NRG?
What? We got Wildcard, we got NRG.
Liquid's coming in.
Yeah.
Okay. You still got some hope in here.
Yeah, exactly.
Not for long. But,
FaZe.
We'll take a look.
FaZe is there, yeah.
You got one man.
We take FaZe.
Okay, that's all you've got. That's the hope, really. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches, though. Let's see what matchups we've got. It is the final day of Stage 1.
I love this graphic.
And we're kicking things off with NRG taking on Lynn Vision. We can actually read this now, yeah? And then we've got Legacy going up against Wildcard.
I didn't even mean it like that. I have Legacy, Wildcard, FlyQuest, and Tai Lu all going through, and I only need two more to win, so I'm happy.
I really need a wild.
I thought you meant the actual graphic.
Yeah,
the Longhorn skull.
That part's nice too. That part's nice.
The little lambda, the Half-Life lambda on the skull is a nice touch.
Pretty good, yeah, it really is.
We got some good graphic artists.
What game are you most looking forward to tomorrow, Jason?
That's a great question. I think FlyQuest Tai Lu, I feel like should be like it should be the most competitive.
There's a history in that matchup.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
and obviously interregional as well, essentially with Oceania and Asia, and obviously big implications on who's going to be moving forward to have a chance to make it even deeper, to potentially get another spot for your region, which is obviously huge, and obviously in the Asian and the Oceanic, and also here in the Americas. Because we're looking at a world where there's not many Americas teams in the playoffs.
By the way, I just had to remember this. FlyQuest twice lost to Tai Lu recently on LAN as well. This is This is going to be
spicy.
Rough. That's rough.
That makes some extra mode in there.
I'm interested in NRG versus Lynn Vision.
Yeah.
And I thought NRG was going to be out by now, if I'm being completely honest.
You feel like they're going through on this? Do you feel like this is the one?
Yeah.
I actually would say they should go through on this.
Yeah, I think that they're the favorites versus Lynn Vision. Woo. So I'm excited about that. I want to see if we can get one.
I expect a victory out of NRG. I don't know like what the line is. I don't know who's thinking what, but for me,
I'm making the line. We're making the line.
NRG better win that game.
The desk's line is that NRG are going through tomorrow.
Yep.
I love your blind confidence. We'll have to wait and see, but the day is done. We're over here in Austin enjoying ourselves. The weather is hot. The games are heating up as well. And only one more day for Stage 1 games. You won't want to miss it. We'll see you tomorrow.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think?
What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? It's because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think my idol Monasy get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet, but maybe after the event we'll give it to you.
It's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.